check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Check. Check, 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 check. Hello, test, test. Hello, hello, test. Check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check. Mic test, test. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Hello, hello, check, check, check.
Okay. One, two, three. One, two, three. Hello, hello. Sounding.
Hello, hello. No, hey. Hello, 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 hello. Testing. Hello, 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 hello. No have. Hello, 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 hello.
check, 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 check,
Hello, 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 hello,
check, 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 check.
hello.
Hello,
आ रही है जुआन के नहीं? हेलो, हेलो.
check,
आ रही जुआन है? हेलो, हेलो. आवाज़ आ रही है? हेलो.
check, 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 check. Cheek, 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 cheek. cheek, cheek. Cheek, 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 cheek. Hello, cheek, 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 cheek. Hello, cheek. Test, test, check, 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 test, check, check, taste, hello, hello, taste, check, 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 check.
म्यूजिक मैंने बंद आउट किया है, मैं बताता हूँ क्यों नहीं आ रही। वो राइट लेफ्ट का सीन है, माइक आने चाहिए।
हेलो चेक, हेलो चेक 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 चेक, हेलो चेक 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 चेक, 1 2 3, चेक 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 चेक। उधर भी आ रही है? हाँ एफडी में मत कर। हेलो हेलो 1 2 3, 1 2 3, चेक 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 चेक। हाँ लाइव में चेक करो, लाइव में चैनल 1 1 1 2 3, चेक 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 चेक, 1 2 3, ओके। हेलो हेलो,
हेलो हेलो, हाँ आ रही है, हेलो।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all having a lovely morning so far. And welcome to the final day of the FUELD Conference 2025 here in the vibrant Dubai. It's hard to believe we're at day 3 already. What you've had an incredible journey it's been so far. Over the past 2 days, we've explored groundbreaking ideas, uncovered bold strategies, and shared conversations that are helping shaping the future of marketing, tech, and innovation. I hope you all got to meet new people, discover new opportunities. This is the place where great things begin. So I really hope we have fostered and nurtured some amazing and beautiful ideas here at this conference in the past 2 days. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will begin our first panel that's all about branding in the wild, how to stand out in a sea of sameness. It's all about being unique, it's all about having an impact and being unforgettable. It dives exactly into how to do that. Let's get this conversation started right away. Joining us on stage are our incredible panelists with our moderator, Mr. Shivesh Vishwanathan, founder and MD of Focus View Strategy Consulting. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Along with him, we have Mr. Sajid Warrior, the founder and filmmaker and AI VFX specialist at A-Tour Technologies Private. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Along with them, Mr. Sharik Zia Khan, the CMO of iGaming. Put your hands together. Joining them, Mrs. Saloni Jahawar, the Chief Marketing Officer of Mouse and Cheese Design Studio. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Gunjan Trivedi, the co-founder and CEO of Quadigy. Let's welcome our panelists with a warm round of applause. And I hand off the mic to you, Mr. Trivesh.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that introduction. I'm certainly very honored and privileged. It's delightful to be part of this panel discussion. I'm very privileged to have great panelists. We've bonded over the last couple of weeks. We've met a few times and hope to give you a great session with a lot of insights as best as we can. So welcome everyone. Once again, this is Sajid, Sharik, Saloni, and Gunjan. I'll take the liberty to give a little bit perspective on what we bring to the table. Sajid here is a media production, video production person. I hope that adequately explains Sajid's profile here. Sharik is into gaming, has a lot of insights from gaming where the user experience and the user journey and all comes together very quickly. So you can imagine the kind of inputs that he will give. Saloni is a brand and UX and a brand design, UX design, runs a consultancy out of New Delhi. And Gunjan runs a digital marketing agency, focus more on the B2B side of things, I think. So, and I am Shivesh Vishwanathan. I run a company called Focus View Strategy Consulting, and we offer kind of like pre-GTM marketing strategy kind of services so that, all these other downstream folks can do a really good job of, marketing and communications for companies. With that, let me do a quick understanding of what kind of audience we have here. So how many people are founders and business owners, CEOs? Wow, great. So it's a mix of audience with from marketing background as well as people who are running the businesses. So it's a great conversation because that's the value that marketing teams can provide to business and to the leadership teams. And a quick show of hands, how many of you feel your brand's voice is genuinely unique until you hear from your competitors? Or how do you feel, how many people feel that you have a pretty unique voice as a brand, as business owners? So So we have like, one or maybe half a hand that went up. So we know how difficult it is, right, to stand out in the sea of sameness. Um, and how many believe your brand is unique and according to your founders? Uh, and how many people, how many B2B people in the audience? Okay, so like 50-50%. So B2B and B2C 50%, I guess. Okay, let me paint a quick picture before we jump into the panel conversation, because what I want to provide with the audience today is a general kind of a rough framework and a quick takeaway that is really going to help take one thing away from an audience, because panel discussions can get pretty daunting with such great insights that will come. Um, so as we were discussing our kind of unique strengths and what we bring to the table, one thing that came out was that there are the whole marketing and differentiation is consists of four real strong components. The first one is the strategy part of it. So how do you define your business? How do you define your uniqueness, your product, your offering, and so on? Second is the brand and how you want your brand identity, how you want that uniqueness and that strategy to come out. The third is component is the operations and execution part of it, on how ultimately you run your campaigns and everything. So that's where the rubber meets the road. And the fourth component is the customer perception and how you want customers to perceive. So customer is of course an important person in the whole equation. So, but if you see these four things, it kind of a good way to visualize this is a flywheel where you have like you start from strategy on top, then you move to brand, then you move to execution and build a customer perception. But then that customer perception again defines your strategy, whether you got it right or not. So throughout this conversation, I would request everyone to have this kind of flywheel in mind with these four uh, points in that flywheel: strategy, brand, execution, and customer perception, right? And we keep kind of running on over this flywheel. So with that in mind, let me jump to the description of this flywheel. And what I'll do is I'll ask each of our panelists to describe one part of this, each spoke of this flywheel. So first question is to Gunjan. So Gunjan, when you look at the way brands operate internally, where do you think the sameness begins? What's the place it tends to, and what's the place that it tends to find its roots?
Um, hey, hi. So this stems from not just my experience of B2B marketing per se. Technically, I've been a marketer for last maybe a decade or so. But before that, I was a tech journalist. I was editor of a publication where we were dealing with B2B firms, medium, large, and we were dealing with the CXOs and try and understand. For me, the aspect was technology, but the whole adaptability of it. So my visibility was limited from a technology point of view, and I was just looking at that. But even in that, we could see sometimes that the sameness differentiation conundrum was continuing to flow down. Now, when we are trying to say, for example, the biggies of the world, the Microsoft, SAPs, Oracles of the world, if I will, and I'm not trying to suggest that they have a problem. I'm just trying to give you a sense of the scale. Even in that sense, when they have multiple products, multiple services, multiple offerings, when they are trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to say? What am I going to speak? We started to see at one point, if you just remove the logo, everything sounded same, right? So from there, it started to actually happen. And then that, and glad you brought that question up, because that got me thinking in that the problem with brand or the sameness or the uniqueness is not with the brand. It's with the thought right up in the head of whoever is driving, percolating it down, right? So it's a problem of identity. Now, what happens is that many a times, especially in the startups area, where when you're trying to come up with a brand or solution or company, organization, whatever you call it, we are expert in one thing, and we have some belief systems. We start to work with that. But as we start to bring in more people, as we start to communicate and interact with customers, etc., there is a likelihood that the confusions may start to creep in, right? And then you're not sure what you're selling, what you're trying to say, what is happening. So it is actually happening right at the identity level, and then it seeps into the strategy. So if you don't get it right at the front, then you have a cascading effect, which will, and by the time, somebody down the line realize that, hey, we're talking everything and nothing, right? It's sometimes too late to go back and change it. So we need to be conscious. We need to be really thoughtful of, really who we are, and when do we say no to something? That no, we are not this. No, we're not going to offer this. No, we don't serve that kind of customer. So that clarity needs to be brought in. Without that articulation of identity per se, and I don't mean brand identity in terms of the look, shape, feel, etc. Right? I'm sure we are going to discuss that and more. But it's more about what is that belief system, what's that value system that I am, identifying myself with as a founder, for example, and then my organization.
Answering the who are you, right? Who am I?
Who am I,
Who am
and
I?
who am I going to be talking to? How am I going to talk about? And then what is it that I'll be offering, right? If that clarity comes across properly, then it starts to go back into strategy, feeds in, and then you start to work with it. That's what I've seen, and that is something, many a times it's an afterthought. So it becomes a little issue. People know what they're talking about. Everybody's know that. I'm not saying anything which is a rocket science, and I might be sounding like a motherhood statement I'm throwing at you. But the revelations keep happening later on when you're too dense. When you realize that you're mid-flight and now you need to change the engine, it's too difficult. So, we need to do it before we take off.
Great, great. And that's a great segue to what I wanted to ask Saloni. So changing things mid-flight and realizing that strategy needs to get updated from time to time. So Saloni, what I wanted to ask you was from a couple of perspectives. So the second point in the flywheel that we're talking about from strategy is the brand part of it. But because it's a flywheel, there is a component that comes before strategy, which is how do you test the market about customer perception, right? So it's not just the movement from the strategy to the second hub, but also testing your strategy with the customer perception and then doing this so that your rework and revisits really go down. So can you shed light from, because you work with companies on product design, UX design, and defining their brand identity also. Can you touch upon these couple of aspects on how does strategy translate to brand, and how do you test the strategy before you commit yourself to the next steps?
So actually, this is very interesting. And I think it takes courage to even execute that strategy, to make that strategy so that people who might have a diluted vision of what you have, because it is now that their vision, like they want to be the best, maybe the graphic designer, or maybe they want to be the best video editor. How do we bring these people together? So, number one. Second, I would like to start with, like we're talking about brand. Brand is basically perceptions, just multiple perceptions. So, just to give a funny example, I am a Gen Z. And for the longest time, I just wanted to deny that I am a Gen Z because Gen Z now has become a brand. Yes, people are very diplomatic about that. Okay, yes, they are very smart. But then there is a lot of con side. And I just couldn't relate to those cons. And I was like, if someone calls me a Gen Z, that is how they are going to look at me. But that was not the case when I started to own it. Like, am I a Gen Z? I am very much a Gen Z. Yeah. So I think number one, it takes that. Secondly, rightly you mentioned. So it is a vision that the perception is created in a way like Gunjan was mentioning yesterday while our discussion. It is actually a strategy to build of a perception of a perception. So it is that way. We are actually rewiring so many aspects of it so that people start talking to us about that. So, for example, if I am in the market, if my product is in the market, how are people engaging it with? If I am online, are people writing comments or sharing it with their friends? Because this is the language we speak in the marketing terms. So I believe just to get those numbers, a lot of our uniqueness dilutes. Because if we will see ourselves as well on stage, so I am not this person when I'm at home or office. I'm very much a chappal person. And I like to sit with my folded legs on the chair. But right now, I just don't feel like doing it. But that doesn't change me. So, again, coming back to the point, so like we were working with a hydration brand, I might say, and like currently with a skincare brand. So, yes, it takes from the founder's side too if they are ready to do this test. Because in the initial startup phase, so just to give a background, we closely work with startups, very initial level startups. So, at this stage, people are very vulnerable for numbers, for, yeah, let's just test something very quickly, let's go to the market very quickly. But it only takes for a few founders to actually do this pre-launch thing, where they just test with actual customers in the actual market, but a very small size market, and do it. So yes, so coming back to the question, it is not, now for example, if it gets diluted, how do we currently just tweak it and understand the underlying problem? Like there's a surface level problem and then there is a real problem in it. So I think the first step should be identifying the real problem. And definitely, like it looks good on the paper, but it is not just one person who is going to build that. There would be a lot of retailers involved, distributors involved. It should benefit everyone in one way or the other. It is not sometimes just stories, sometimes it is monetary benefit as well. And it is correlated with you as a brand. How much do you want people to benefit from your brand? Because at the end of the day, money matters. We like it, we don't like it, but it matters. So, yeah.
Great, great. So, yeah, so we've talked about strategy and the brand part, and what you said about the brand that, if you don't know who you are, and if you don't or you don't carefully craft that perception at the
Yeah.
strategy level, then the brand can really suffer. You cannot really do a very coherent branding
Yes, I do
around that.
agree. Yeah.
I think the clarity is not just defining who we are. The clarity actually comes by defining who we aren't, right? That's where it starts to actually, fits in. And once you have that clarity, then it starts to, because then that's one premise you can stick around. When we are just defining who we are and not really defining the guardrails around it, there is a chance that we may just, start to, okay, I am a B2B, for example, focused. But if there's a B2C client and, as somebody said, good money, maybe at my level, my sales guys will say, no, you said, just B2B. And I said, okay, let's try. But with that one action, I may just send some signals, which I may not realize right now, but will have an effect later on, much, much later on. And then I can't complain. Then I have to
Yep.
work it on. Sorry, I just barged in.
No, no, that's perfectly fine. So basically, yeah, what do you say no to? Like you also said, Gunjan, right? It's one of the toughest things to say, right? I mean that, okay, I'm not going to do this, or we are not this. So I think that's very interesting, and it's also interesting that you used you said guardrails, right? So with AI, this term has really come up a lot, but it's actually just a manifestation or a reflection of what we should be doing ourselves anyway. So whether you guardrail the AI or not, ultimately you need to guardrail your business also, saying that, we are not, I'm not going to go in that direction and get distracted. Yeah, so we want the AI to have guardrails, whereas we want to go and do our own thing. No, and yeah, absolutely. Strategy, it's, from just going back to that for 1 second. So you have like your value proposition, your messaging, your positioning, essentially. All of that ultimately leads to positioning. Your differentiation, the differentiation is where it comes in, that who we are not becomes very important, right? And then that's how, because you're defined by also what you don't do, right? And being honest about that.
Yeah, just to add on to that. So there is a big misconception in the market, and there's a fine line difference between a business and a brand. So brand is not something that you can test on very quickly, but it is the business operational and quite very short messaging that you can check on. Because that is something I think that the industry has to understand, be it us, be it founders and everyone. Because a brand is actually not built in a day. It takes decades for us to understand what we want people to say. And sometimes, so for example, if we give an example of Apple, Apple is a brand, but If you ask the normal users, how many have seen the actual Apple versus Samsung ads? You will find that number very short. But Apple is a status. Having Apple gives people confidence. I am not okay with chappal here because it will not give me the confidence that my current attire is giving me. That is what comes with brand. And
Yeah.
business is, am I okay?
Hmm.
Am I doing okay monetarily? Because I have salaries to pay. I have a lot of responsibilities ahead. There are investors involved, there are a lot of aspects involved. So I think the first step begin is to identify if it is a brand problem or a business problem, because
Yes.
both of it has to be corrected in their own way.
Right, right, absolutely. So, no, very, very great. Let me bring in Sajid over here. Um, the next step, from strategy to branding. Now we have the actual execution, right? So you've defined your strategy, you've defined your brand, and you think that you have a relative differentiation, uniqueness. You can stand out in the crowd. Where do things go wrong now?
Yeah, yeah. When it comes to execution, there's a lot of difference in what we thought of and how it gets executed. And there's a whole pre-AI and post-AI kind of a pre-AI and post-AI kind of a world right now. Pre-AI, there was a lot of, I would call it human slop before, when the whole idea of consistency changed and people started to do what they wanted, and it became kind of a rejig of the sameness, which kept on happening. So that is kind of brought in the post AI world as well. So I feel, in the post AI world, what the human slop has been converted into AI slop, I feel, and that is where the execution comes in, and if you don't have a core thought, the execution gets ruined anyway. So I think
So
that's
do you
where the
have
whole thing.
like what happens in your world in terms of, because I think if you're building a video
Right,
or a film or a movie, right,
right,
and you're producing these aspects,
right.
if something goes wrong at that level, how does that get communicated to your client or to the business owner? Like, how do you root cause this? Because as
Right,
someone else also mentioned that
right.
that's the symptom and that's where you see the manifestation of it, but the root cause might be
Yeah.
upstream.
No, it's very difficult. Once you are in the execution stage, you're just figuring out how to finish it off, and work with the clients and figure out what they want. And this communication always is a big deal. So I feel, I mean, execution at the execution point, you really can't change much. So I think when your strategy has changed, or the strategy has been defined, you work with it. So that's what we do. Yeah.
Yeah, and perhaps I think one takeaway for the audience and for the, especially the founder members and the sort of the sponsors of marketing, so to speak, and the consumers of marketing on on the business side of things, is that I think at the execution level, what I've seen is I think if things go wrong, then everyone jumps in to fix the problem at that level. Or maybe this video doesn't work this way, or this campaign is not going well. Let's tweak this metric. Let's tweak that metric. And it becomes really difficult because no one really wants to go back to the whiteboard, and that's almost like a, a negative and connotation is there with
Right.
that, oh, now do we have to go back to the whiteboard? But trust me, I think you will save a lot of your energy and effort, and the quality will really be supremely good if you're agile enough and can go back to step one and say that let's do this quickly, because we know that something is not working in the strategy, it's just showing up in the execution,
Right. It
right, Sajid?
definitely does. So I think you can go back and fix things and then find the brand as you go about it. So I think that's very important to
So
change and
correct. So it's, I think we all talk about agility, and and in software, I come from the software technology industry. So being agile about, we used to, the technology industry used to be about waterfall, starting from like requirement design, where you have like 50-page requirement document creation and all that. That was like 30 years ago. But now that doesn't happen anymore, and there are weekly sprints and stuff. So I think that is the same thing. Probably marketing teams also should adopt, saying that okay, how do we run this flywheel very, very quickly, right, within like 2 week cycles, let's say, right, if not faster.
Sorry if you, I mean, very good point, and I'm very sorry that I'm keeping Sharik away from the mic for so long. I'm not trying to do that, but the point you're saying, see the agility as the method, as the um, as a behavior is there, so even all the facets, not just technology, marketing, sales, operations, everybody is trying to be agile, do figure, do more, do less, keep working on that, keep improving that. What it does is that it's now leaving you with very less time to react to certain of the problems that you just mentioned, right? Which means that uh, while we are agile with our processes and the output, we also need to be, cognizant enough that garbage in, garbage out. So, which means that if there was, as Sajid just said, at the output level, we're realizing the communication is not aligning to what the brand wanted, and the brand manager is saying, "Hey, it's not, this is not what I wanted. Looks good, but not me." And then you're trying to fix the script, you're trying to fix the screenplay, and let's maybe it's the music, it's too casual, let's bring in more corporate music, all of that. That's just fixing the perception which Saloni was referring to, right? At that level, what you just said, Shivit, if we are courageous enough to actually accept and say, no, wait, I think the brief was wrong, let's go back and actually fix that, and again figure, okay, how do we do that, then that might bring in. So we need to be agile at the thought process as well. We are waterfall at the thought process and agile at the output, and that is creating the whole problem where the brands now are looking so similar. You just, as I said, you just move the logos out, they're all talking the same stuff. And what Sajid said, AI. Now, AI has taken away, AI has consumerized that differentiation which the skills had. The difference between two agencies, two marketing firms, were all about the kind of brains you had in your teams. Now that level has kind of got commoditized, because now the brains are getting outsourced to AI. And now the differentiation lies in how good you prompt, how good you
Yeah.
suggest that. Correct?
Right. Yeah, it's an industrialized sameness. So I think
True.
it's become what previously was the slop has
Like
become. Sorry, what previously was the slop has become an industrialized sameness.
exactly. So fundamentally, because of the templates and everything, and we're just discussing it outside as well, AI is amplifying the sameness. So I have access to same templates and same style of what AI is producing as somebody else. We're just producing the same thing. So that agility needs to be now brought into the management side as well, which absolutely what Saloni said. It's about business. It's not about brand. Is somewhere in the middle of the whole funnel.
Right. And I think what AI has done in my experience over the last couple of years is that it has really put the business on the spot a little bit, right? I mean, in the sense that we were all like busy bees, marketers doing marketing, salespeople doing sales, right? And we were all busy with work, and how productive it was always that's where all the focus was, at least, right? And a lot of activity that was happening. With AI, all of those activities have become simpler. Writing has become simpler, coding has become simpler, designing has become simpler. So now what the question becomes is that, okay, uh, okay, I can do whatever you want me to do, but tell me, what do you want me to do? And that's the question to the CEOs that marketers ask, that, okay, now have you defined yourself? Do you know yourself? Do you know what you don't want to do, and so on? So I think, yeah, that's a great point, that, and that agility, I think, is going to help, and that more honest and fast and courageous conversation is, I think, very important, even for agencies to talk to their clients and have this honest conversation. Yeah, bringing in Sharik now. So, right, I mean, so fourth part of the wheel is the customer perception, right? So, and that's kind of the outcome. So whatever we did the strategy, we did the branding, we did the execution, and what happens at the customer perception level, right? And how does that how does the sameness um, and if there is sameness that comes over there, and it's like, the lack of remarkability is what I call, not being remarkable, because I think every company needs to be remarkable. And when I do something which is like, wow, someone says, I might not be an Apple, I might not be a Nike, but everyone says that, okay, you're doing something nice, you're doing something different, right? And that's what we would all love to hear as founders, right? So how do you get that, Sharik, that perception which someone says, that someone's eyes light up when you're talking to them, because I've done my strategy, I've done my branding, I have done beautiful execution, done this whole agile back and forth and everything, right? uh, at the customer perception level, does something break over there based on the customer or whatever?
Yeah, so I've seen multiple gaming brands struggle at this because at the end of it, the end product is almost similar, right? Either it's a skill game or it's a casual game, but at the end of it, all of them are giving the same game to the user to play. So what I see is the problem is inconspicuous brand positioning. So you don't really identify your true USP that you can table to the user to identify you as a separate brand from other people who are giving you that particular service or particular product. So one problem is that, and the second problem is not understanding the needs and wants of the different micro segments that exist within your user base. So a poker player is very different from a rummy player, and a rummy player is very different from a fantasy player, and a fantasy player is very different from a sports book or a sports exchange player. So these are different kind of players, and they have different psychographics. They play at different times. There are different age groups which play these games. Like a poker would be more probably played by a younger audience, while a rummy would be played by a slightly elder audiences. So understanding the needs and wants of each of your micro segments, and then positioning your brand, presenting your uniqueness in those for those particular micro segments is the key that I see.
Right. And that goes back to strategy that, for example, if, it ideally it shouldn't happen, but, or you would not want it to happen, but if things break at the customer perception level, then there was something wrong with the strategy, right? And most of the times, at least, right? I mean, maybe something went wrong in the execution thing. That does happen, but the bigger problem is the something what went wrong at the strategy level, and that's where the original comes back. We come back to the original question that at the time of defining your strategy, you just don't need to move to the right and go around spinning like this. You're coming to the left, testing the market and seeing what is the micro segment I'm going after. How are they responding to this strategy, right? Doing quick prototypes and running it by these people, and then that's how then you start the traversing the wheel, right? The flywheel. Great point. And I think on the strategy side of things. Differentiation is really, there are two ways in my experience that we look at differentiation can be looked at. I love the word differentiation, but there is a slight discomfort I have with the word differentiation in the sense that it still means that I am part of some category, I'm part of some story, I'm just a little different, right? So it still doesn't go all the way to say that I'm completely new. My product category is new because ideally we would all want to create our own product categories or service categories and live there, rather than saying that, oh, I'm like 1 degree away from someone else, right? So I think that's an important aspect, that when you're defining who you are not, and all that, you're also implicitly trying to create your own market and your own product category, not just your own product or service. And I think that then and then because and from that you'll have your own customer segments that come in, the your micro segments. Maybe you're catering to not the standard industry or function based segments in B2B, or demographic based segments in B2C, but you're defining something extremely unique, right? You're really getting into the psychology of things. So perhaps that's what Nikes and Apples of the world really get it right, because it's not about demographics, it's not about those aspects, but it goes into a couple of levels deeper than that, right? Okay, so in the next segment, so I wanted to, so we have a quick time check. So we have about 5 to 10 minutes of our discussion, and I'd love to open it up for the audience as well. Um, what I wanted to, so Saloni, there are formats and contexts and different ways in which brand comes out, right? How do you manage or like a tactical question, how do you manage the shifts in consumer behavior, how they respond to these new formats, and short form versus long form? I know short form was all the rage. A couple of weeks ago, I read somewhere that people are going away from short forms and reels and want to go deeper into the podcast kind of things where they really get value out of it. How does that play into the whole differentiation equation?
So again, it comes down to the brand that you want to build a lot with who you and your team are. How does your business run? So how does the business run is also a part of how the brand. When we say brand, I think there is a big fog in our head, and it's just Perception is something that people say, visual identity is something that people say, but then there is a very important aspect which comes as personality. So for example, we might see a lot of agencies and a lot of people. How many have seen the manager driven jokes? How manager is not a very nice person? All of us.
For the record, a lot of hands went up there.
How many have you? Exactly. Exactly my point. And we are seeing that content. All of us here. And now coming to the second part. Have we seen the numbers on that? It is crazy. So it now joins with the goal of it. If the agency wants to be famous, or if XYZ wants numbers, for a number game, make relatable content which is not driven by the brand. But it is a very common topic that people talk on. For example, Gen Z. Which about Gen Z? Pardon my language, but you will see the numbers and a lot of founders just correlating, and there would be Gen Zs fighting for themselves. And the comment section rocks. So, and but when you post or see an artist's page, and when we look at their initial content, when they're actually showing their craft, when they are actually showing their skills, which is their own voice, which is their own composition, but the numbers are just so less. So yesterday and day before yesterday, people were discussing in the panel, like we are actually fighting with the cute dog videos. We are actually fighting with cute baby videos, but we just remove that and suddenly all we see is our competitors. No. If you see a lot of vlogs, especially in India, where people are not in a very fancy home, they are just showing their life. But the numbers, the share, it is a part of the routine that people see when they reach home. And
Okay.
that is how. So, again, how do you use LinkedIn? So, suddenly in LinkedIn, all of us are on LinkedIn, I am assuming.
I
The
guess.
way you are on Instagram, are you on LinkedIn? If my friend texts me on LinkedIn, I will suddenly reply very professionally. And same person when would send me a message on WhatsApp, it is different. You will see stickers flowing.
Yeah, but there, yeah, correct. There is a core of me which is not
Yes,
different, right?
Yeah, I
yes,
think
Sajid wants
formats
to
is
come back
also,
here.
yeah, I think either formats is brand chooses different formats, and there are many different kinds of way it can be executed,
yeah,
but the formats are very important. I think the reels are different, the shorts are different, the long format, and right now I think volume based content is going to be very big because AI can do that faster. I think that's where formats will change too. Yeah, Gunjan, what are your thoughts on that?
yeah. No, no, absolutely, I agree. So, for example, how many have used this emoji? All of us.
All the time. Yes.
When you use it with your friends, is it perceived the same way? It is sarcastic. What about that smiley emoji? It is like, I'm not saying a word, but all of them just understood it. Sometimes content is not even words. And I think the word of the year this year was 6 7.
Yeah.
Those are not words. So I think that is where the game comes in. But how many of you us watches movies? Same people, but a sticker won't work here. Now we want to invest that 1 hour, absolutely 1 hour, to just understand the story. When will the hero actually boom? When will he will have a downfall? We know there is a wave. There is wave in every movie. We all know that. Sometimes we can predict the movie and we'll say we knew it. And
So
as
yeah,
soon as
so whether you
something,
say it in 1 minute or 3 hours,
it
eh,
is
the
your,
wave is the same.
I think
So
our expertise, I would use expertise here actually. This time I'm not feeling guilty to use it. But we should know our target audience enough. And it is not just their age, demographics, but like Hemal was mentioning yesterday, like you have to know their behavior in different hours.
So coming from that,
Yeah.
Saloni, the point about, so you talked about how digitization of our complex emotions, right? Whether it's a thumbs up or a smile,
Yeah.
it does an approximate job, but it could be interpreted as sarcasm
Yeah.
or whatever. Now, coming from another perspective, question for Gunjan, that when you're making content, now you have to make content not just for humans, you have to also make for algorithms. So what's the difference? So does that smile or that sarcastic thumbs up, eventually if your audience is also AI, what happens there, right? I mean, how does that communication happen? How do you build content? Do you build content differently for humans versus AI? Um, and how do you use that?
Very interesting question. Just before I answer this, just to set the context, and I know we are ticking on clock. Just to set the context, remember the flywheel you were referring to. We started with strategy. We need to have clarity, right? Now, the clarity needs to not just be about who we are not, etc., etc., but there's an inherent, internal coherence that we need to bring in as well, which means that, if a founder says, "Hey, I offer productized service," but my sales guy is saying, "Hey, I'm an implementation partner." My marketing is saying, "Hey, I'm a transformation partner," right? My operations is saying something else. Yeah? Now, if that consistency is not there, then you're not only confusing humans, you're confusing algorithms as well, right? And mea culpa, and I'm sure everybody else will, cross your heart and I'll not say the rest, but please tell me if that confusion hasn't wreaked in your organization. It happens because each one of us are defining ourselves a little differently. And if we are not able to, at the business level, define ourselves in one sentence, then the team will fill in the gaps. Now that's what showcases in the content as well, visual, textual, whichever way it is. Content is what? Forms of communication. What Saloni referred to are just platforms of ways of communicating. If I were to make a pitch, then or rather elevator pitch, then all I have is 10 seconds to tell you the same thing. If I had a deck, I have some 15 slides to tell you the same thing. If I have a corporate movie, I have 2 minutes to tell you the same thing. But the magic is not in the formats and all of that. The magic is in the same thing that I need to be telling you about, which means the consistency of that clarity which comes in. Now, one more thing that we should keep in mind, in my sense, is that many a times, and I was thinking when you were saying that, we are all trying to create a niche. We are all trying to create our, market segment. Why? Because I think it becomes easier to sell. The difficult part is to be in the place where you are, in a space where others are also existing, and in that sense you are creating that differentiation. That's the brand, right? So Apple, Samsung, they all have followers, but then the brands are different. Correct. Now, coming back to the point, what we do is many a times, and we have been discussing this. Soloni was making points of different uses of formats of things, and 6-7 is completely lost on me. Thank you for reminding me that, and thank you for reminding me that we are not Gen Zs. But uh, it, 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 what's happening is that all of this is for human consumption, right? The brand, the communication, the content, what we are creating are human consumption. That, if I keep the consistency going, which means at the founders level, my value proposition, my deck, my differentiation charts, my, all of those things will be the formats I'll be looking at in a B2B world. In a B2C world, obviously things change. But in the algorithm, consistency, the repeatability, the phrases that you keep defining yourself with, that matters. Because
Yeah, in fact, repetition is, I think, very
repetition
important.
is
And
what is important. Because
yeah,
why? Because algorithm is trying to put you in a cluster. And if you confuse the algorithm, whether it's AI or AI based SEO or SEO or social or whichever it is, if you confuse the personality, what Saloni referred to, if you confuse the system as well, then what it does, it has no obligation on you. It will just say, okay, if this is what you're saying, then maybe you are this part of a cluster, and that's not the cluster you wanted to be part of. That's where the whole
becomes even
problem
more
starts.
correct. So it becomes even more important to uh, be more repetitive in marketing, and that's something
Exactly.
that I think we tend to forget in our
Right.
quest, because we're all very creative
We're
and we
trying to
want
create
to.
the niche. We're
Yeah,
trying to find new words to
yeah.
define
So I think
ourselves. And that's not the joy.
right, right. So and I think good, great marketing teams and great companies that are known for their, marketing is are people who say the same things 10 times, and they're not afraid to say the same
Absolutely.
sentence, and that
Absolutely.
their elevator pitch is exactly those 50 words or 100 words that they talk about, right? And there's no shame in that, even
Right.
though you feel like, oh, am I just rote learned the thing and saying it, but that's where you need to
Because
get to.
that percolates down when you
Right.
start to look
And
at algorithm.
God forbid you do that with AI, right? If you keep as in if you keep
Keep
changing,
changing. Yes.
if you keep changing it with AI, the AI is going to get very confused. At least humans will have applied their mind saying that, okay, he used a different word, but I think he means this. But AI will not have the
See, it's very
smartness to do
simple.
that. So
Humans can infer meaning.
yeah,
Algorithms infer patterns. If you don't, if you're not clear with your patterns, and patterns come with
great point.
repeatability.
Yeah,
So you need to have phrases. So which means your website, your thought leadership content, your blogs, your social posts, everything needs to connect. Now, when personality was happening, and what Saroni was referring to, different ways of different content and how do we look at it? Because humans are consumption. I mean, they're consuming a 30-second reel and they're consuming a 3-hour movie with equal ease. But as a brand, if I'm able to bring that consistency across the two, then I'm able to create my differentiation and I'll be able to have my niche within the mind share. It is
right,
nothing to do with how much numbers I get and everything. Sorry, I'm
sure,
out of clock,
right,
but that's the
yeah.
point I was trying to drive at. That let's not be afraid of being clustered.
Hmm.
The differentiation lies in the way we approach, the consistency, the clarity,
Great
and
point. Yes,
eventually the repeatability of the phrases that we're using across different things.
right.
If we define by humor, let's have humor everywhere. That's how
Yeah,
we work with this. Sorry, I
sounds
took
great.
a lot of time.
No, no, that's great. So, Sharik, I'll give you the last word. Overall, if you were to, from a customer, especially the outcome perspective, customer perception perspective, right? Um, from a behavior and psychology perspective, you touched upon it earlier. Anything you want to add, especially from the AI side of things? Maybe a quick minute for you, and then I think we can open it up for the audience.
Yeah, so it starts from the website. The first thing that the user experiences is the website, right? So, how's the website load time, and what kind of variety of games do you have on your website or your product or services? Then it moves on to the UI UX of it. Are you able to access things easily, or are you facing challenges there? Then it comes about, if you're doing a transaction on the website, are the transactions seamless, or are you facing challenges there? Then it's about transparency. If you're doing a transaction, do you have an account statement where you can see everything clearly? And then after that, it's about the service. If you're facing any challenges, are you getting the service on time? All of these things are touch points where your customer is creating a perception about your brand. You cannot miss at any of the touch points, and all of these cohesive, if the brand voice is cohesive and all of these touch points and all the communications that you're sending out, like Gunjan mentioned, at every place it should have the same brand personality. If that
Right.
goes out, then I think the brand will be out there.
Right, great point. I think all the customer touch points across all functions, customer service, customer support, everything, right? So I'll let me open it up to the audience. We have about 5 minutes. Any questions from the audience around this area that you'd love to answer?
Or did we end up confusing them with the perception you were trying to build for you?
Hello, guys. Good morning, and my name is Guna, as you know, and interesting insights that all of you have. Thank you for today. So, I think most of the topic, or I would say the insight that you guys shared, would apply more towards anyone who has product-based solutions, right? But now, when it comes to service-based businesses, right? So, in today's world, when we have AI, there's this the competitiveness becomes easy, right? So those days when you build a brand, you have interesting strategy, business strategy, everything you put in place. It takes a while for a competitor to catch up with you in today's world, right? But with AI, like what Sharik, you were mentioning, right? You get the blogs correct, you get the website correct, the UX correct, and it's so easy for someone to then just come and replicate it quickly and say they also offer the same services, I mean, this just doesn't happen. I mean, it happens in all the markets, right? In Dubai, in Malaysia, in India as well, especially, with a lot of them. When you have a lot of people, and with the power of AI, a lot of them can become entrepreneurs. They start a company, and everyone is trying to stand out. So how, as a brand, how do we then try to stand out above the rest?
Guna, thanks. Um, Same thing, digital marketing services. I'm competing with the WPPs of the world, and I'm competing with a 20-year-old out of the college who's also offering SEO services, right, at God knows what price. The point is that is par for course. Whatever we're just discussing may not be just limited to product. It definitely works with services as well. The differentiation lies, service is service, right? If you look at from a definition standpoint, the differentiation lies in two things. One is, are you able to really understand the problem, what you're trying to solve with your service? And the second is definitely the delivery or the experience, right? These are the only two ways that we can create a differentiation. Otherwise, my SEO is as good as anybody else's SEO, or as good as anybody else's social, and all of those in build. But these are just the tools, right? It's all about if we end up being focused as marketer or brands owners or founders, if we just end up being focused only or fixated only on the brand, how different I am, or only on the product or the service, how do I create that differently and find a niche or etc., we are missing the plot. We need to be fixated on problem. When we work backwards from there, then it starts to actually bring in your differentiation. So it's the perception that we build with those promises, and the kind of things we are talking to. For example, maybe my mic got cut off, or okay, I'm talking a lot. Or if you're trying to figure out what the end goal is, and many a times we've found that the founders or CEOs, etc., or CXOs, many a times are fixated on other things, and they're not really really true to what the problem really needs to be solved. And so you need to help them articulate that problem as well. Hopefully, that 20-year-old is not able to do that yet.
But
Yes,
also,
Sajid,
you
you want-
can't replicate authenticity. So if you are authentic, anybody can copy that, but you might not be able to replicate that. The
Absolutely. I was going to say
original
the same
thought.
thing. I think your positioning and your differentiation, all it should be so, unique to you that if anyone comes and tries to copy you, it should be like, you've asked for it, buddy. You're not going to be able to replicate it, and that's how strong our positioning needs to be. That because living it is going to be a very difficult proposition for them.
I would just like to add on to that. So I would like to actually differ from what everyone has said, to be honest. But my reason is fairly simple. Like, I know there is a big, and it has been separated for a reason, B2B and B2C. But if you see B2B as well, like, we will say we are all agencies. But now, when we are interacting with each one of you, it is different. It is different. It is, I think, when it comes to B2B or B2C as well, it comes with how much patience do you have and how much budget do you have. Both are equally important. So, for example, if you want to go wild, if you want to differentiate from a 20-year-old who is doing crazy and versus with 20 years of experience that you are doing crazy, because actual age that this meta boomed is same for both of you all. It is how much time you have invested in that. So for example, if someone who has worked in meta starts an agency and he is actually a 30-year-old, he knows the tits and bits of it.
Let me
It's
put it one
yeah.
last quick, maybe slightly abstract one, but something to think about. I'm very passionate about music. Music has essentially 12 notes, if at least the melody part of it, right? And you look at the amount of music that gets created with just those 12 notes. So I think the combination, your unique recipe, the way you put it together, I think is very critical. With that, let me just
We
sign
act-
off. Thank you so much,
we
Gunjan,
actually
Saloni,
have
Sharik, Sajid. Yes, please go ahead.
we actually have 10 more minutes for
Yeah,
the
lovely.
audience, if but
I
we
can
need
talk
to
more.
make
Yeah,
sure to just keep it to that 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Please turn this into a conversation. Feel free to come up on the mic and turn this into a conversation with our panelists.
Okay.
So myself, Ganesh De Chauhan, I run a marketing agency, mostly into SEO and performance. So my question is into performance marketing. As you all know, since all are marketers, there is an Andromeda update, right? And we are in the world, especially majority of the client, where they say, "Mera logo bada karo." I need my logo to be bigger, right? Now, mm, Facebook comes, Meta comes and say, "Lazy marketers' days are over. There is a AI. You can create content now. I want more content. You cannot repeat the winning ad creatives. You need to create winning ad creative every day. If you're doing advantage campaign, if you're doing CBO, ABO, I don't care. I need more creatives, more testing. And the core of marketing is back. Marketing is equal to A B testing. How do you align with your brand, so called brand guideline, and be authentic with your content and still be updated and keep up with the all the updates that are going on?
Yeah. So if I can take. So I think here the role of a brand strategist plays a very, very vital role. So the guideline that you mentioned, it can be a guideline of one pager which states this is the color code that you have to use, typography you have to use, and this is how you should align and position, place the logo with this much difference in the pixel. That is one set of the guideline. And another guideline is when you are facing this XYZ situation, when you want to cater your consumers FOMO, when you want to cater for a hype, when you want to cater the nervousness of a consumer, when the what happens when the consumer is confused between two services. So for example, if you are into performance marketing, you must have met multiple people here who are into performance marketing. Do you see them as your competitors? Why do you not see? And so does everyone in their own way. It is their experience, it is their relationship building skills, and all of it. So, performance marketing. So, for example, now you're saying how many creatives? Yes, it is needed. It is very much needed in multiple narratives, because if your target audience is just one, it is fairly simple. But if you are catering to multiple aspects of your target audience in different cities, be it in India, India is different in every state, every city, even 100 kilometers apart, you will see a different behavior. Within the city, you will see. If you will see Delhi, you can differentiate between a person from North Delhi, South Delhi, East Delhi, and West Delhi. It is a thing. So even when you're saying Delhi, it is Delhi with different behaviors. And I'm not talking about India. And I'm not even talking about Delhi NCR. I'm just talking about Delhi. So yeah, creative is required, and yeah, the role of the brand strategist plays a big role, so that it is for easy for the creators. It is easy for the people who are making the creatives, can make the creatives in a way that they do not have to put their brain into it on what should be there in the creative, but rather they put their brains. I would actually love if you will put your brain into how can we scale this in Meta, or how can we do the right SEO to it, not on this side of the. That is something that the brand and the creators have to take care of. So yeah, it is important that everyone understands their role. Performance marketing wouldn't be the single thing that will help forever.
True.
It needs the market presence, the real life presence. If you are a B2B, it is important that you are in places where you want your customers to be in, not maybe selling your business, but just being there is important. So yeah, that is how I would like
Gunjan,
to
you
put.
had
Yep.
something to say?
Just to extend what Saloni was referring to. Multiple formats, multiple creatives, the volume of it, because the platforms are driving it. They want the volume because they see the consumption drives the need, etc., etc., etc. But it brings back to the flywheel example what Shivesh was referring to, right? It's agile in that sense, so you need to have that loop. So the A/B testing never went away. We were just lazy about it, right? It's okay, let's go with it. But it's back with vengeance, so we need to be looking at it. The only thing is, which the A/B testing is not for, the A/B testing is largely for what is getting consumed or what is getting picked up, right? But if we are only fixated by trends, then the problem is that we may just be going after the trends because this particular kind of content work better, so let me just start to create that. It is short lived. The long lived stuff is the consistency we just kept harping about, right? So whichever, whatever AB, A, B, C, D in there, 25, 23, 26 letters, we can do all of those, but the core message remains the same. And I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody knows this. It's just that we are just maybe perhaps trying to get that call back in, right? Just a recall happening. So it's the consistency if we keep clarity about, which means that right at the first level, when the brand is asking you to do, hey, let's come up with these things, we need to push them back into consistency. What is that one message that you want to drive across these 1,000 creatives? You tell us, and then accordingly we can. That the creativity then takes over, but the clarity needs to be before creativity. Usually it's the other way around, and that's where the problem is.
Again, going a little bit back to the music analogy, right? I mean, so it's said that music is what it's about those seven notes, seven natural notes, and five flat and sharp notes, right? So 12 notes in total. But music is not about those notes. Music is what lies in between those notes. How you put the notes together, how you move from one note to another. So if the Eastern style of music, Western style of music have different approaches to it. So those anchor points and that repeatability is important. Music has rhythm also, right? So where that cyclicality is always there, that you have to keep talking, coming back to the anchor. But within those endpoints of that rhythmic cycle, that's where you create that magic, and that's where you create that thing. So it is that 1% creativity that you bring in with 99% repeatability and consistency is going to change the game. And good thing is with AI, there's more possibilities also that it opens up.
The other point is, sorry, Shvesh, the other point is we should learn from cyber threats, cyber security, how it has evolved. They were always trying to find where your next victim is, right? And that means they were looking for water holes, like in jungle where animals come in together. And just much like alligators and all the other, predators, we're looking for where people are coming in and then go back and cast the net and, bring them in. That's what the marketing should also be thinking like, right? So testing everything is tactical strategy, and then we go about doing that. Now, within that, if you're not able to push back to the brands, and many times the brands come, for example, from an agency standpoint, and they're saying, no, this is the trend which is going, like, let's go for it. But does it really, is this trend the water hole of your audience, right? That if that clarity is there, then it all falls back in.
Yeah. Ayushi, please go ahead.
Hi guys, it's really cold here. So one of the things that I'm taking away from this conversation
Can
is
you take the
that
mic a little to yourself?
better.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm taking away from this conversation is that instead of focusing on standing out, being different trends, tactics, focus on being true to the brand, who you are, what you stand for, what is the positioning. So I want to understand from, and it's open to all of you, if you could help me understand, how do you define that for a brand or a client? Like, how do you define what that brand means? What is the personality? Do you guys do it completely at the agency end, research and do it, or you do it in collaboration with the client? So what are the steps, or if you can give an example that would be like, that would like complete this whole conversation for me. Thank you. Take this. No worries. So, like you mentioned, how I would like to state my particular. So, for example, like I mentioned, we work with very early stage startups. Some are even who do not have the brand name as well. So, how we see it is actually how you would date a person. It is like going on multiple dates with the founder. So, in dating phase, the first, when you go on a first date, you are very excited. You will show your best side. You will be very, very maybe well dressed. Maybe you will have much more etiquettes than you do. And like he was mentioning, consistency. And for the relationship to work, can you do what you did on the first date till the end and post your marriage too? Because, yeah, that is the game. So now, so how we start is number one, just first hear the founder, hear whatever he or she has to say, and then just take a break and analyze, okay, this happened. Just don't overthink it. Then the next step involves where Okay, now second date with the founder. Now you guys are a bit more comfortable. So now when you're a bit more comfortable, you can ask a lot of questions. And when you ask that questions, it is on you how you can draw a pattern, how you can see this is what, because what he or she says in the first date is actually the vision, is actually the aspiration on how he or she wants the things to be. So that is number one. And now, once these 2, 3 rounds of dates are over, now you sit back and now you take a break. Okay, this is what is happening in the business world of these things. So, for example, if it's a hydration brand or maybe an agency, this is happening. This is how people are giving services. There are businesses who are giving the same service for 50,000, and maybe you are charging 1,50,000 and someone else is charging 3,50,000. What is the difference? Is there a difference? Because pricing also, now coming to the pricing part of it, it is a very known fact that higher the price, the more luxurious it feels. But when you are nothing, it is not that way. It becomes a thing when you become a thing and how you portray yourself. So, to make this differentiation, a lot of communication takes place. So, who is going to be your representative, your voice at multiple places? Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn is one part of the thing. Pinterest, Reddit, people don't talk about it, but they are actually very good. Quora is very good. Medium is very good. Then comes the narrative or ad films that we might say. Ad in one ad film, two ad film, three ad film, you can never tell. I just don't believe it. You can ever tell your whole story. So now, how do you assemble these points and just bring it together and draft the narrative? So, for example, in our case, even when the brand has nothing, it is now like giving birth to a child. Now it is on you. What values do you want to put? Now to put that values, you have to create that environment. Now the people you hire, are they with the same goals? Are they, do they have the same hunger as you? Are they equally interested in the
Right.
product and all of
Sure.
it things?
Correct.
And now, once all of it is set, when you set the name, even setting a name for a child is like something he or she will be called for the lifetime. It is important. Why do we see a lot of God names reference in India when we are naming the child? It is a thing.
So
It
brand,
is
right?
it is not that the baby will become that God,
So
but we
brand,
want
it's
So
also
values.
brand is a creation
Right,
also.
right.
It's
exactly
not just an
brand is
articulation of what
creation.
is behind. So
Absolutely.
Gunjan,
So,
you had
Ayushi, if I may just add in what Saloni was referring to, just a little bit of a caveat over here. Um, Dating, yes, goes for, I mean, we all know this. The only difference lies, or rather the major difference lies, is how civil you are about it. You need not be. You know, need not be courteous and so he's not behaving well with the waiters, it's fine. Maybe he's tense or whatever. No. We need to push back, which means that if the brand is not able to really articulate and make us understand who are supposed to be their communication, whatever, if we are not able to understand and decipher it in our head, we'll never be able to help them articulate it later on, right? So we need to be asking them, who do you think you are? Not in that sense, but who you are, who you want to reach out to, really who your customer is. I'm being told by again by cutting my mic out. Okay, sorry if I just quickly come. Who you want to sell it to? What is it that you're offering? And the last bit is, how are you saying it, right? What is it that you want them to perceive you? What's that image that you want? These things are core. And then you need to keep pushing back. And she rightly said, the first few, this thing will be they are trying to impress you. But then eventually, as you move forward, you keep digging that, it starts to fall in place. Um, they the way to do it is all different. It's all depends on how your equation is. A lot of people do with questionnaires and all of that because they want structured thought. We like, and I'm sure most of us like to get onto a meeting and then do it, but several meetings. The whole idea, which when I'm talking to the CEOs, is can you please help me understand what you're trying to say? Forget about the world, right? If I can get what you're trying to say, and I'm not your audience, which means that half of what you're saying, the other person will get in like half of the time. I might not, but you have to put in that effort, which means if I can get it, your customer will definitely will get it, right?
You
That's
know,
the
right.
that's the start point.
you
And
know what
also, I
they
feel
say, if you only if you get an idea completely, can you explain it simply? So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of our panel. Thank you so much. Everyone, put your hands
you.
together in a massive round of applause for our panelists. And if we could
Thank you.
come together forward to take a picture together. Perfect. And if anyone can lend me their phone, I'd love to take a video of all of you together on stage, and then you could share it. And then the crowd is a bit sparse, so maybe we'll Okay, on three, two, And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote is for anyone who's ever asked, how do we get results, real results from AI, not just ideas? That's exactly what this session unpacks, from idea to impact, ROI frameworks that deliver outcome driven AI for your enterprise. It is all about turning buzzwords into actual business outcomes. And leading this session is someone who's building AI platforms with privacy, security, and real world results at the core. Everyone, please welcome on stage with a massive round of applause, Angat Singh, founder and CEO of NerveSpark. And with that, I hand off the mic to you, Mr. Singh.
Good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here. And what an incredible audience. I'm loving the energy. So, by a show of hands, can we see, like, how many people are actually implementing AI right now or are somewhere in the phase of, doing something, tinkering around with it? Perfect, perfect. That's great. So, today, I'm Angad and I'm the founder of NerveSparks. So, what we do is we build AI solutions for other companies from pilots to production. And today I'm here to give that value to you, to give that framework, entire map out that how do you deliver outcome driven AI for your enterprise and how do we actually adopt it. So let's get started. So first of all, let's have, an AI reality check. In this entire conference, we've heard this term a lot, AI and AI solutions. But before we go into, the good stuff, let's take a step back. Let's have a reality check. And let's address the blind spots. Now, what are these blind spots? First of all, there's hype versus reality. Now, see, with the advent of what's going on, the excitement is really high. And that means that our expectations are really high. So, how do we balance those? How do we measure proper business outcomes and align them with all the stakeholders in place? Many organizations feel that the data is ready for this, or maybe they have a structured approach. But what we've seen is most of the times, it's not just having data in proper file systems that's ingestible by AI. You really need to prepare it. You need to work on it. So from unstructured data to structured data, that's a whole new process. So first we need to identify Which phase are we in our entire AI adoption life cycle? And then let's start from there. Once we're done with that, then we have the governance and security layer in place. Now, when we're talking of governance and security, we're talking about compliances, we're talking about role-based access controls. And given, I'm sure you must be, seeing the news with newer and newer technologies coming in the way, the there becomes, there's a very thin line between what AI should be given control of, what it shouldn't be, and how do you actually take care of it, especially in an organization with different levels of, a hierarchical system. And then there's a missing link. How do we link all this together? How do we define a structured approach to connect these AI initiatives? That's what we'll be focusing on as well. So now there's a big number on the screen, 95%. So this is the uncomfortable truth about enterprise AI. AI pilots fail to reach production, 95% of them. And this is a number quoted by MIT. This is not just a number that I'm coming up with. Now, this is a big number. How do we address this gap? It's something like, I'm sure you guys must have heard of the gold rush. So we all came here. 95% of us got the shovels as well. But we forgot the maps. Now, the good part is that we're seeing executives now getting into ROI pressure. We want to measure what we are doing and why we're doing that. We have production grade focus since day one now, even in the pilot stage, so that our foundational layer that we are setting up, that's strong. Then change management. How do we align from top down and bottom up approach? How do we align the stakeholders with the people on the front lines? Finally speaking, how are we adding value to the end users? So the gap between AI investment and impact, it's no more a technology problem. It's a measurement problem because we have the tech. But what's more important is how do we align it with our business ROI? Now, what happens without a clear ROI framework? We have wasted resources. Wasted resources can be huge. There's opportunity cost. There's cost that's already gone down. So you have, an average failed AI project cost that's ranging in millions of dollars now. There's a competitive disadvantage. Organizations who don't have that ROI discipline, they move slower, and your competitors will always move faster if they have the map. Then you have eroded trust. Executives will start losing confidence if the pilots keep failing. You have talent flight. Your most talented engineers, data scientists leave organizations without clear goals. And I mean, the kind of wasted resources we're talking about, it's enough to, I guess, buy an island, you know? Or it can be another investment for a non-planned AI project. So there's no better way. A framework that connects your AI initiatives to business outcomes from day one. Now, what is this impact framework that we'll be talking about? What are we addressing here? Let's start with identifying outcomes. We'll go into detail as well. Let's start with, measuring what matters, what actually matters, not just a shiny tech product. Let's start prioritizing by value. Let's align the stakeholders who are in this entire stakeholder map. I'll be showing that as well. Like, who all do we need to get in the picture? We all need to be in the same boat. Let's calculate the true cost. We'll be showing that too. Let's deep dive into the cost of it. How are we, how are we explaining these ROI numbers? How are we explaining the investments going in place? And finally, let's keep tracking continuously. That's the golden piece. So every AI initiative must just answer one question and one question only. What specific business outcome will improve and by how much? If we have clarity on that part, then sky's the limit. So let's identify business outcomes first. We can categorize them into three values. One is automate operations, where we're streamlining processes and improving efficiency You can see there are various examples on the screen too. Then you have grow the business, where you can accelerate revenue by expanding customer value. Then you have reimagine. So this is my favorite one because this is the most futuristic one. You transform experiences entirely and you unlock newer ways of working. Now this sounds very futuristic, right? But let's not forget the most important thing here is faster time to market. It may sound futuristic, but if we're not there in time, then we're late. So there's a right way and a wrong approach to this of how we should be asking questions, even if we're asking the right ones. Now, on a lighter note, say, so this actually happened. Data scientists and developers, they walk into our room and we're discussing about what kind of business outcomes do we need. And the data scientist says, hey, I've trained the perfect model. Everything is going great. So then the CEO is asking, okay, great. So how are you measuring it? So the data scientist says, we have improved the accuracy of the model by 2%, and we've reduced the entire system latency by 100 milliseconds. You see the gap? Here we're talking about business ROI, and no doubt the technical metrics are important. But how important is it in the final value, in the bigger picture? That's what we need to address. And that's what we need to even, get people online for. So in measuring what matters, we have these categories, right? Accordingly, we have the AI ideas that will keep coming up. Then you have your key performance indicators, which are the most important things to define. If we can define that, then we're good to go. We know exactly what to measure. Only then we can align stakeholders in our entire AI stakeholder map. So that's very important. How are we measuring business outcomes? Now, this is a pyramid of different levels. On the first one, you'll see technical metrics. On the second one, you'll see operational metrics. And on level 3, you'll see business KPIs. Now, see, if the most important thing here is how do we get level 1 and level 3 to talk? And they need to be connected. If they are connected, that means your tech along with your business outcomes. If you can relate those, that's where the opportunity is. And that's where we're solving problems. So, that being said, this entire pyramid, this falls under observability and explainability. Now, whenever we talk about observability or explainability, people always think we're talking about how technically well the solution is doing. No doubt. See, being a person of tech, that's our core responsibility. 100% agreed. So we're supposed to do that. Of course, we're supposed to do that. But every AI project needs these explainability metrics in place that shows the connection between our level 1 technical metrics and the business KPIs. That means that people in your entire stakeholder on the hierarchical level, they focus on the numbers that they need to make those decisions on those levels. Let's start prioritizing value potential. This is the most simple exercise that all of us can do. Let's check it. Let's see what are the low complexity projects with the highest value. These will be our easy wins. These we can execute immediately. We can start building momentum with them. And these are what I believe that we should be focusing on initially. Then you have your big bets. You have the high value ones and you have the high complexity ones. Now these we need to plan carefully because they are also risky. We need to align resources appropriately for them and accordingly manage expectations. Then you have your low value and the high complexity ones. Let's deprioritize them for now. Let's really eliminate them. Let's focus on the good ones, the easy ones for now. And then you have your fill-ins. Let's execute them if we have the resources available in the end. And trust me, with the kind of use cases we have, you won't have any resources available. Now, what we've seen is When organizations start asking the hard questions, that's when they understand and they get reality checks. These are some hard questions that we should be asking. These are some pre signing of criterias, even for your strong good cases or your strong use cases. Do we have the business value explained clearly? Is it strategically important or not? Do we have a clear path to implementation? Have we mapped out our entire experience, or what are we going to go through? Are we assessing the risks in place? Are we using the best technology for our purpose? See, right now, for whichever use case you want to do, you do a Google search, simple, or even a chat GPT, anything. You'll find thousands of different products and solutions just catering to your problem. How do we get to know that our problem? See, what I believe is problem statements may overlap. Of course, no doubt on that. But data will be different. That's what we've seen. Mostly data is different. So you need that tailored approach. Out of these, how do you navigate through this ocean of AI solutions? It's an ocean. Complexity and data. How data ready you are. How easily is the data accessible? How easily is it integratable? We've seen organizations have data in 20-year-old legacy systems. They sometimes don't even have connectors. So we're going back first. We need to go build connectors. Then we need to start converting that data into a structured format, make it readily ingestible by AI. This is the AI stakeholder map, where we need to align these people with different roles, responsibilities, and each of them will be asking specific questions related to their roles. Let's take a step back here. If we cannot name the specific business owner who will be accountable for adoption and outcomes, let's stop and identify them before proceeding. 100%, that's the most important step here. If we can identify them, then we know exactly what everybody wants in our entire stakeholder map. Let's calculate total cost of ownership. So I'm sure you've seen Titanic, right? So this is the iceberg. You have visible cost that's above the surface, and you have hidden cost that's below the surface. Now, in this entire calculation of total cost of ownership, I've not included a very important cost. That's the emotional cost that we need to go through while explaining to the board that how we didn't get the ROI. That's still not included in that. But you see how the hidden costs outweigh the visible costs? And they will always be present. Now, tracking and iterating continuously. See, let's start analyzing our solutions. If we can analyze them after a structured approach that we have in place, we need to have proper monitoring systems too. Because what's happening is every day your data will keep increasing. AI solutions or even the LLMs, everything that's coming out, right? They're getting better and better. Now, what's happening is our expectations are not decreasing. They will, of course, keep increasing. Now, what we need to do is we need to have proper monitoring systems in place so we can complete the feedback loop. We can optimize on the feedback, specifically the customer feedback. Because whatever we are building in our entire ecosystem, if the customer is not happy with it, and he's anyway going to get off it and go back and say, hey, you know what, I can do it myself. I'll probably take a few more days, that's fine. But I can do it. Sure. Then what's the point of it? Right? So continuously creating that feedback loop, improving based on customer feedback, improving on the basis of data that is being generated, continuously converting that into AI ingestible data, labeling that, creating that metadata so that we can have a structured approach to it. Most of the times, people think they have an AI problem, but they don't. We have a data problem that first we need to solve. Only then will we be coming to the optimizing and improving the efficiency of our solutions, which again is correlated to the business KPIs. And you see iteration. So you'll see every 2 weeks down the line. Right now, I think we're at ChatGPT 5.1. We'll get another version and we'll keep getting newer versions. Why is that so? Because we are always improving. Data is being generated. We need to go back. We need to start adding more and more value. Competition is high. So our models keep getting better. And so should our entire ecosystem of solutions too. Reporting. If we have the proper reporting and analysis in place, only then can we measure the right feedback. Now, reporting can be on different levels, can be different. Your organization heads, they are working on certain metrics. They want to see how fast adoption is taking place. Your end users are the ones who are dealing with this every day. And your stakeholders, the business owners, they need some other numbers on the table. So you'll see different dashboards for each and every one of them, catering to specifically the numbers they need to make those decisions. And then you go ahead and deploy it into production. So here we define some important roles. You have the activities, you have frequencies, you have owners in line, and you have the purpose that these owners have in place. So what we've seen is organizations who start treating AI as living systems that require continuous attention and optimization are the ones that succeed. And those are the ones that join the 5% club. What happens is that means what do we need now? We need data administrators. We need AI administrators. And that's how there's an entire shift going on right now. Your AI solutions, the different models that you're using in each of your enterprise, you may have 5, 6 different keys in your enterprise licenses from all these different models. How do we know which one is good for what reason? How do we personalize it, fine tune it according to your company policies, your compliances that you are giving to your customers? You may need all data on, on your servers. You don't need it online. How do we start catering to that? So it's kind of like you've seen in cybersecurity, you have, SOC, L1, L2. That's how it is going to be in AI as well. Specifically for these AI administrator parts. And these are also the human in the loop people. The people who are responsible for improving your context. The people who are responsible for improving your prompts. So the more and more context we have clarity on the context part, and specifically how do we give instructions to these AI systems, the better our solutions start getting. So this is the key takeaway. What do we do when we get back home after this conference? This is the best one. And this is like a short activity that all of you can plan out. And whenever you're back in your office, you're sitting down with your team and you're remembering, hey guys, we went to this AI conference. Now, what are the next steps ahead? When you're steering the ship. So let's start with these small activities. Let's start with an audit first. Let's just do a simple inventory check. And once we're done with that, let's start validating outcomes. Let's just clearly define what do the clients want, what do you want, and how are you implementing this entire AI approach? What are you going ahead with? Let's have a few deliverables in place. This won't take much of your time, trust me. We're just having an open conversation with your team internally. Let's define the quick wins. Let's define the high impact projects with the low effort pilots. Let's start small. Let's just, this is an activity that you can do, and let's just define a 30, 60, 90-day plan of how you can take care of it. Most important thing, let's set up a recurring invite. Let's just block calendars of our team just for maybe half an hour, 1 hour, so that we're actually talking about this subject and we're not left behind. The more and more we interact and communicate, the more ideas will keep flowing. But we need to get them on paper. We need to get them, pen them down and start talking about it. After that, we can review it And once we're done reviewing it, then we can align all the stakeholders in our AI stakeholder map together. Let's align the sponsors, the tech, the finance. Let's answer their questions specifically, what they're asking. After we're done with that, then we can set up ROIs and tracking metrics. So all this is on the basis of a priority level. That's what we need to define first very clearly. See, I'm not asking you to do everything at once. We should never be doing that. Let's start small. Let's start with just one project or your highest, priority one. One framework and one measurable outcome. Let's just start from that and let's build from there. So that is, going to be your takeaway from this conference and specifically from this session. So let's start with these activities and let's join the 5% club. Thank you, everyone. Please feel free to ask any questions. So our ICP is mostly either public sector, government organizations, and your enterprise, your private sector. That involves, this is like, what we're working on is a purely B2B setup. That means we're providing you with the entire ecosystem. It's not just a wrapper. Anybody can build wrappers now, right? But how do you cater to that entire context level and hierarchies? How do you cater to the compliances, the governance and security in place? That's, the most critical part of this. Because you have different levels of context now. You have, the organization level. Even if you imagine a multi-tenant, ecosystem, you have different levels of context everywhere now. So, for example, your organization, the company policies are at the top. After that comes in your organizations, your users. So we're basically catering to all your enterprise clients. That's what we're looking at. So the value is in the ecosystem. And that's what we're building.
So you and I got to know each other yesterday evening on the cruise of the harbor and really enjoyed hearing your story and what you're doing. I mean, you're doing business all over the world. You were just in Austin, Texas, 2 weeks ago at the Gigafactory. I think everybody would love to hear what that's like, but that's not my question. But I have a meeting this afternoon with one of the executives from DEVA, which is the Dubai Electricity and Water. I think it stands for administration. Would that be a good meeting for you?
Sure, 100%.
You want to come with me?
Let's do it.
We do power for AI data centers. That's the number one challenge for many of these data centers is how to power them. So through a meeting yesterday at lunch, I have a meeting this afternoon, and I think you should come with me. So anyway, let's do that.
A lot of opportunities to explore, 100%.
Fantastic. Great job today.
Thank you.
Testing. Hi. I really enjoy your presentation. It was very informative. So I'm the founder of a startup, AI startup. What we offer is AI agentic infrastructure as a service, right? So in one of your slides, you mentioned the 80%, 20% coverage. So where is it? Okay, Cameron, let me just continue my question. So I'm getting interest from enterprise customers, right, in the fields of insurance, hospitals, etc. And they are interested in my solution, the agentic infrastructure. But my challenge now is really on the compliance side, right? Because compliance is a very big monster. And I myself, as a startup founder, right, have no experience in compliance. So what is your advice or recommendation in navigating compliance issues? Yeah.
That's a great question. Because many startups face this. See, when you're a startup, what we want to focus on is what we do best. And that's where your expertise lies, in your entire agentic infrastructure. So, in this particular case, many a times it's helpful to partner up with companies who are compliance experts, specifically working in this space. Because when you're talking of compliances, when companies start getting into really serious level of governance and security in place, then we need to have a very strong partner ecosystem who is supporting this. Because, see, if you start getting into compliances right now, then you also have your agentic infrastructure too. And compliances and governance, they go hand in hand with the organization policies, with the organization you're working with, basically. So you need to have a very strong partner ecosystem for that. So they will help you navigate through this entire, compliance map too. Because we've seen that becomes one of the major roadblocks. We're good with tech, right? But how do we navigate through this? So this is where I think a partner ecosystem will be really helpful. Do we have any more questions? Please.
Angad, it was really nice presentation. We were
Thank you.
just discussing. I felt like it was just an extension of we were just discussing outside.
Yep.
I have a two-part question. So we are also building few AI tools for our internal use. The two major challenges that we are facing right now is identifying the right integration tool that is there in the market. For example, we wanted to have voice agents integrated, and there were so many options in the market. So how do we identify the right tool when you have so many options? And second is with the deployment. There are different ways you can deploy your AI tools in the market, whether it is using OpenAI, APIs, or having a self-hosted thing. The cost is a major factor over there. So how do we identify the right platform to deploy our tools?
Okay. So answering your first question first. So integration tools. Now what happens is, even when you're talking about voice agents, so we build many voice agents for some of our customers. And what we've seen is that you have, you can say voice agents can be divided into multiple, you can break down their entire pipeline. So you have speech to text, you have the LLM processing, you have text to speech, you have the voice activity detector module. So you can, break it down into smaller problems. What are you looking for? What kind of, compliances does your organization who you're working with, what are they allowing? Many a times what we've seen is that organizations, they don't want the data to leave outside their environment or ecosystem. So probably you won't be able to use third-party tools. You need to develop all of that on your own system and deploy it in their own servers. So that means now you have to cater to this entire pipeline. Or you can use a third-party tool for it if they allow it. So you need to be in sync with them. Now, coming to different, even in this space, there are many, you can say, voice agent providers right now. What happens is that who is satisfying your use case? You need to identify that with the level of quality that you need and how mature are the solutions available there. So what we do is we test out each and every one available in your entire ecosystem that you are building, because it may not just be one voice agent. You may be adding different things to it. So what kind of feature capabilities is that entire, part supporting? That is going to be really important and critical while you take this decision. So we really, we work with customer experience a lot. So it may be technically fantastic, but how good is the customer experience? That's really what matters. Voice agents specifically, they need to sound more human-like. So we take care of, the quality part first.
Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. With that, we've come to the end of our keynote session. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion all about search engine optimization versus social media. Who's the real king of digital marketing? Please allow me to welcome our panelists on stage. First, please welcome Mr. Marco Pellegrini, the founder and owner of M Agile Consulting. Joining him, we have Abe Desai, the director of B Logical Software Solutions. Ms. Ayushi Sarvastava, founder and CEO of Digital Growth Hackers. Mr. Ganesh Dev Shavan, the managing director of AGE High Voltage Solutions. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for all of our wonderful panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to begin our next panel discussion all about search engine optimization versus social media. Who is the real king of digital marketing? Our panelists on stage, Mr. Marco Pellegrini, the founder and owner of M Agile Consulting. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for him. Mr. Abhay Desai, the director of B Logical Software Solutions, along with Ms. Ayushi Srivastava, the founder and CEO of Digital Growth Hackers. Last but certainly not least, Mr. Ganesh Dev Shavan, the managing director of AGE High Voltage Solutions. And with that, I pass the mic on to you.
Thank you. Is this working, right? Yeah? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think this is an good morning. This is an exciting conversation, and we've tried to make it a little different as well. As you know, marketers are known for and famous for changing things, disrupting things. So that's exactly what we've done today as well. Yeah, am I back? Okay, I'm back. So that's exactly what we've done today. Um, we don't have a traditional moderator for this conversation. We have a blockchain version of a moderator, and we've divided ourselves into two teams, social media and SEO. The reason is that all four of us, with our experience, can tell you that the answer to SEO versus social media really varies from brand to brand and the stage they are at. But for the benefit of this conversation, we want to present the strongest sides for both SEO and social media, and hence the teams. And we would like to keep it very interactive. So let's start. Let me ask you guys, if you guys think that SEO gives better ROI, please give me a cheer. And if you think social media gives you better ROI, please give me a cheer. Yay! You know my alliances now. So before we begin the conversation, I would like to introduce the panels a little bit and hand over the mic to them to take a minute to talk about what their thoughts are on the topic and give a little bit of background on why you guys should hear them. So first up is Abhay. He is the engineer who scales growth. And if internet had a control room, Abhay would be in it. Abhay, over to you.
Thank you, Aishi. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Abhay Desai. I'm co-founder director at Logical Software Solutions, engineering-led ACO service company. We are into this business for last 12 years. We started as a web development company, and through that we have got into product engineering, digital transformation, and last 4 years we have been working into the space of digital marketing. Uh, we are more of a engineering-led SEO company. We focus more onto the engineering solutions to deliver the SEO results. So that's the journey so far, and looking forward to have great conversation with the panelists here. Over to you, Marco.
So, Marco, my friend, you can call him Swiss Army knife because he's the human version of an agile sprint. He's fast, he's focused, and he's always delivering. Marco, over to
Yeah.
you.
So good morning, everyone. Marco Pellegrini. I'm the founder of M. Agile Consulting. So I'm a consultant fractional managers for companies, especially small medium enterprise who will try to grow thanks to digital marketing. And yeah, I'm based in Italy. I'm consulting some companies in this journey in the last 2, 3 years. And there, in my working as a consultant fractional managers, I help companies to build the brand values on social media, but also a lot of execution SEO. So actually on the both side, as well improving process in the organization. So I'm really looking forward to have a conversation with all of you about this topic.
Thank you, Marco. Now, next up is Ganesh. He's our 10x guy. High voltage performance, AI led optimization, and performance is what he focuses on. Ganesh?
Hello, everyone. Myself, Ganesh Dev Chauhan. I'm a computer engineer turned marketer. Started as a web developer. Did 3 years of freelancing, and then running an agency for last 8 years now. We specialize in SEO and performance. Right now, coming back, everybody cheered for social media because that's visibility. But customer comes from trust. That's SEO. So we'll talk about that.
In a bit. Okay, so I would like to throw in the first question, and then all of us will take turns to ask questions and we'll moderate our own respective questions. That's how we are planning to do it. Let's see how it goes. My first question to all of us is that if a brand has 1,000 US dollars and they can only choose one channel, SEO or social media, what would you advise them? What would you suggest they pick? I'll start with Abhay.
Yes, thank you, Aishi. So I think I've seen this with the brands that we have worked with. The early adapters to ACO has always won the race because ACO is more of an organic reach that you do, and it takes time to get into the search engines. But once you are in, it takes very less efforts to maintain the position onto the search engines. So for the so it depends on when the budget is getting utilized, right? If you are thinking about utilizing that budget at the very beginning of the brand launch of the product launch, I would recommend putting it into SEO because that is going to help me in the long run. Whereas if you consider that against the social media ads, paid ads, you will be able to you will be burning the budget very soon, and as soon as the budget exhausts, your visitors would drop because you won't be getting anything after the budget is exhausted. If you invest in ACO, it is going to be a long-term thing. So whatever you invest today, so it actually becomes an investment, right? Uh, where I think paid ads becomes your liability because once the budget is exhausted, you're not getting any leads, you're not getting any conversions. But once you implement ACO, it is going to give you fruitful reasons for years to come.
Okay. Ju-
No, if we switch between the team SEO and social media. So my answer to this question, which is a really interesting question and sometimes happens in among my clients, is always depends on the brand cycle and the life stage of your company and the brand. Abby mentioned something that quite interesting and important to say. Okay, the investment on SEO it's on the long run, but also I would say the investment on social media can be also on the long run, especially on the organic social media, because the organic social media is really linked to your brand value, your brand image. So actually, it's an important touch point and platform to bring to build your brand. When we talk about paid social media, true, you might have a peak, and then maybe a drop in terms of visit to the website, visibility, and so on. But also on this stage, in this channel of paid social media, you can build a lot of brand awareness. So also this aspect is quite important to build your brand and to give visibility to your brand. So my answer is depends, but let's say if I am forced to choose, I will choose social media because at the end, true, you don't have the visibility in terms of SEO if you don't invest on that. But at the end, you always have your website. So at the end, the basics you have, you might invest a little bit on SEO, maybe on the content part, on the technical part that costs less than off-page SEO. So at the end, if you don't invest in SEO, it's not that your website will disappear. While if you don't invest in social media, part of your brand value might disappear.
Okay, I'll give you a more generic answer. Before that, I'll set the fundamentals right. See, everybody when they talk about SEO, they say that it's a foundation, it's a fundamental. Then we can't go away with that first thing, right? It's for everybody, even all of us will agree on that. For the sake of the conversation, SEO versus social media, I'll give you the other part, what Abhay just said, that it's an investment. Imagine if you have $1,000 to invest, that's your saving, right? Would you invest that or gamble that in a stock market, or you'll buy gold? You're in Dubai, right? That SEO is your gold, long term, can't go wrong. Okay, I'll prove that. You know, 2 3 years back, TikTok was a thing in India. Overnight, it it's gone. You posted so much content for visibility, for attraction, for attention, and next day it was all gone. Your followers, your visibility, your virality, right? But but if you would have invested the same time and amount, I'm not saying money wise, effort wise, put blogs and article on your own website, on your own server, it's still there. Maybe when you write a blog today, you may not get traffic. Wait for 2 months. Let it index. Let it age. It's like a pickle. The more the aged pickle is, the more tastier it is. It's a free traffic. SEO is free traffic. You put the content, add the keywords. Not that easy, but yeah, do it. Be consistent. And there's no excuse right now. You have AI. Look at your competitor, just copy the data, rewrite it, humanize it, and post it. Do that like a ritual. Like you wake up and drink water, that's a ritual. SEO is a ritual. You can't go away with that.
I have an extreme view to that.
Sure.
You're right. SEO is compounding. It's long term. It's gold. But how often do we actually resell our gold and make benefit from it?
We don't.
Yeah.
We have to keep it.
We're
You're
keeping it.
building brand. If you're there for an overnight virality, we talked about Ghibli 1 or 2 day back. Somebody spoke about Ghibli. Do you remember Ghibli now?
Yes.
It was there for a week or so. It's gone.
Yeah.
Virality is just like that.
Exactly. But SEO is like we're keeping it in the
When the
cupboard.
crisis
Nobody is looking
happens,
at it.
India says Instagram is banned.
We,
Then what do? Crisis happen, you go back to the gold, right?
that can happen with Google also. That can help with search engine
It's
also. So
gonna
that
happen.
that challenge remains with
See,
both the things.
content is king, they say from day one before even Google,
Correct.
right?
Right.
So let's get into the actual crux of it. AI, right? AI, we say that SEO is dead. That's what everybody's saying, right?
Correct. Right.
Prove it. Because AI is fetching all the data from the internet, which is structured data by the SEO professional, adding context to it, adding alt tag, adding description, adding meta titles and everything, robot.txt, you name it, all the technicalities scheme. And it's fetching the data from the schema and it is being used by AI to answer, right?
Right.
So I would say SEO is not dead. SEO is everything, search, everything optimization now. It's evolved. It's never going to be dead, for sure.
Completely agreed. AI is also fetching data from social media. So
Social
you
media
get
is also
double the
becoming a
effect.
search engine for itself. You have to add keywords, hashtag. So it's
Yeah,
there.
so just do it on one platform, right?
Why?
I do agree. I do agree that the best case scenario would actually be to have SEO, social media, all of it. And SEO is not dead and we need it. But if I had the choice or if I had to suggest a client and limited budget, I would ask them to go for social media. In fact, I would go to the length and ask them, they may not even need a website. They can run everything on Meta. They can run everything on social media. and at least they'll get the business up and growing, and then they can build a website, do SEO, all hygiene stuff they can come later, is what I would say.
So before we proceed further, I would like to add one important thought over here. When the topic says ACO versus social media, I think it is not whether what is good, but it is more about what is right at what place while running the campaigns. So if you look at the marketing funnel, the tofu, the mofu, and the bofu, the top of the funnel, the middle of the funnel, and the bottom of the funnel, the social media lies into the first and the second part of the funnel. That is the awareness, where you create the awareness for your brand, for your product. That is where the social media takes a major role. And the second one, where you are able to establish your brand through the content that you are delivering, the testimonials that you have on your website. And the ACO plays an important role into the second and the bottom of the funnel. That is more about capturing the lead when the interest is generated into the audience. So I think it is not whether you choose ACO or social media. I think it is more about when you choose what.
True.
It's not able to defend SEO, huh?
I think with the new technologies coming in with AI and everything, you cannot skip everything, anything within that bucket. You have to utilize everything to maximize your profits. It's just the way you utilize it. Like I mentioned, it is about brand awareness against the capturing of the leads. Depending on to the cause, you have to use that the right tool at the right time.
No, by the way, I hope you are enjoying this fight between the two teams because it's getting really interesting. So I would like to
That's the
understand
whole
also your
point.
feedback later. No, I want to have a question for all of us that at the end, as we maybe anticipated, there are a lot of misconceptions on the both side on SEO and social media. So I would like to start this conversation about what are the main misconceptions on the two sides.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
The misconceptions that happens among our clients in the market, among people on SEO and on social media.
Okay. So I think the people who are not that tech savvy, they usually tend to lean towards social media because that is the tool that they're using on daily basis. It is easy to utilize that. When it comes to ACO, there is a lot of technicalities involved. You have to focus on to the performance of the website, the core web vitals, the speed page, a lot of technical aspects which are involved, which cannot be executed by a person who has uh, zero technical knowledge. So it becomes important to involve a expert when you are implementing the SEO, and that is where I think the misconceptions are created because you believe in things that you see rather than the reports that if you do the SEO correctly, the results that it is going to give you. Once you look at those results, the misconception there is a possibility that the misconceptions can go away. So it is important that you involve an expert while comparing the SEO versus social media. Like I said, both are equally important. It depends on what is the purpose and then taking the right action.
I think a big misconception about social media in the market is that it takes a lot of effort. It does, but you can start with anything, literally anything. Instagram audience is not judgmental. They are very accepting and open. So you shoot a candid video with your phone, your face looking awkward, it will work. Doesn't matter. So as opposed to SEO, you don't need expertise to start. Of course, you need expertise to grow, but you can start. And if you are a quick learner, there's so much content out there to learn on yourself, with yourself, and grow social media. So I think that's biggest, one of the biggest questions a lot of clients ask us, and that's one of the things that we keep explaining to them.
I'm a performance guy. I'll talk in terms of ROI. Okay, so there is a like I'll not talk about just social media and SEO. I'll tell you any platform for that matter, right? Just give you an example. We had a client very recently. They came to us crying. They burned their fingers with a couple of agencies, tried so many things on Amazon. I'm talking right, just a little away from this. And what we did in the first month, we fixed their listing, meaning SEO again, their bullet points, their title, added keywords. We did the creatives, right? We did the A plus content, premium A plus, brand story. Just did that and ran just 5 campaigns. Okay, product search campaign, brand campaign, and competition campaign. And their point 0.5 ROAS became 2.77 within 45 days. Did we do a magic? No. We worked on fundamentals, right? And that was majorly SEO of Amazon. So yes, as Ayushi said, right, that now Instagram has SEO. That's why, because SEO is important, you know. Recently Instagram came out and said that you'll have to add keywords and your post will be indexed on Google. Your post will be indexed on all the all the AIs, right? Because when it is indexed, you know, it's an important data which basically your AI is going to pick up, and it's going to give the AI first answers.
Or maybe Google started indexing Instagram and social media pages because it didn't have enough traffic.
Oh, really? Okay.
I would like to add to that. So, recently we did something for one of the uh, clients. They are into perfume industry. Um, they are they are the third generation family business, and this guy had a YouTube channel. Millions of views on his video. He used to explain how the process works. He used to share his insights onto the technicalities of his understanding of the manufacturing, and millions of views, but zero revenue getting generated on online business.
That's ROI.
And that is where we stepped in, and we worked on CRO, that is conversion rate optimization. That is what we did. We revamped their entire website. We worked on to their core web vitals. We had the right UX in place, and we were able to utilize the existing viewers, and they started purchasing it. They already had the website. The domain was registered around 15 years back. Great domain authority was there, but still the results were not there. So when it comes to ACO, having the right technical implementation is very important. Once you have that, it actually becomes a kind of a complementary service for the social media, because social media can reach out to the customers, but your conversion happens onto the website.
I want to add something to that. Since you said perfume client, I remember one story which is very, like, if you say, like, content needs money and resources, right? I had one client, just a friend of mine. They are 70 years in perfume. They're one of the biggest in India. 70 years, it's not joke. They provide the essential oils in Dubai as well. They're that big. They are building they're making the Versaces, and you name it, they are into it, and they are providing. They're the manufacturers, right? So the son comes in. He is a passionate perfumer. He wanted to start his brand. He started because he has money. You know how much money? Mumbai airport, next to that there is a Adani's office, and that entire building is owned by them, right? So that kind of people, they throw a page 3 kind of party, called celebrities. It did a best thing that they could do, and out of the box, like an alien like website, right? CRO. There was no conversion because it was a fancy website. For conversion, you need basic fundamental. They came to me. The first thing I did was audited their website, and I told them, you have to change all this. Throw everything away. People want simple. Amazon doesn't do magic and animation. You go with an intent. You want to buy something. You want to add something to cart right away. Buy it. In e-commerce, you want efficiency. That's your basics. So they had all the money. They could hire influencers. They could hire beautiful women to promote their brand, get celebrities in from the Bollywood itself, right? Could not get a sell, could not get a brand so when they did all the fundamental, I'll tell you the brand later. You guys go and check. Now it's very basic, but they're making money. Now going back, did they get followers? Yes. Did they get a lot of views in millions? Yes. Did they get sales? No. So every client and customer and brand, even business owners, end goal is sales. End goal is outcome, right? Yes. If you're trying to build a community, if you're trying to build value, right, which everybody wants to, right? I'm not against social media. You have to do it because you have to connect all the dots, but don't forget your values. Don't forget the value and the core of digital marketing, right? It's in discovery phase, acquisition phase, engagement phase. There are phases. As Abhay said rightly, you have to figure out where to do what.
I think in the same case study, I would just like to add, it's also possible that they did all this party and all the glamour was there, all the right optics were there. But just like SEO, if the right strategy is not implemented on social media, it will not work. Like the hygiene is also needed on social media. For example, if they have engaged influencers, what is the campaign that they're running with them? What direction it is
I'll
taking?
tell you what went wrong apart from the technical part of it. See, when you talk things were not done right, they got views. And see, on social media it's all about engagement, comment, like, post, views, followers, right? These are the metrics majorly you see. Then there is a save and share and all that, right? It was all there, right? But the thing is, now the consumer is very educated. They know what is what. They know what is the difference between a sponsored ad. They know difference between paid influencer, UGC, right? So they are informed customers. Their target audience was youngsters, Gen Zs, right? They know. So what they do is they go Google. Maybe not. They go and ask AI now, right? So your conversion are not going to come from there. That is the point I was trying to make. I'm not saying
But
SEO failed, social
yeah,
media failed.
yeah,
I was saying it did not work, and the
yeah.
brand was struggling after. When they came to me, it was just 6 months, and that guy spent 7 crore rupees. That's
That's
almost $1 million.
that's unbelievable. But I would just
That's
like
what I'm
to
talking.
I would just like to end on this note, and so we can move on to the next question. Is that just like SEO, if they had done it right and spent that big an amount, they should have gotten sales on Instagram as well, because it has all the facilities, all your target audience is there, so it should have happened. So something was going wrong there as
See,
well.
then everything boils down to funnel at the end, right? So funnel is not something rocket science. Funnel is just a pipe with lots of holes, right? From everywhere. So when a customer enters, which is an entry point is social media, they look at your video, they look at your UGC content and whatnot from social media. They go back to Google and search about it. If it doesn't come, they
No,
fall.
the journey has completely changed. People are not leaving the platform. They're actually making the purchase, filling up the forms. Everything is happening on the platform itself.
It,
Sorry, we need to move on. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. Just want
no,
to.
absolutely fine. Abhay, take it.
Okay, so my question to the panel is, with rising ad cost and reduced organic reach on social platforms, how should brands rethink long-term sustainability, especially when compared to SEO's compounding returns?
Maybe I can add on this. So yes, there is a lot of huge complexity now because I mean companies are trying to reduce cost, and I have also some clients that I'm consulting now are struggling with that. So at the end, still come to the point of okay, what is your target in terms of revenue? What are you trying to achieve for the long run? So what I suggest is always to have a roadmap for the long run as well in terms of revenue, but also in terms of customer lifetime value, which comes back to the point, okay, how do you want to build your marketing funnel? What is your retention rate? How do you work with your customer acquisition and so on? So at the end, there is always a balance approach between social media and SEO. So at the end, let's go back to SEO one moment when we talk about the SEO pyramid, which is a quite no model on how to build a strategy on SEO, where you have the basics, the technical SEO, the basics of the pyramid. Then the middle of pyramid is the contents, and the pinnacle where you have the off-page SEO and the PR and so on. So at the end, if the technical SEO is completely bad and crap, I mean, companies should focus on that, on the technical SEO, because at the end, the value and the return on investment that you get on the technical SEO, so good for example, structure of the page, schema markup, and so on. At the end, this will give a good basics, and then you can build on contents on blog articles, cross-linking on the website, and so on. And step by step, you reach and you increase the revenue coming from organic. And the revenue coming from organic can also feed and can be a little cash flow that you can reuse on social media, both on contents on social media, the organic social media, and the paid social media. On paid social media, also, I'm having also quite interesting conversation with some companies where you see the return on investment on paid social media, which is quite low. Let's say 1.5, maximum 2 for the clients that are consulting now, especially in the beauty industry and skincare industry, which is quite competitive. So the misconception, going a little bit back on this point shortly, on misconception is that, okay, paid social media is not converting much, is not doing a huge return on investment, let's kill on it. Let's kill that, which is a huge risk, I would say. That's why I'm defending a lot of this part on social media, especially on the paid part, because at the end, if you kill completely the paid social media part, so the paid investment of Meta, for example, which is the biggest channel on social media, biggest social media platform, at the end, this will impact heavily also your Google search performance, your PMAX campaign, because it functions as a basics for your brand at the end,
It's a
as we
feeder.
mentioned.
It's a feeder. One is push marketing, one is pull marketing.
Exactly, exactly. So at the end, it's really impacting, especially your funnel, your top of the funnel. And this is a huge misconception that companies have, that you can do revenue only with organic and only with Google, with paid search, cutting paid social media, which I believe is a wrong approach, even if in this situation of competitive market and reducing costs. So this I want to point out. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement over here with Marco. So just to give you an example, we had one of the premium clients in India who were selling organic mangoes. And if you know, the Ratnagiri Alfonso mango is the very famous mangoes in India, and they already had a huge search volume in India, and they also wanted to export mangoes to other countries. Now, when we stepped in, we leveraged the search volumes for these keywords, and we focused on pure ASEO for conversions in India. And when it came to promoting the brand and the products outside India, that is where we leverage the social media. That is where we spent ad, because people out of India, they are not that educated about the product. They don't know the value of the product, and that is where you use the content to educate them and explain them what is the importance. And as the search volume was already high in India, we were able to scale their revenue by 70% in just one season, because it's a seasonal business, right? 6 months you have to do. So we started 1 year early, around 6 to 8 months before the season, and we were able to capture the good market in India from the ACO perspective.
I have one question, right? Uh, this is for the audience, basically. We all four could answer that. So we're talking about SEO and social media. So there are two type of companies we deal with. One is B2B and other is B2C. So instead of keeping the fight aside and saying that what's important for which would be a better question, right? So what do you think, Marco, about it? For B2B, is social media is important or SEO is important? Or what is a perfect mix, I would say? It's good for which kind of business? I think even the audience will be interested in that.
No, my opinion is that I would say both are important for B2B and B2C. So, I mean, for B2C is always is quite come to your mind that both is important. So SEO and social media are important also because consumers are on social. So companies tend to invest more on social media and focus on that. But I would say depends also on the channel because in the end there are a lot of service companies. Some of them I'm shortly consulting them. So for example, private banking, just to mention one, where they focus on on SEO is quite low. But when we shift to contents on YouTube, for example, video YouTube, where people, for example, tend to be educated on banking, on services, which are at the end kind of B2B as well, we see huge benefits and also quite good return on investment for the long run. So as B2B, I would not underevaluate this aspect on social media. Really depends how do you want to tweak the channel. So probably maybe more on YouTube, less on Meta, more on Instagram, but with specific contents. So it's not that okay in B2B we forget about social media. It's more about how do you want to tweak that and what kind of contents and the call to action and the brand position that you want to give on social media for B2B.
Yeah, I think I agree with that to a large extent. I think if was in this place where we have to choose for B2B and B2C, and if we keep the debate aside, then I would say for B2B, SEO is an essential, and social media is good to have. If you have it, great, but focus on SEO because people are looking for your services or your product, SaaS product, they're going to search. For B2C, go for social media first, and SEO is good to have. Again, best case scenario, have everything. But if you have to choose, B2C should go with social media first and SEO later. But B2B definitely should go with SEO first and social media later.
I agree with Ayushi. However, when you are choosing the social media platforms for B2B, it has to be the right platform. When you say social media, it usually we tend to think only about Meta. You forget Quora, you forget Reddit, you forget LinkedIn. So for the B2B social media platforms, these are the right platforms to target. For B2C, yes, sorry, you have to target Meta, and then SEO is equally important for both the businesses.
I want to point out also something on SEO for B2B, which is extremely important. Um, Also here, it's important how do you want to tweak your contents and on what kind of keywords you focus on. Because at the end, in B2B, it's more about also what kind of solution you're searching for. So that's why the non-branded keywords, it's more important in comparison to B2C sometimes. This is what I'm seeing also in the market and the conversation with clients that I'm having. So strong focus on SEO, definitely, even stronger on non-branded keywords.
I just want to add something just as a takeaway that if you are doing B2B, again, I agree with you guys that SEO is important, social media has to be there, and what uh, you said, Abhay, ki, you should choose the right channel. I'd say, yeah, choose right channel, but be present on every place because other will take away your username and you'll have problems. Right? And there is a unexplored, maybe all of us know and probably even audience know, but people are not doing that. That is Google Web Stories. Google Web Stories is a combination of power of SEO and social media. That's how it blends, and it's a gold mine. People are making thousands of dollars every month just by posting content and stories on Google Web Stories. Where it comes, in Android and Google Chrome browser, you see some news and articles and things popping up. It gets feed through Web Stories. You have to build that on WordPress, install a Google Web Story plugin, and start posting whatever you're posting as a big article. Put a short form of 7 slides, and just wait for 2 months and thank me later.
That's a great point, actually, Ganesh. We've tried that and it has worked for our clients. So thank you.
Should I ask the next question? So, with AI-driven search summaries becoming mainstream, how do you see social media and performance marketing adapting when users may not even click through websites as often? With AI-driven search summaries becoming mainstream, how do you see social media and performance marketing adapting when users may not even click through website as often?
Marco and I discussed this in the morning. I think it's an SEO problem. We don't have that problem because people are
Sorry.
not coming to our platform for
It's a client
searching.
problem. It's everybody's problem, regardless. Don't say
The
that.
audience is already there on social media. They're spending their days, nights, metros. Some people here sitting in the audience scrolling right now. They're there. It's not a problem for us. So SEO, please tell us.
No, yeah, if I can add
So
something on this, sorry, I'm
sure,
Pronto.
go ahead, go
So
ahead.
we have, a lot of companies are facing this issue that at the end, if you see in Google Analytics, in all brands, the visits are dropping a bit. The organic visits are dropping a bit. This is because AI provides already some answers and solutions. But the answer and solution that you get on AI and ChatGPT and so on, it's because of good SEO, definitely. So good content on the website, but also PR. So what you see, off-page SEO, like the PR or the mention on the magazine, and also the good social media posts that you do. Because at the end, if your social media posts are ranked on SEO and AI is catching data from SEO, at the end, it's like a chain. So
I'll take this one. Okay, since it's an SEO problem, right? Okay, let me put it this way. What you said, Abhay, that if people are going towards AI for searching and not even going on the website, right? How do you solve the problem? Where the data is coming over the brand. See, you are a brand owner. You have a unique product or unique proposition or a service, right? Now, if you go and shout at a square, let's say Times Square, and shout out about your service or a product, the people who are around there will know. That's social media. You go shout and tell people that, hey, I have this product. That's why there's no problem. Now, people with intent, people who wants to buy, go on Google, go on AI and ask. Because asking is a birthright. Now, when they're asking it, we need to answer. And going back to the fundamentals again, all the search engines or AI, everything is a question answer machine. You remember Quora was big because it was a question answer machine. So when questions and answer about your brand are not present on your website, are not present on your internet, there will be a problem. It can't fetch. It cannot know how much sugar your candies has. If it is sugarless, if it is vegan, you have to put it out there. It cannot be just image, it has to be text as well. So put a lot of content out there which is structured according to the Google schema, right? FAQ plays very important role. We, as a marketer, we have been shouting this to our brands and clients. Nobody listens, but now you can't go away with it. You have to put FAQs. What does FAQ do? It answers question. One FAQ can answer maybe 10,000 queries of a consumer, right? So I don't know how many of you know that. Maybe if you're a D2C brand, go back home, install a application on your Shopify, which is called as Knowledge Base by Shopify, which is not publicly visible. Put 200 questions and answer about your brand. Go in your robot.txt, add the code to allow all the AI bots. Wait for 2 months. Thank me later. Because what happens, whatever question they're going to ask about your product or brand, it will get indexed because you're especially inviting all those robot.txts or the crawlers to crawl your website. When they crawl, all your collection pages, product pages, FAQ pages are getting fetched directly from the backend. And then whenever they search, that problem is solved. I hope that answers.
Yes, yes, it definitely does. Coming back to you, Ayushi, you said it is not a social media problem, and that is where my question is, right? So the amount of time spent on social media, if it is getting less and people are moving to AI, how do you optimize that? Because earlier you were running ads, you were putting in content onto the social media, you were trying to get some conversions from that, but now users have started using chat gpt more to get their answers. So how do you, because it's a risk for social media, right? Because your all of your users are moving out to AI. So
I think it's boiled down to if you want a customer or just a view, you know.
true.
I don't mind the views if it's in millions. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll just take SEO side for 1 second. That that if social media brings in 100 leads, a lot of them will be junk. And if SEO brings in 2 leads, they will be high intent. So that is always true. But just to again answer Abhay, that the reason I said that it's not an SEO problem is because everybody, uh, if they're going to AI, they've already made up a mind. They are searching for something, they want something, they're looking for something. But if they're on social, I have the opportunity to tell them that they need this thing or this service that they're not thinking about. So I'm creating the intent for you so that they search for you. But I'm sorry, I think we just have 6 minutes left. If you want to say a few things, then
No,
we
I'm
can
good. We
open
can.
it to the audience.
No,
Yeah.
I'm good. We can open it.
Okay.
No, maybe I can do a last question, maybe, which is shortly about execution now, because we talk about a lot of stuff and what is the channel, but what about execution? So, what does it take for a powerful execution and visible results on social media versus SEO? Difference and similarities on execution to have good results on SEO and on social media. Maybe we can have a short conversation about this.
Okay, I just have a very short thing for this. In my mind, a lot of things are similar on SEO and social media. So both of them have organic part, both of them have paid part. Or organic part for both take time. SEO takes time, social takes time. You just have to continuously do it, understand what is happening in the market, keep adding words, keep adding photos, keep adding keywords, keep indexing. Both the whole process in that thinking is same. Both have paid options to boost that search, to boost yourself and get ahead of your competition. So in that sense, I feel there are a lot of similarities. And
I'll just put it in a simple way for everybody's uh, good, basically. So look at this as not $1,000 budget, as $100 budget. Okay. So it depends on how aggressive you want to do something, right? There's no perfect mix or formula for anything. It varies. It's subjective, right? It's B2B, B2C doesn't matter. If you want to go aggressive, put a lot of money on social media and paid ads, right? Don't forget any of them. It's a 360-degree marketing. You leave one, you're leaving the opportunity, you're leaving the money on the table. Don't say that this is important, that is not important. Okay. So if it is $100, put 10 or 15 or $20 based on your requirement on SEO. Put another 10 or $20 on social media if you can do right content, nice content, and rest everything, put it on your PR and paid advertising, because those are the one which are push levers. And when you're new, you need to push harder, right? And once the intent is there, people know about you, people hear about you, you hammered it 100 times, then that's where the pull comes in, and that's the magic. That's where the magic happens, right? And I'll end that.
Okay. So I would say it depends on what you are majoring after successfully executing the campaign. If you are getting organic leads, if you are getting organic search, your SEO is actually performing very well. If you are getting good engagement, your social media is performing well. So it depends on the purpose and the output that you're generating and the metrics that you're tracking.
Okay. I want to add one more thing. That if you're in the game nowadays, it's about getting an investor and doing a quick and nice exit, right? So if you're in that game, do social media. If you're there to build a brand and legacy, start with SEO. Something, sorry.
No, I want to say, in terms of similarities, I want to highlight a point of consistency, because at the end, both for SEO and social media, if you don't have consistency, can be harmful for your brand. So this is the biggest similarity that I can catch.
Consistency is the key, you know. As please open for questions.
Thank you so much for such a fiery panel. You know, I walked in today to the topic thinking that I'm going to need my coffee. I left my coffee and I was on the edge of the seat. Like, there's so much passion on this panel, honestly.
Glad.
You touched on the subject of AI and optimizing for people using more AI. I want to know from your customers, the clients that are coming to you today, how much is that front and center in their mind, and how worried they are about people shifting towards getting advice or getting their information from using AI chatbots more than search engines. And I just want to add a small nuance to that. The reason I'm asking is because today, if you ask the same question to my ChatGPT and your ChatGPT, you will get a completely different answer, even if it's exactly the same question. That doesn't apply necessarily to Google when you're searching for things, right? So there's a little bit of a bias towards how you've used your chatbot before, and you need to optimize specifically for answers coming from a chatbot.
Yeah, so I'll just take this quickly. So it's goes back again, like you say, search engine optimization, right? uh, a, there is a car mechanic who knows how the engine works, you know. So search engine was very straightforward. It worked on location, keywords, relevancy. If you're sitting here in Dubai searching for a hotel, it's going to come up nearby hotel, right? But AI in the other case, it's not only looking for relevance, it's not only looking for location, it's just going out and getting whatever it can based on what kind of conversation you had before with it, what kind of interaction you had with it, what's the history, who you are. Let's say by the time you had 20 conversation with an AI knows if you're a marketer, doctor, whatever it is, right? You would have told it already, right? So it depends, it context to context. Now, how do you handle it, right? As a brand, put the content out there, set the narration yourself before somebody else do. Before AI goes and makes its own overview, put an overview out there through PR, right? Through FAQs. Because if you don't answer right about your brand, somebody else will do that. And an influencer will go and talk about it, or somebody on YouTube will talk anything about it. And that's what AI will pick up, right? So if you want to set the narrative, there was a panel who was talking about brands and they said repetition is the key. So repeat what matters to you and you'll get there. I hope that answers, but guys.
I just wanted to add to Ganesh's point. I think, first of all, the clients are extremely conscious, and that's a question that repeatedly comes to us also, that what are you doing? How are you fixing it? How are you tackling with it? So it's on top of mind of everybody that we work with as well. But I always tell them that it's actually an opportunity because, like Ganesh was mentioning, that it is being indexed. AI is listening to, in fact, even my searches, like ChatGPT will show me different and you different, because but then it also recognizes what I want and what I need, so the targeting helps. So if the brand has positioned themselves correctly, the content is good across the platforms, it will show up on my search and I'm the right person for it. So the opportunity is larger.
If I want to add something, also in my case, happens that some clients are anxious, and at the end, if you do a great work on SEO, on page SEO, the AI will recognize that. So it's more about, okay, what kind of blogs can you build additionally? What additional contents, what additional figure you can have on your website? Specific that more vertically, not go too much general, because also the prompt on AI is improving step by step. Also, the question from from the users are getting tougher and more specific. So it's more about, okay, how do you map better your blogs, for example, on your website? This is, for example, one way I can suggest to some customers.
See, just like Google has a search console so that you can see how people are interacting with your website on Google search, I'm 100% sure that all this, AIs will have a dashboard where you will be able to track what kind of questions are people asking about your domain, right? And that will eventually happen. Until then, stick to the fundamentals and things will be okay.
I would like to add just 2 points. I think most of the points are covered by everyone. Uh, I think AI optimization is just an extension of ECO. So if you focus on two specific points, one is structured data on your website and natural language, because ChatGPT gives you the answers in natural language. If ChatGPT finds the same language on your website, it will fetch it and it will give it back to the users. So natural language and structured data is key to optimize your website for AI.
Thank you so much for this really insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our panelists. And now if you could go to the front of the stage to just take a photo together to commemorate this moment. And if I could borrow somebody's phone, that would be wonderful. You know the drill, crowd. Please let me hear you very loudly. Help me out because I have a bit of a voice that's been affected the past 2 days because the crowd sparse, we're going to be towards the screen and we're going to just hear the crowd because I think everyone just wants to sit in the back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to introduce our next fireside chat that's all about that every growing need company needs to hear. The session is titled Driving Pre GTM Alignments Between Business and Marketing. It gets into the real work of making sure strategy, storytelling, and execution all move in the same direction from day one. When these teams sync early, as you all know, when different perspectives shaped by culture, geography, and lived experience all come together, the launches always hit a little harder. Ideas travel further, and teams build momentum faster. So let's get ready for a conversation packed with sharp insights and real talks about what alignment truly takes. Without further ado, let's welcome to the stage our speakers, Mr. Shivesh Vishwanathan, founder and MD of Focus View Strategy Consulting. Joining him, we have Mr. Sedesh Kirkar, the principal partner of digital at WPP Media. And with that, gentlemen, I pass the mic off onto you.
So Shivesh, you want to start anything specific?
Great. Thanks everyone. Thanks Fueled Conference for having us here. It's truly a pleasure. And it's one of my most favorite formats, which is fireside chat. It's not one, not five, but two people having an intimate conversation about a topic that we feel very passionate about. Um, so as it was announced, the topic is about alignment between business and marketing. And as I have been at least thinking further over the last month, it's actually alignment between strategy, business, marketing, and eventually sales and sales and pipeline revenue. So how do you align all of these things together? So it's a topic of strategy, it's a topic of marketing strategy, and there's a lot of back and forth, going up and coming down, testing markets. It's a fairly complex system that one needs to develop. So that's the quick background about the topic. I'll quickly introduce myself, and I'll invite Siddesh also to introduce himself after that. So my name is Shivesh Vishwanathan. I own and run a company called Focus Few Strategy Consulting. We've been in the space since 2018. For the last, we completed 7 years recently. And what we do is marketing strategy. So essentially the first couple of steps that organizations take after their product or their offering and service is ready. So a lot of pre-planning and preparation needs to go into the marketing before actual GTM and channels and advertisements and all of these start. And my experience working with companies before that, which was one was Persistent Systems. I was working for about I was heading the product marketing function at Persistent. I'm based out of Pune, by the way. And so I was on the other side of the table where agencies and marketing teams that I'd work with, freelancers and everybody I would work with, and I saw this gap that businesses are not doing enough to come closer to the agencies to define their problem and what they want properly, and the agencies were kind of shooting in the dark, for the lack of, if I could say that. So they were trying their best to understand the business, really get under the skin. But I think the companies from their side also were not giving enough attention to this problem. And there's a big gap that I identified. And that's the gap that we've been working on at Focus Few. More recently, thanks to AI and LLM, there is a wonderful concept that is possible, which is to actually take all of the strategic inputs around value proposition, messaging, positioning, differentiation, taking all of that and embedding it into an LLM engine, right? And something that runs on top of LLM, and you can the GTM teams and the marketing teams can become much more productive, much more effective. So that's quickly the product, a product called Aligner that we're building. We'll cover about the concept of Aligner a little more during the conversation, but wonderful to be here. And Siddesh, over to you if you want to introduce yourself.
Thanks for the introduction. It's a very detailed introduction that you had, and one thing which you just mentioned was the pre-alignment messaging and everything that is there. So quickly, an introduction about myself. I'm Siddesh Kirkar. I've been in the digital industry for around 18 years now. Even I have been part of both the sides of the table. So being with agencies, being with brands, at the same point of time having my own brand which I have set up. So it's a mixed kind of a thing. It's a marketeer, it's a business role that I've been in, uh, and with all these set of things, since I'm a programmer by my academics, so that's a plus point that I always have in digital marketing, where you get to know, or you're logically trying to solve things rather than saying कि भाई ये करते हैं. But sometimes it's also a thing that you try to, your brain says that this is not possible, but your creative part of thing is saying let's try it and do it. So it's that fight that you always have, but with that kind of a thing, the product that comes out is a really great thing. uh, and in fact, with this, let's start with the discussion. Like, according to you, what should be the time, or what should be the stage at which the business and marketing team should both sit together and try to have conversation? Is it once the product is launched in the market? Is it when it's in the ideation stage? What do you think, Shivesh?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I think it's so one of the things that is common between Siddesh and I is that we've both been from on the corporate as well as the services, consulting, agency side. So we understand, I think, both the gaps and psychologies in both the sides of the whole equation. Um, and he was also a programmer. I also started as a programmer early on in my career. So there's a little bit of a left brain also going on. So, and one of the important aspects is that is a very interesting dynamic, because I think the engineers, product managers, founders, a lot of whom are actually engineers, they're thinking in a very linear, logical way of building products. And marketers tend to think laterally. So there's a lot of lateral thinking going on and creative thinking going on. So to bring these two together is very interesting. Where should marketing and business start engaging together? I think is of course the earlier the better, because while building the product, building an offering, you need to have a very clear understanding of what uh, um, whom you're building for and what's the specific segment. So I think marketing, one of the things is that marketing is like I think David Packard of Hewlett Packard said that marketing is too important a function to be left to marketers. It's a very interesting statement, where it's not just a marketing team. These silos have been created thanks to the industrial revolution, right? I mean, so everyone has a specialization, and in the assembly line, they are playing their roles. That's not how before industrial revolution, things used to be. People used to build the entire car or bullock cart or whatever it was. They used to build it end to end. So they had a complete view of how this bullock cart will run. But there are some synergies and efficiencies that industrial revolution brought, which said that, Shivesh, you just put steering wheels in the car. Siddesh, you just put the tires in the car. But who's then thinking about how do these two things work together? And because of that, we think of marketing and business as separate, as silos. But in my mind, that's more of a function of an external limitation that has been imposed, and we find it very hard to have that conversation, that silos. So yeah, so I know long-winded way to say it, but I think the earlier the better. But Siddesh, I think you have like some experiences on where it can start, and
Yeah. In fact, one thing, once a friend of mine asked me, Siddesh, according to you, where should marketing start? I said, I answered it with a very simple kind of answer, saying that what happens when you buy a product in your house without consulting your wife? You know how it works. Uh, so if you're not consulting with a person who knows the entire your TG or the your markets very well, the product that you're launching in that market with that kind of a strategy, it will always have some kind of a I would say limitation or something would be missing in it. And hence it's always important to know who's the right person who knows your market better, and who better than marketeer who actually has spent a lot of time understanding the market, understanding the platforms, the tools and everything. So sooner the better. Ideation, I don't know whether that's the right time when the marketing team can be brought in, but yes, if you have that kind of a facility at that point of time, that you have some marketing friend or marketer friend who can actually help you understand what is that is right now trending in the market or something of that sort, you could just try and consult him. So according to me, it's not, there is no right kind of a time when the marketing team should be consulted, or you should actually have a conversation with the marketing team.
Right, right, absolutely. Um, in fact, many times what happens is that if the marketing thought process is not involved from the beginning, right? Or let me even say that the market understanding is not embedded and thought about from the beginning. I call what happens is what I call the flea market effect, where you're putting up a stall of everything that you are doing, and especially for any complex industry, it's we do this and we do that. So there are like 50 different things on the table that you do, and then the story pretty much like goes like, I can do this for you, I can do that for you, I can do 20 things, I can do 50 things, right? But the customer is not looking for what you can do for me, the customer is looking for what you will do for me, right? So that I call it the inside out versus outside in messaging. So inside out messaging is like laying everything on the table and say that, okay, you tell me what is that you want. I will give you item number 6 and item number 14, and you can put it together and see whether those two things make sense together, right? And think of it like jewelry, whatever, right? And that works for maybe like in a flea market kind of situation, but in complex B2B sales or even B2C sales, you cannot leave it to the customer to figure out that these two is what will go well. You have to do consultative selling at the sales level. You have to do consultative product development, co-create the product with saying that, okay, 6 and 14 is what goes together, and hence I will build only 6, that combination, and I'll sell only out of the 50 items that are there, I will only sell 4 items, or I'm building these 4 items or 5 items, right? My company's name is Focus Few, and that's where it comes from, that focus on a few things, build something with mindfulness, and then deliver a complete product.
Yeah, in fact, since we're talking about B2B, I would just like to give you an example. Uh, so I was leading marketing for one of the B2B product that we had with Aditya Birla. It was a business loan kind of product. Uh, and my business head, he came to me and said, Siddesh, there's a festive season coming in, and Siddesh, we want to launch our B2B product. So let's do one thing. Let's launch the product 1 month, 1.5 month before the festive season starts. Uh, just because I had done my homework very well, and I knew that that's not the right time, because if you are launching something which is a business loan uh, for a festive kind of a period, a businessman will actually need money 6 months before the festive season starts, because he has to procure his raw materials, he has to procure a lot of other things, and then go into the market. When the conversation started, luckily we had those 6 months in our hand, and that's the time when we were able to launch the product properly. See, these small set of things which are there are very important. You just can't say that yes, I know फेस्टिव सीजन में 1 महीने पहले लोग को पैसा दिया तो वो लोग जाके खरीदेंगे चीजें और हो जाएगा. If it's a B2C kind of a scenario, I would still say yes. In B2B scenario, things are very different. And see, it's everywhere. It's not just about business loan I'm saying, but if you want to sell a car, okay, the car booking might be done a month before, or at least a couple of months before the festive season starts. But the research starts almost 6 to 9 months before you actually buy that particular product. And see, that's how things are. You can't go to the market in a way where you're saying, ha, theek hai, I know that my product is really good, it's really great, and I'm going to disturb the market once I launch the product. Great, your product is really great, it's everything is good, but then do you know your consumer, what who exactly it is and what he wants? Uh, one more example of this particular thing. So there's a perfume brand that I'm managing right now, and the perfume brand was wanted to uh, launch itself in India. And when they were launching, the definition of the TG that they had given us was it was a female-centric kind of a brand. So they had both male and female products. But when actually we launched that particular perfume in the market, 75% of the product which was brought was male. So then it actually struck a thought that if it was a product which was centered towards female, and right now 75% of the buyers are male, should we have the same set of communication that we're running, or should we have different set of communication for male? See, these small things are very important. You suddenly it opens your eyes and you're like, okay, I was thinking that my TG was A, but now this TG is some B.
That's a pretty extreme example, right? Yeah. So, and the point that you mentioned about the time aspect, right? One of the things that many, at least startup companies and smaller companies in early stages, that they don't take into account as much, and the gripe that I have a little bit on that is that there is a lot of time and effort and energy that goes into product development and testing, and there is stealth mode, and you have like a year or two. I know there is agile and agile way of developing products and so on, but still there is a lead time, there is a time to understand, to build the architecture and everything, right? So the technology stack, the integrations, thinking about everything, right? So even though it is agile, there's a lot of thought process that goes from the architecture down to the last line of code. Similar thing from marketing. I think it's a how many of us here have got this call from from some founder or CEO or boss saying, um, I have this product ready, let's launch it in 2 weeks, or let's launch it next week. Show of hands, please. How many of you have got this? Quite a few hands going up, right? Because like I said, it's a left brain, right brain. It's a very different thing. They are not marketers. We are not engineers. So things become difficult, right? So there's a lot. Between development testing, there's a lot of coordination, and that also took time for developers and testers to get coordinated. The same thing also needs to start happening between the product development and product management teams and marketing as well. That
So see, it's a very right set of question. If you're saying that you want to launch a brand in 2 week, okay, we had just had a session before this, which is SEO and social media. We all know that organically, if you want your brand to be ranked, or the LLMs to understand the product and services that you have, you need minimum 6 to 9 months. So when you are actually making the product, at that point of time, if you consult your marketing team, don't you think that the marketing team can have enough time in hand to create that content, to create that particular market before the product gets launched? And that's where it's very important to have a conversation with your marketing team, to get an or give them an understanding as to what is there in your mind. See, as a business owner, it's always a case that I know हाँ मैं product बना रहा हूँ. I have completed the product, and I know 6 months down the line I'm going to launch the product, or 3 months down the line I'm going to launch the product. But those 6 months, 3 months, if you're able to give it to a marketeer, he can make wonders.
right, right. And I was discussing earlier today in another panel that um, like involving people from the stage one, right from the strategy stage. So visualize this. So there are four major steps that we go through, right? So there's the strategy and the product part of it. So as the product is getting ready, there's a strategy around around messaging first, right? I mean, who we are, whom we are building for, who we are not. What is the target audience that you don't want to target, right? So you have to put the guardrails, just like we do it in AI. Even in real world, we need to be very clear about whom we are not serving, right? And that's often, of course, a lot of big mistake that founders go down, right? I mean, we all know that. So that's the first part, right? I mean, on defining all that. And then the second is the messaging part of it. How well have you imbibed and inculcated that messaging into your organization, with your agencies, to say that, okay, are they trained enough to say the right things, to target the right audience, avoid certain audiences, not to say certain things? So all of that is kind of like part of the marketing strategy, which is messaging, positioning, and all of that, right? Then you go into the GTM, which is the third step. And a lot, very often what happens is that that call that comes is we're jumping to GTM right after the product is ready. So there's no thought process that has gone through in the whole messaging part. What do we have to say, right? All of those things. And then once the GTM goes well, you will have like your pipeline, your sales, your leads, those great conversations and inbound inquiries and all of that. If you shortchange any of this, it's going to it's going to be a lot of failure that people will see, a lot of wasted money, wasted effort, a lot of ad spend that is not going to lead anywhere. So I think that completing that loop, I think, is very important. And in that respect, just wanted to quickly say that there is, with AI, what is possible today is that a lot of this happens manually, or used to happen manually. Now, if you look at it, AI can automate aspects within advertising, or at aspects within email campaigning, and there are those, especially the last two things, pipelines, CRM. So a lot of utilitarian kind of AI can help in that, but AI can also help in, especially because LLM understands natural language, and a lot of the first two steps involves market research, a lot of commentary, a lot of documentation that you read. All of that is possible now with training a product. There's a new category in my mind that is going to develop, which is a strategic alignment tool, right? Where it says that even before you get into marketing automation, you fire up your HubSpot and your MailChimp and Apollo or whatever tools that even before you fire up that thing, everything before that is kind of manual and depends on the brains of people like Siddesh and all, right? I mean, on how to do it, what's the plan and everything. But AI can assist a lot in that strategy planning also. And that's incidentally what I meant, what I'm doing with Aligner is to create a category that, okay, you have your product, then before you even get to the marketing automation part, there's a strategic alignment software that says that everything about the product and the business and the offering is encoded into this. So then your GTM becomes more effective and more powerful, and your pipeline becomes more effective, and it's also more predictable. So that's kind of the workflow that I think that companies need to start, and agencies with their partners, business partners, need to start thinking about.
In fact, see, this is very important to understand the messaging part of it. Lots of time, I get calls from clients, and they say that, Siddesh, hey, let's do one thing. Uh, let's run a performance marketing campaign, okay, for a product that we have just launched in the market. And similar thing which I had got from one of the brand. It's a luxury real estate brand that's there, and they have a product which is worth like 30, 40 crores real estate. They wanted to launch it in India. So they were like, Siddesh, let's do one thing. Let's start a performance marketing campaign. Bola, "Arey wah, good. Let's start a performance marketing campaign. But what do you think that somebody who's actually gonna buy a 50 crore worth of property or 60 crore worth of property, he's gonna give you his lead upfront or his details upfront? It's not going to be like that. You can't really go and try to get into the market and say, ki, just go and buy my product. So it's a 6 to 9 months journey that the product sales has, and it's not the direct kind of a buyer whom you're trying to target. Uh, the buyer is already there, but there are also people who are going to influence the buyer. If I have investment worth of 50 crores, do you think I'll just go ahead and make a payment to somebody? I'll have my legal advisors, I'll have my other set of people
Yeah.
uh, whom I'll go and ask certain set of questions. So your marketing strategy is not just directly related to me. You also need to have a second in line marketing strategy for those set of people who are going to influence me. Because if I go to them and they don't know about your product is not going to be sold to me. I'm not going to buy it.
Absolutely. No, right, that's a great point. It's especially in slightly more complex sales like these and higher ticket price kind of products and all. I think it's not a one-to-one. It's not sales, right?
Hence, messaging is important.
Messaging is important, and you have multiple stakeholders, and you have to message them message differently to different people also. Just one more example that comes to mind is in B2B, especially when there are multiple stakeholders that you have in in the your prospective kind of organization. They are all thinking differently. There are some people who want to think of themselves, or who are genuinely visionaries. They want to innovate, they want to break things, and they want to be the first movers, right? And that's probably 2 to 5% of the people, maybe lesser, people with that kind of mindset. There are a lot of people who are very conservative in the sense that they want to buy something as a middle stage or later after kind of thing. There are people who are motivated and incentivized even in organizations um, to safeguard the organization and not necessarily to take the organization forward in a in a in in a new opportunity direction. And people like CIS, the information security people, legal, accounting, right? Their job is to be skeptical, right? How much ever we hate them, because in that conversation they are the ones asking the difficult questions. How do you message to person number one versus the person, second person? How do you message to someone who is focused on today's job? Oh, does this work with that? And I am using that. Can you integrate and do that? Versus someone who says that, okay, how will your product evolve over the next 2 years? Because that person is probably looking at planning for the next 2 years and not just what it does today. Right? So there are these buyer psychologies also that are involved that often gets missed in the B2B space, especially.
In fact, that's where the budgeting part comes in. Okay. So for this particular brand, when we actually told them about all these set of things, certain tools came into picture, certain uh, costs actually got added, and then suddenly the team was like, we had never thought of these kind of costs would be there. Because it was very simple for us that we'll generate a few prospects, we'll give them call, and we'll try to schedule an appointment, we'll give them invitations, and we'll try to close the deal. But when it came to nurturing kind of a program wherein uh, it was a 6 months to a 9 months nurture that you have to do, or take a particular user from that particular stage to the stage where you can actually convert them. So from discovery to the conversion, that's how it was. Suddenly those questions started arising. Arey, acha, there's this thing which is required. Arey, there's this thing which is required. And then suddenly the marketing cost which they had in their mind, it just blew off by around 50-60% more. And it was not the marketing cost that went up, it was the cost of those tools, it was the cost of those people who would be involved, uh, and those multiple stages which are there. So suddenly a thing which was in their mind a 3 to 6 months kind of a project suddenly went to a 9 month kind of a thing. Then suddenly the costs which were 100 rupees went to 150, 160. But now the same thing, if they would have involved us before, it would have been easier for them to make the stakeholders aligned with all these set of things. And hence it's very important when you align your marketing team with the product that you have or services that you have, and just get an alignment from them that whether the market that we are targeting is it the right market or not. What else could be required? Like for marketing India, uh, which has multiple regional languages, you just can't go in the market with one single language, English, and just try to say ki ha, I'll just capture the market. So then there's different strategy which is altogether required. You need to have your costs then built in accordingly. uh, Suddenly it could be a case that your the number of so if it's a kind of a BFSI product where you want to have a assisted kind of a journey, uh, and assisted conversions are more as compared to a unassisted conversion, then your call center cost goes up, your other set of things which are there, those set of things go up. So small things you suddenly start realizing when you start aligning with the marketing team.
So one quick thought that I had, that aspect that I wanted to capture was also that the probably for at least in my experience, probably for the first time, another thing that is happening is that when marketing is defining the business, it's becoming very line of business centric, very line of business centric. I mean, especially in the technology industry, right? So IT services industry, like I said, I mean, so they're very inside out. They're saying that okay, we do these 15 things, right? I mean, maybe this, things like cloud migration or data integration or data engineering and AI and so many different things. So they typically have like pretty big portfolio of stuff that they do, right? And our advice to them is always to say that okay, don't say 15, 20 things, make a story about 4 to 5 things. You still can continue doing those other things because that's the nature of your business, but externally you have to build a brand, right? And brand doesn't happen with, saying 15 different things. Brand is about repeating the same thing over and over again. So if you hear Jeff Bezos say, they have been harping about customer centricity from day one. I've seen his video from the late 90s where he even said that internet doesn't matter. It's even though they were the poster child of a dot-com business, right? When they started selling books. That's not important. I mean, that's just a channel. But he's saying, I want that customer service. So even today, till this day, right? I mean, we return products that's sent by Amazon, no questions asked, returns, right? So there are these elements. So now, so sorry, that was the kind of, I went in the direction of the brand part, right? And how do you recognize the brand and associate with the brand? But if you really think about it, many B2B businesses are also a collection of four or
You're
five
right
different
in saying that. You're not digressing discussion. See, thing is, when business teams thinks about certain set of things, many a time you get an understanding कि मुझे 6 महीने में ये करना है. But is it a 6 month thing or is it a 6 years kind of a thing that you need to think about? I understand, yes, to run a business, to be profitable, you need that 6 months ka window or 1 year ka window, and you need to know ki my revenue currently is X. Can I make it 2X, 3X, 4X? Which is fine. But those 3X growth, it's not going to be with those simple kind of things that you do. You have to have a proper understanding. You have to do a proper study of where do you see your brand 5 years down the line. And that's where the entire thing comes in as to, do I need to have a brand ambassador for my brand if I'm thinking of going that big? Do I need to start with a smaller micro influencers kind of a thingy where I just want to disrupt the market or a smaller pocket in the region? So these alignments are important, and if you have to think about where your brand is, and in fact the product that you have, Shivesh, I think that helps brands a lot, defining those smaller set of things. If you could just try to put some light on that.
Sure. Yeah, just very quickly, and we'll open it up for questions. So, yeah, I mean, so the thing is that the aligner is actually the main word, right? I mean, here, I think over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to hear this word a lot. Everything is becoming about alignment because doing has become easier. Now, what you are doing has to be aligned with what someone else is doing. So that's the alignment that our product also brings in. So yeah, but very quickly, the thing is that ultimately every line of business, every brand identity has to be aligned with the execution, with this, with the strategy, with the product, and then eventually the pipeline will start, as an outcome, will start becoming, more effective. And that's what is possible today. And that's, I think 2 to 3 years ago, this was not possible. It was all a very human-oriented, high-touch kind of experience, and that's what strategy consultants do, right? But that is also getting disrupted where. Strategy consulting is also getting disrupted because if you really think about it, if I can spend half a minute on that, it's highly based on a lot of reading, a lot of documents, doing a lot of research and everything, and that's what LLM does really well. So it's not about whether strategy consultants will be needed and they'll continue doing, they will evolve and all that. So that's okay. But the thing is, there's a new product category that is coming out, which consultants are building, right? And both on the B2C and B2B side. Maybe Siddesh, we'll open it up for questions. We have a couple of minutes. You can walk up to the mic.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you
Okay. So thank you, Shivesh and Siddesh. It was so informative. Okay. I am from a company called Reward Partners. My name is Geeta Bhosle. I'm a VP there. And I had a product which is a B2B product. Okay. And almost like 60 to 70% of Indian lending banks are my client. Okay. Now that I have reached there, okay. So the next question comes, now what's next? Where do I go about? So at that point, which team helps me? Is it the marketing team or someone from the business team?
So business team, as you rightly mentioned, you are the business team ideally.
Yeah.
You are giving me a task that,
Yeah.
Siddesh, right now I have reached a particular level,
Yeah.
and now I want to go to the next step.
Exactly.
The marketing team can actually help you understand that, is it a problem of the market saturation that you are currently facing? Is it something else? See, there are different ways of understanding it. For example, if it's a saturation in the market, okay, then you can just try and can see that can I go into some bigger markets or some other market where I can get my product and get some more customers?
Yeah.
Is it something where the market saturation has not happened, okay,
Mm.
but I need to gain more share of voice in the market? So then there's a different strategy that you apply to it.
Yeah.
You can actually try to also try and understand that the current set of TG that you are focusing on, are you only focusing on the cream layer of it? Do you think that as a business owner, uh, if you're only focusing on large corporates, do you want to go to the MSMEs? So there are 63 million MSMEs in India, okay, and with those 63 million MSMEs, you are saying that your product, which is in lending, I guess,
Yes.
uh, you're not able to grow. Then that's a very big question, because out of the total 63 million MSMEs, only 6 to 7% MSMEs are able to get business lending. So there is a big 94, 95% market which is already there for you to grow your
Exactly.
business.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. But
Yeah.
you know what? Like this is a startup, so the team is very lean. So one person wears multiple hats, and that is where I ask the question.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think just very quickly to add to what Siddesh said, I think if I have to pick one, I think it's a business problem that you need to address, in the sense that I would think of like something like Porter's five forces, right? Or things of things of that
Yeah.
sort,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you say that, okay, or the value chain. So I'm part playing this role in the value chain. Maybe I can backward integrate to doing something else, or forward integrate. These are sort of like the pre-marketing questions, but like Siddesh said, very importantly, it's not devoid of marketing. You need to involve, keep marketing in the loop. So
Exactly.
that's very critical.
Okay.
But that soul searching, I think, has to happen. And the answer could be in addressing a different market, which
Mm.
could be MSMEs or different geography. The answer could be a different product. The answer could be different, types of customers, different psychographics of the customers. So we don't know where the answer might come from today,
Yeah.
right? It could be any of these kind of parameters. So
In fact, one thing which you just mentioned, which is you are a startup with lesser budget. See, marketing not always requires high budget. It requires few ideations also. Uh, you can actually do a lot of strategic alliances for that matter. So there are lots of people in the market who have consumers with them. Uh, just to give an example, a business MSME, okay, for example, what does he do in his entire lifespan? He travels to different destinations to meet his clients and everything, and hence, if that's the case, he will have a travel business travel account. Okay, there are lots of people like Yatra.com or many other people like this who also want to increase their base. If you already have your consumer base and they have their consumer base, you can just collaborate with each other and try to do
Yeah.
that. And have,
Collaboration is a
yes.
new.
that's
Yeah.
another
So
dimension.
marketing team can actually help you do that as well.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think we have one more question. Yeah.
This is a very small question. I truly appreciate your insight on things. I'm a tech developer myself, so I work with startups very closely. So my question is very simple. I really loved your idea about the product development team as well as the market team need to collaborate very closely. So I'll discuss only regarding pre-GTM to keep the conversation brief. So as you have also suggested, 3 to 6 months is the or 6 to 9 months is the ideal amount to do market research. So in a lean startup, how much the startup business operation need to collaborate with marketing, at the same time how much the business operation willing to listen to market as well, because I'm talking regarding pricing, I'm talking regarding operations, the customers and all that stuff. So how much the business operation needs to listen to marketing? There needs to be a point, because usually startups take business marketing consultancies. So marketing consultants have a different business model. So if you can give an insight on this, it would be very useful.
So you're from a tech industry, right?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So one of the things is that the I can see that the marketing, a lot of marketing language tends to be around brand, around some of the things which I, being a techie in my early part of my career, can understand that it can seem a little, it's a different type, different lingo, different language,
Mm.
right? And the answer is somewhere in between. But at the same time, I think that foundation of that business has to be really strong, right? I mean, so if you're building, I think where Siddesh is also coming from, involving marketing teams early, is not about marketing team driving the technology or driving the engineering or the product. That still is the responsibility of the product manager. But listening to marketing team and getting their inputs, right, and then distilling it down to, okay, what does that mean for the product? That distillation is important. So the nature of interaction with marketing is different. Whereas a couple of years later, the nature of interaction, marketing interaction, is going to be about, ads and, SEO and keywords and social media and all of that, right? So and that's the execution side of the things. And before that, there'll be the branding side of the things, right? But the first, that often misstep for many founders, many startups, and especially in the technology industry, I'm sure it might be the case even in other industries, is that branding is not the starting of marketing.
Yeah.
Which is often, for people say, okay, now let's brand it and then let's do GTM. Forget the fact that branding itself is highly misunderstood concept. But the way the branding is, the creating logo and this and that, before that you have to define who you are, right? And so that is also in a way part of branding, but the language is more strategic and more strategy oriented.
So
And
can I, sorry
right,
to interrupt, can I reiterate and say this, marketing is one of the core foundations of, you know, building a startup, because startup usually consult marketing at a later stage before we take to,
yeah, that's
release.
the recipe for disaster. I think marketing needs.
So you just mentioned one thing, that you are a startup with a very lean kind of budgets in hand. Okay. Now, if you have very less money in hand, don't you think you want to utilize it properly? And at the same point of time, with those lesser budgets, you also have very thin margin of error. And with that thin margin of error, if you are going to market without understanding it properly, uh, what do you think might happen?
Yeah, so
It could be
essentially,
a case that you might do wonders if your product is that great and it's actually as per the market requirement. But even a small kind of a difference with the market which you're launching in can like lead to a very big disaster.
yeah,
So
and
I'm saying that it's better that you consult a marketing person before you try to uh, uh, launch your product. It's like saying, when you want to jump into a sea or a river, it's better to ask somebody who's already done it
Being
before.
there.
And the marketing team might not be the person who has done it before, but they can go to a person and find that person for you who has already jumped in that river, and he can give you some understanding of how deep is it, what kind of fishes are there in the river. So according to
yes,
that, you can
right.
do it.
So I think just one last comment, and I think we are over time
Mhm.
here. But the like I said, the nature of that involvement, you don't want to talk to marketing on the ad copy aspect and all at this stage, right? You want to talk to marketing about the market,
Yes.
about the segments, about the positioning, what others are doing, how am I different, right? So it's a very soul searching kind of a question. Marketing teams can help you with that also, but that's a very it's a strategic marketing team, right? And that's what is important. Often what happens is that we get calls saying that, hey, you are in marketing, so can you help me with this? And I'm like, no, there's a difference. Like, I'm in marketing for what Siddesh does for marketing is different from what I do for
Yes.
marketing. Quite,
So marketing is
it's
not just
it's a
about
very
communication.
yeah.
I think
So
that
It's also about a
differentiation is
research.
vital
that
for.
is important. So make sure that you are talking to the right person. So that marketing person needs to have the insights on the market, on the research, on the positioning, messaging. Like more strategy consulting, not the execution part of marketing. Marketing is a huge field.
Thank you so much. That's Girisan.
With that, I think we'll wrap up.
Yes.
Thank you so much for everybody's attention and great questions. And thank you, Fueled, for this great opportunity.
Thank you so much for all the incredible insight you shared with us today. If we could come forward to take a picture together. And if someone could lend me their phone, we take a little bit of a small video with the crowd, if you'd like. Perfect. And now, everyone in the audience, I'm sure you're familiar with the drill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for our speakers, Mr. Shivesh and Mr. Sadesh, for that really, really insightful fireside chat. You really made us all think, and you really helped us understand a little bit more about alignment between business and marketing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to recognize some incredible individuals here with us today. Speaking of amplifying voices, this next part of our program is really all about recognition, recognizing you. Of course, behind every big idea and every breakthrough, every bold move are individuals and organizations who dared to think differently. Yes, that's right. That's what it's all about. People who dared to step outside the status quo and become truly exceptional. Our recognition session is where we pause, celebrate, and shine a spotlight on those change makers who are raising the bar for all of us. To help do the honors, please welcome on stage Dr. Yvette Rose, the Metapsychology Coaching Founder. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Yvette, for doing the honors. And now, without further ado, let's go ahead and start our award ceremony session. Ladies and gentlemen, our first award, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Muhammad Al-Hussein. Mohammed is the director of IT at PIF Projects with over 22 years of experience in digital transformation and IT strategy. He has led advanced AI initiatives, including intelligent automation, machine learning solutions, and data driven ecosystems. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Najib Sabah, the founder and CEO of SSU Up World, an entrepreneur and driving force in the MENA business landscape. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Navneet Kumar, a CEO with over 18 years of industry experience. His expertise spans AI driven sales and marketing transformations. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you cheer loud and clear for Saha, a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder of Digizimo, a result-driven digital productization agency, helping coaching and consultants build scalable, systemized businesses online. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ramesh. Ramesh is the Senior Director of Technology at Integra Connect, bringing over 18 years of experience in driving application development, continuous integration, and web technologies. His role focuses on delivering impactful technology solutions while maintaining a strong emphasis on quality, efficiency, and collaboration. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please help me congratulate Rashad Kapoor. Rashad is the founder and CEO of Cognexity Group, with a background in developing high complexity technologies and translating them into commercially meaningful outcomes. Rashad is passionate about making innovation practical, understandable, and accessible to business leaders.
Right, so I forced myself onto the stage. Thank you very much for being here. I am honored to be receiving this recognition. And this goes to enforce our mission at Cognexity AI to put people first in the middle of this AI revolution. So thank you very much.
Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Salwa Musa. Salwa is a marketing manager at Berkshire University and an award winning marketing strategist and emerging innovator shaping the future of artificial intelligence in global markets. With 5 years of leadership experience and dual MBAs earned with distinction, she has led data driven customer centric transformation across diverse industries. As a marketing manager, Salwa is recognized for her expertise in advanced analytics, hyper personalization, and intelligent automation, achieving measurable impact, including a 35 increase in customer engagement and improved operational efficiency. Committed to human centered innovation, she champions digital transformation for SMEs and global institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, please join me in cheering for Shan. CMO at iGaming, he has been shaping the gaming industry for over a decade and driving marketing for over 15 years in varied functions. With a passion for marketing, Sharik loves building brands from scratch and making them truly iconic. Having worked for Ada 52, Paytm First Games, and iGaming brands, he enjoys crafting a brand building stories delivered to each brand. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Shivam Singhal. Shivam is a DevOps developer at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, bringing over 8 years of experience in public health, DevOps, and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, it is my absolute honor and privilege to honor an entity, an individual here on stage. Please put your hands together, representing Abdi Dar. Opti operates at the intersection of marketing and AI technology, developing integration that enhances customer acquisition, onboarding, and ongoing interactions without creating technical debt. It specializes in branding agent kits and that unify AI throughout organizations, ensuring consistent brand voices across all touchpoints. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of Opti, put your hands together for Dave Star. Did we take photos? Okay, perfect. 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 Up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome on stage Toshiyuki Kasumura. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands for Vijay. Last but certainly not least, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Araj. Thank you so much, Dr. Yvette Rose, for helping us honor everyone on stage today. Everyone, please put your hands together for Dr. Yvette. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a closer look at one of our valued clients, Mr. Sarthak Sethi. This video highlights their journey, innovation, and the impact you've made. Let's watch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch, network a little bit, get to meet some new people, and we'll be back here at 1:30. Let's see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I hope you had some time to network and meet some lovely new people. This is where new ventures start, so I hope you really had a great time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited to go ahead and dive into our next panel. And the next panel is all about and the next panel is all about turning inwards. It's time to turn the spotlight inwards on you, on your voice, and your personal brand. How do you expand your reach and make a meaningful impact while staying true to yourself? We've talked a lot about authenticity and impact on the last few days. So we're going to get even more of a focused panel. So, such a question is really at the heart of our next session, and it is titled The Art of Staying Authentic While Scaling Your Personal Brand. We're going to have some real stories as well as actionable strategies and insights that will help you navigate the tricky balance between ambition and authenticity. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call on stage our moderator. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Rashad Kabara, founder and CEO of Cognexity AI. Joining Mr. Rashad, we have Patrick Lang, founder and CEO of Certainty Management. Please put your hands together. Joining them, please welcome Alan Leroy, founding and managing director of Venture Philanthropy Blueprints. Joining them, we have Wala Nazim, GBS head of accounting at SLB. Thank you so much. And with that, I pass off the mic to you, Rashad.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. I feel like I have a great responsibility today because I have a panel of superstars with me. Each of them, they come with a interesting story, to say the least, from different walks of life. So I'm really excited to explore what authenticity means to them as they go on the journey of scaling their personal brand. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Rashad Kabara. I am the founder and CEO of Cognexity AI. At Cognexity, we build products which put people in the center of the AI revolution. So I come from working over 2 decades in the UK in the tech industry, and scaling personal brand, starting something afresh, and trying to stay authentic is very close to home for me, because that's exactly what I'm going through right now. And I think the best thing I can think of is a quote that I heard recently is, if you know where you stand and what you stand for, then you'll become a magnet for opportunities. So I think staying true to yourself and authentic is something that is really important, especially that we are now living in an age where AI posts something for you, and then another AI will comment on that post, and then you've got an AI war happening. So authenticity becomes definitely the new currency. Without further ado, let me introduce to you my fellow panelists, the superstars of this discussion. On my left, I have Mr. Alain Leroy, and he gave me permission to say his name in French. He is a seasoned strategist, builder, and venture philanthropist, combining technology, capital, and social impact to help underrepresented founders scale mission-driven ventures. We also have Ms. Walat Nazim. She's the head of accounting at SLB. She is a finance leader and with 18 plus years in oil and gas, specializing in financial performance, cost optimization, and governance. And last but not least, we have Mr. Patrick Lang. He's the author, speaker, and CEO of Certainty Management with 40 years of sales and consulting experience, host of the Finding Certainty podcast, and former US Army counterintelligence agent focusing on profit consulting and social impact. I will let the panelists introduce themselves to you at length. We'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I love that intro. I need you to send me that that bio, that short bio. But this is amazing. It's truly an honor, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this topic, which I rarely talk about, but is so fundamental. I come from New York, but my parents are from actually from Haiti, which is why my name is completely French. And most people can't pronounce that. And on this topic, that's relevant, right? So because you have to really control the narrative, right, about you, about your name, about everything. And I started in technology, and I think it's rare, I think, for a technologist to also understand the power of branding. Usually those two things don't come together. So that's one of the things I think that's part of my superpower. But I love this stage and this opportunity. My focus today is Venture Philanthropy Blueprint, which is a book that's going to be coming out, which talks about how do we create businesses that make an impact in the world and do that in a way that's sustainable, where the entrepreneur could be successful, could make money, could make profit, and also uplift communities. We don't have to choose. You could do both. So looking forward to this conversation today.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wala. I'm working for SLB as part of the finance team for almost 18 years in the oil and gas field. I had the opportunity to handle different business lines. I was responsible for driving the financial performance of the business, as well as the integrity and the governance over the financials. I had the opportunity as well to be part of the internal audit team in France for 2 years, doing field audits as well as governance projects as well. And I was the finance manager for Kuwait for 2.5 years. Was responsible for the integrity over the financial performance and talent development. 1 year ago, I moved to Malaysia. I'm taking a regional role as a head of accounting team, handling bigger scope and bigger team. And I'm very happy to be here today. And my mission today is to change the perception around finance people. Most of the time, it was interesting for me this morning when I was introducing myself to one of the audience as being part of the finance team, and she's part of the handling a non-profit organization. The comment was very surprising that she mentioned, "Oh, you guys, finance, you're dangerous." So I think this is something that today I wish I'll be able to change. Finance team are our great partners, and all what we need from you is to trust us. We're here to support, and this topic, authenticity, is very important because to get the trust of the people, you need to be authentic. You need to align your words and actions to your values.
Thank you very much, Wala.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being with us. My name is Patrick Lang. I own and have founded several companies, all with the theme of certainty. Our consulting firm is Certainty Management. Our technology company is Certainty Global. We have Certainty Holdings and Certainty Veterans, and we refer to it as the Certainty Collective. I almost called it JPL and Associates, and I'm really grateful I didn't years ago because it's been such a great theme to build on, this concept of certainty. This conversation that we'll have today is very in line with who we are and who we are seeking to be, and it is a proactive effort. It has to be a proactive effort. It isn't just something that happens by chance. Anyway, we're looking forward to this conversation. I'm honored to be a part of this. I think this is my third panel, and I have one more this afternoon. So I'm very honored to be here. This has been an extraordinary experience, and we'll get to know each other better in the next 40 minutes. So.
Okay, now I'm under pressure to make it the best panel you've been on. Let me then go straight to the questions. I'm going to start with you, Ella. You had quite an interesting background story, which I was very interested in learning about, and I think our audience would be interested in knowing a little bit more about. So to plug that into staying authentic while you're scaling your personal brand, can you tell me how have your West Indian upbringing and cancer journey shaped your personal brand?
Okay, wow. I think you said something there that you must have some good research people. The cancer journey, I probably have that in one place. out of like 50 places, so you found that.
Thank you.
I don't really like broadcast that, but those actually are two fundamental components to who I am, my experience. So being raised by West Indian parents, my parents came from Haiti. They were born and raised and educated in Haiti, and then in the 1960s, they left Haiti. At that time, it was under a dictatorship, and they came to the United States chasing the American dream. They already knew each other in Haiti, and my father left first, which is usually how it happens. The man left, and then 5 years later, his future wife joined him in New York, and they got married, which was always the plan. And then they started a family in New York, and I'm one of three children that they had. I have two sisters, and we were raised in Queens, New York. Strong family values. I was fortunate to have both parents in the house. We ate dinner together as a family every night, even though my mother had a full-time job. She was a registered nurse. She would come home, prepare dinner for everyone, and we ate together. So very strong family values. So that vibrant West Indian household in Queens, New York, played a large role in shaping who I am. Also, not only that, but giving me a growth mindset. I think they came here chasing the American dream, so they always taught me you could be whatever you want, right? Work hard, study hard, pay attention to who your friends are around you. They had these qualities that were instilled in me. Now that said, they didn't give me the blueprint for how to conquer corporate America. They didn't, I had to figure that out on my own. But then something happened to me in high school. Um, I was I was always into sports. Even as a kid, I played baseball and then basketball, and then in high school, track is where I was like, whoa! Like I ran track, I ran cross country. We were really good. We won city championships in New York City, and then out of nowhere, I was diagnosed with cancer. I mean, we just won the city championship, and then out of nowhere, boom! Within 60 days, I was getting treatment. At that time, I didn't know. I was so young. I didn't even realize how the seriousness of it. It was stage 3, and I didn't learn that until like 10 years later. I asked the doctors, how bad was it? So fortunately, I'm here. I'm healthy. I came through that. I'm a survivor. But part of that growth mindset, right? So when you conquer something like that, and I think everyone has challenges in their life. It may not be exactly what I just explained, but when you're able to look back at that and learn from that, then, well, is there anything I can't do moving forward? And so I think those are two things that are fundamental. So connecting with my cultural upbringing and understanding also the history of Haiti and its independence and everything that it did to reach where it's at today. And then that journey that I took personally. And then the third thing I'll just say is that, and then being in technology. So that was so early in my life, I was introduced to computers. So I actually started programming computers in the 4th grade. Computers just came out, and my mother came home from a parent-teacher conference with a flyer and said, "Do you want to take this course?" And I was in 4th grade. I was like, "Sure," 1983. So that also is what told me, whoa, this is amazing. Out of nothing, I can create and build something. Because that's when you create software, you start with nothing. You have to understand what you're trying to create and what problems you're trying to solve, and then you create a software program to do something. So that was the other thing, right? And I think all those things combined is what really played a big role in who I am today. And there's a lot more, but let me stop there.
Thank you so much for sharing this. We really appreciate it. And yeah, I think even though it does have a little bit of a deep personal twist to the question, I think it's completely relevant to shaping the person that you've become today. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that a little bit. Well, I'd like to ask you a question. You work in oil and gas, right?
Yes.
That's a male-dominated industry. So let me ask you, how have you carved out your personal brand in such a male-dominated industry?
So just to clarify, because I'm office based, so in the oil and gas industry, office based is much better in terms of diversity. I think over the past couple of years, companies have been pushing to improve the diversity just to align with what we have on the community, to be a reflection of what we have. And this is where they try to have the right reflection there, because they do believe in the importance of having a diversified team. And on top of that, the current role for me, it's in the central hub. Central hub, you have even more flexibility. So I'm not experiencing really issues when it comes to the environment, or whether it's male or female dominated. As of now, it's I think overall we're doing great. However, I can share my perspective as at a point of time throughout the 18 years, yes, there was a time where I was the only female in the team, and it was a big team there. And what I can share, you don't really have to think about the gender. We have two important things. If you focus on, you can outperform and shine. Performance and relationship. So for the performance, this heavily relies on your capabilities and the efforts that you're going to put to do the job and the execution. On the relationship, here is the authenticity and trust. So for a finance person, it's very, very key and important to be a trustworthy. And to achieve that, you have to be yourself. So for me, authenticity, it means being able to be real and genuine even when you're not comfortable. And most of the time, as a finance person, again, driving financial performance, as well as being responsible on the integrity of the financials, you will be in a position to, you will have to say no, you will have to correct people, you will have to discuss with them and spend time to explain to them why the business case that they have, it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. So if you manage to balance the performance and have the trust of people where they can come to consult you and where you can mitigate things earlier, you should be able to scale your brand, grow further. And it's very important for, again, for a finance person to always be align his actions with his values, where he can be more consistent. And this is how we build trust with people.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this answer. And one of the things that I was looking to get out of this, maybe selfishly, is what does authenticity actually mean? I mean, it's a good fluffy word that we need to stay authentic, but I think that has completely different meanings depending on the context.
Yes.
And you just put your finger on two different meanings. You know, staying trustworthy. If you're a finance person, that's something to build your personal brand on. You know, obviously, this is something that if you keep true to staying trustworthy, then that's going to grow you, that's going to shine, or it will help you outshine other people around you.
Yeah, and sometimes people, they confuse the meaning of authenticity, that you in the workplace, authenticity means you're going to be yourself, true self, which means you're becoming too emotional sometimes.
Yes.
And this is not the case. Authenticity means you are real. You do what's right.
Yes.
Not what's easy, right?
I think it's about knowing yourself, knowing your core values, and staying true to those values as well. Just stay aligned no matter what happens. And I think this would be a good North Star to have. Thank you. Patrick, I am interested in knowing, because you combine a military background with entrepreneurial spirit, and that's always an interesting mix. So I would love to know how those two backgrounds help you shape your personal brand, and also what do you do to stay authentic whilst you are building your brand?
You know, it's a great question. I think it's a good insight that how do you blend those two, right? Because my experience, I worked in counterintelligence and counterterrorism. I had to go through extensive training. I held a top secret security clearance for several years. And in a very real sense, when you're working in that realm, you are under a microscope all the time, right? They're watching you, they're making sure you're doing what you say you will, you're where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be. It's very I don't want to say constricting, but it's very serious, right? You have to toe that line. And I was very young. I joined the army when I was 17 years old, and and so as a young man, kind of kind of figuring out who I am and who I wanted to be, I had this experience that really forced me to grow and to expand and to question those, ask those questions, if you will, right? It was an extraordinary experience, and it did lead into the rest of my career. I studied English in college. I thought about being a lawyer. I was going to go to law school, but in the summers, I did summer sales jobs, selling everything from Cutco knives to cookware to yellow page advertising as a young buck.
What is that?
As a dinosaur now, but I was doing it in the summers to pay for schooling, and 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 I realized I was really good at it. I really enjoyed it, and I realized that maybe I didn't want to go to school for several more years just to stare at books all the time and be a lawyer. And I, as a result, have been in sales for 40 years. I decided I was making good money. I enjoyed it. I could see a career path. And there's enough flexibility in sales that you can work in several industries. So while I learned from my military experience several principles and rigor and discipline and some of these characteristics that I knew would benefit me, and they have, I took a route through sales that I think was more flexible, more fluid, and as a result, I've worked for several employers over the years. Now, I eventually started my company because you know how it is. We've all had employers where we like certain things about them and there's things we don't like. Doesn't matter. I don't care who it is. If you're married to someone, you like 10 things about them and there's 10 things you probably don't like about them. And if you switch them out for someone else, it's going to be the same thing. So ultimately, I decided, why don't we start our own company and keep the things we like and get rid of all the things we didn't like, whether it's prejudice or contention or foul language in sales meetings or whatever. We started Certainty, and again, as I said in my intro, I'm grateful we chose that word because it's been a great word and a great theme to build, to really build around. As a veteran-owned company, as a collective, as we call ourselves, there's a lot of ramifications, a lot of layers there, but it was a great decision because it's something we've been able to build upon with our podcasts, with our radio show, with our books and other things we're doing. This theme of certainty, for me, is very authentic to who I am and who I wanted to be, and I'm still working on it. So,
yeah, I really love that because a lot of companies. I'm a startup founder, so you spend a long time trying to find a name for your startup that's going to be impactful and it's going to relay your values. But you've gone for that's my value, like the name of the company. It's one of the values that we go by. So that's truly authentic. I think it stays within the theme of what we're talking about. So thank you. That's an amazing answer.
it was either that or big mouth, but we felt certainty was better. Right?
Maybe that's another venture for a later time. Alain, I'll continue with you, please. I want to know, how do you ensure that your company reflects your personal brand whilst you're scaling it? So all of us, we're trying to make our businesses grow. We are interested in scaling up, and maybe some of us are not so much from recent conversations I've had, but I think you would join me to say that we all want to scale, we all want to propagate. So how do you make sure that your company aligns with your personal brand as you scale it up?
Well, I mean, that's important. I think first it's what problems are you solving with your company? And that's usually connected to who you are, usually, um, which is connected to your purpose. Um, Eventually, it will be, but that sometimes it takes time for all those things to connect to each other. Uh, you know, Everyone's on a journey, I think, in your life. But when you start to realize that you are on a journey and we're here for a purpose, I think it's important to try to connect these things together. So when I start to, like, if there's an email campaign or something, or I'm thinking about like a content strategy, for me, and this is not everybody necessarily, but I feel like the answer to everything is already out there. The answer is out there in the universe, and I want to always be truthful in what I'm saying, even if it's hard, even if it's a hard truth. Be truthful, because um, if you have to kind of create something that's not real, it takes much more energy to keep that up than it is to just be authentic. Like now, me being here, being able to say, look, I came up from a West Indian household. I grew up, I slept on a twin bed with my grandmother, and my sisters were on a bunk bed in the same room. And what I went through in high school, like now I could talk about that. It's just flowing through, my mouth, but it wasn't always like that for me, right? I had to really, and COVID actually played a big role in giving me the time to think back and study myself and understand, how did I get to where I am right now? The 25 years of being in the corporate world. So I think back to your question, you know, um, I'm a technologist, right? So my superpower, my skill set is technology. And I was very good at that. I was, the best in what I did. And then I started out just focusing on that because I had jobs and I was working in consulting, and I was focused on just being the best at what I could do in that moment as a software engineer on the front lines of digital transformation since the internet came out. I was doing that. And then eventually I started to realize, wait a minute, my parents are from the Caribbean. And then I started to understand the power of now tapping into that. And that just continued to add layers and layers and layers. And now I'm sitting here, 30 years later, also as a father. So there's so many things that are layered onto my personal brand now. And I'm able to be on this stage. So how I connect that to my business is that I'm in the business of helping other entrepreneurs make money helping people. So all these things now are connected, right? That wasn't always the case for me, right? Initially, I was just, conquering the corporate world. And eventually all these things got connected. So I think that, that's what matters, is when I understanding kind of what problems do you want to solve and why are you the most qualified person to solve that? And I think if you're able to answer those two questions, they should connect together.
Do you find yourself, I'm just going to stay with you for one more moment. Do you find yourself maybe like coaching the people or the people you work with on, as you did yourself, kind of explore all angles of your background or upbringing or your story or where you come from? Like, do you find yourself telling them this is where you need to start to dig and find your authentic self and then grow your brand accordingly? So this is something that you're actively.
I usually start by asking, what problem are you trying to solve?
Right.
And then I peel that back to try to understand why are they trying to solve that problem. But first, I try to understand the problem they're trying to solve. And then if there's some legs to that, then I try to get underneath, why are you trying to solve that problem? And it usually takes, the first answer is usually not what I really want. I want to get underneath, the pain and the suffering, because, it's you have to use your challenges as your motivation, because that's what's going to make you differentiate yourself from everyone else. So I start with the problem usually in my role, and then I peel that into personally, why are you trying to solve that? And then we work towards connecting these two things together to be a very powerful branding and outreach and marketing and communications around the business.
Thank you very much for this answer. I definitely echo with everything you said there. Patrick, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that if I can. I think it's easy to feel like, we've heard of imposter syndrome, right? We're going through trying to figure out who we are, trying to become that person and accomplish our goals, et cetera, et cetera. Not realizing that we all have our own superpowers, and they often do come from pain, from trials, from lack, poverty, or heartache, or whatever the case might be. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make is thinking that we don't match up, or that we don't compare, that we are somehow lacking, when some of the most powerful leaders and influencers and executives in the world have taken their pain and heartache and trials and struggles and turned them into such a powerful sense of empathy, understanding, insight, and integrity. Talking about authenticity, right? They're not pretending to be something they're not. They're not trying to ignore it. They're not trying to overcome it even. They're embracing it and utilizing it. I think we all need to do more of that, right? Don't try to, don't, we do need to fake it till we make it a little bit. We do the best we can as we're making it up as we go along and learning and growing. But the sooner we can love ourselves and appreciate ourselves and look at ourselves and what we bring to the table as strengths, I think the better we can do. So
Absolutely, and thank you for that addition. I think you and I were discussing this a little bit earlier. We were literally talking about imposter syndrome and how people don't necessarily embrace everything that has come in their journey, even though that could give them, as you said, Patrick, a superpower. I think we are the culmination of everything we've done in our life. And if you feel that you need to kind of show up a certain way, and that certain way doesn't necessarily encompass everything that has happened to you, you're not being truly authentic to the person you are, and that's gonna keep you a little bit in the shadow. And I think one of the most empowering things I've experienced is to just be okay with everything that has happened in my life, and not only that, kind of highlight it as part of the journey. You'd be amazed at how many people can relate to the message that you're trying to get across to the world, and that will only go to build your personal brand and make it stronger. So you don't have to try hard, you just need to stay authentic, and I think organically that's going to grow your brand as well. So thank you for that addition. That's definitely on point.
Just to add to that, I think the other thing now, though, is yes, absolutely 100,000%. But then when you have to go out into the world and coordinate, this is where it gets a little weird or complicated or challenging, because when you come out of that cave of realizing who you are, your brand, your purpose, and then now you have to step out into the world. Now, to achieve success, you need other people working with you. And we don't realize that the identity that you carry with you is either going to limit you, or it's going to give you, or it's going to strap a rocket to your back, right? So when you step out into the world, is how now your narrative around how you articulate that really matters. Because either you could isolate yourself, depending on how you're explaining who you are, or you could get people rallied around you. So this is where language and words and all that happens, but your identity really matters. So like, for example, in Venture Philanthropy Blueprint, we say socialpreneurs. Regardless of your race, your ethnicity, your gender, your country of origin, are you a socialpreneur? Right? So now everybody could see themselves in that. And then as a socialpreneur, are you a builder, backer, or a believer? So now I get you into a particular segment, right? So that is global. So it really, you have to think through how you're using your words and how your identity it carries across in various communities.
Thank you for that. Wala, I wanted to ask you, in your job, you have to do a lot of cost optimization.
Yes, to help you guys to have a good results, right?
So I think the interesting thing about that, there are two interesting things. First of all, you've been in corporate job for a long time. A lot of people here are either founders or whatever, directors or. So I'm really interested in your challenges within the corporate world. So as you do your cost optimization and you have to focus on that, you have to kind of like do that or continue that function. How can you combine that with making sure that you're bringing long-term value to what you're doing and the company and the people around you as well? And do you feel that this plugs into staying authentic as you're building your brand within the company?
Totally right. So the point is, again, it's here going to the second part of how you handle the communication with people and relationship. So it's very important. So throughout the business and driving financial performance is to communicate and to have a clear communication with the stakeholders and explaining the why we're doing it. It's for you need to get their buy-in, you need to get their support when they understand why we're doing it and how this is aligned with the long-term goals. Because sometimes, yes, we go a bit aggressive on the actions to optimize and improve the financials. And when we engage with the stakeholders and we listen to each other, you might be changing your plan, right? But most of the time, when you engage with them and explain to them the why, they will be the one going and executing and doing it. So having a clear communication with the stakeholders is very important. Understanding the value of why we're doing it and how this is going to be aligned with the long-term goals is another point. And me personally, what I used to do as a controller before or a finance manager, I don't really wait till we are in a position to make tough decisions. You have to be proactive. You have to always continue working on driving the financial performance and efficiency in a timely manner, because if you're reaching a point that the financial performance is dropping, the options will be limited. So it's better to be more proactive and work on the mindset to for all the team to think and focus more on continuous improvement. Make it part of the culture. We always try to improve, try to be efficient, because once you reach the optimal level, I don't think there will be much that you can do after that. So if you're maintaining that level, I think you will not be in a difficult situation.
That's a great answer. Thank you. Patrick?
I have a question for you, Rashad.
Go.
Because I'd love to hear more about your story. How do you define authenticity, and how has it really defined your work or elevated your work? Because that's really what it does, right? It's an interesting dynamic, because being authentic is really being grounded in your principles. But by being authentic, being grounded, being steady in these eternal principles, I say they don't change. It doesn't matter what you do. It could be in oil and gas or advertising or energy, whatever. It elevates your work. It elevates the purpose of what you're doing. It elevates your results. I believe it does have almost a magnetic effect, a law of attraction effect that draws more of the same to you, right? But what's been your experience?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking me. Let me start with the beginning of my career journey. So when I was a young guy, moved from Lebanon. I'm originally from Lebanon. I moved to the UK when I was around 20-something years old.
So I started my journey there, just like any other immigrant, trying to make it somehow. And I started the first job looking around for cues as to what is expected of me. So how am I expected to behave? How am I expected to say things? You want to fit in, you want to adapt, you want to be taken in as, one of the people who already kind of live there. And as I grew through my career, I started understanding that that's not the best thing to ask yourself, and that's not the best course of action. And the reason for that is you end up becoming a persona that somebody else has built for you, and nothing good comes out of that. So it becomes increasingly difficult to bring value to other people when you don't know yourself, just because you built an image that can thrive in a world that you think you needed to make, but it's not truly aligned with yourself. So just like Alain, when COVID hit, I think COVID did a lot of horrible things, but it really gave us that silver lining that all of us became gardeners and we looked inwards and we started thinking about who we are and what we actually want to bring to the world. Um, and that's the moment when I decided that, you know what, it's time to kind of stop trying to conform, and it's time to start really aligning my life with my values. And that kind of spun me off on a journey that has not been easy. I think it was harder than the journey of moving to the UK in the first place, but it's been incredibly rewarding. So I think, to go back to the question, going through the journey of trying to conform and then being completely true to myself, and I can see the effect of both. I would never go back to try to conform. I would never go back to try and listen to other voices telling me what I need to do. And I've tried to carry this on in my business. So when I started Cognexity AI, I wanted it to look as much as possible like me. And I deeply care for people, and I deeply care for helping people out. So I started a business around making sure that we keep people at the center of the AI revolution. So as AI grows and as the big companies with big checks race towards artificial general intelligence, the artifact of that is that they're creating amazing tools for us. They're very empowering for our self-development. And in the company, we're trying to cultivate all of this and create tools to help empower people, get them out of their shells.
Thank you. Got to put him on the spot too, right? Great answer. Great answer.
Alain, you want to add to that? I think we
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
leave some time for the Q&A, but please feel free.
Real quick, just to add to that, I think also, but let's also be real that um, you are where you are, right? So I think that I wouldn't change anything in my background, because wisdom comes from experience, right? So even you, right? Even though I don't want to conform, but you had to come to that realization. So, coming in corporate, and I started in the corporate world, going back, would I do it differently? No, because that taught me the best practices, and it taught me what I didn't want to do, right? So, it's hard. Some people say, well, okay, how should I start? Start the way you think you need to start, right? And I think it's important for you to understand what your superpowers are, which is kind of different. It could be different from so as a software engineer, I had a particular set of skills. Maybe yours is marketing. Maybe yours is related to graphic design. Maybe yours is related to finance. Maybe yours is related to sales or relationships. Who are you naturally? What did you love to do when you were 2 years old? Ask your parents, what did I do when I was a kid? Just naturally, because that usually has a connection to your superpower. And then you take that into whatever walk of life you need to go into next.
Unless it was setting the house on fire, then don't dig into that. Get it sorted. Thank you so much for the answers. I think we've given, you've given some incredible insights into staying authentic. I think we need to open up the floor for some questions because we've only got a few minutes left. Any questions, anyone? No? All right, then we do have time for your closing remarks.
I have another thought I'd like to share. One of the most valuable lessons I've ever learned was about being accountable. And I think it's an important element of this is that we are accountable to others. We are also accountable to ourselves. And ultimately, accountability is what I call living above the line. When you're below the line, you're putting yourself into a victim stance. There are different manifestations of that. You're pointing fingers, you're saying, I don't know what to do, it's not my job, et cetera, et cetera. And when you're accountable, you instead choose to say, what else can I do? Sometimes that's asking for help. That's not being a victim. It's collaborating. It's asking for mentorship and so forth. But you need to see the problem. You need to own it. And then you need to go to work on resolving it. And many times the best way to do that, the fastest way to do that is to have mentors or a team or surround yourself by people who've been there and done that. They can shorten the learning curve for you. They can help create shortcuts, right? And help you avoid the same pitfalls they make. That's what we're all trying to do, is help the next generation to do it faster and better, wiser. But remember that principle when it comes to authenticity, when it comes to success in business, to not be a victim, to keep asking, what else can I do? You want to read a great book about it? There's a book called The Oz Principle. You can find it on Amazon or wherever, but it talks about this topic and it's life-changing.
Thank you so much for this insight. I think we're running out of time, so I'm gonna. Did you want to say something, Willa?
No, just maybe one advice to which
Yeah,
is
please do share. Please do share.
aligned with what Alan explained as well, is that from time to time we have to take a step back and start thinking, what motivates me? What makes me happy? Think about what are my values, and then you need to align your actions to these values. And here where you're gonna be authentic and be genuine, and you will be able to connect with others. What I want to leave the team here with, because this is very relevant, I think, for everyone, that we always need to remember that leadership is not anymore about titles. It's very important to remember the values, trust, and it requires courage as well to be your true self.
That is a perfect segue for how I wanted to close the session, because I was going to say that if anyone is, you need to ask question. Right.
We don't have time for questions.
Yeah, hi. My name is Manish Dalawat from Shraddha Systems, Pune, India. I'm the founder and CEO of my company. So, Vala, I have a question for you. Well, it's always very difficult to convince a CFO for getting the marketing and sales budget sanctioned. And as marketing, we are aware what great we can do and how company can flourish. But we need to convince CFO also to sanction that budget. So as a CFO, how you see to this and what factors you keep in mind while taking a decision? And that's what I would like to have insight from your side.
I think whenever we discuss the budgeting, it's very important for all the stakeholders to come together and discuss. And you as well need to listen to the financier, why a CFO or a controller, why he's pushing, for example, or trying to cut the budget and limit it, right? Because again, when we set the plan, we have a lot of considerations there. We have a lot of estimates, certain expectation for the growth that might happen and might not happen. And we always try to maintain the profitability as much as we can, because all of the companies, they are as well targeting profits, trying to achieve efficiencies. There are a lot of challenges all the time. Cost is increasing. There are other projects. So maybe from your point of view, you're trying to ask for a certain budget, but you have other functions as well, right? You have supply chain that are there. You have HR. So there are a lot of considerations part of the business plan when we set the targets. So it's very important that we come together and we explain. And again, you try, when you discuss with finance, you try to show them the value. Why, from your point of view, this is what you want to achieve.
So my question is, Vala, cutting down on budget is very easy. And giving reason that because of these factors, I'm not able to give you budget. My question is, Vala, if the budget need to be increased and
you want to increase the budget during the year.
Yeah, and then which are the factors as a CFO you see to it to get that sanction? So
is your budget is going to come up with additional revenue?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yes. So what are the factors you see to it, or you just listen to CEO and increase the budget?
No, we don't do that for sure.
Okay.
If you have pipeline, an opportunity where we need to increase the budget, and it's going to come up with additional revenue and a good pull through, we consider it for sure.
So we need to be ready with the pipeline and the numbers.
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for the insight.
I think we might have time for a very quick question if somebody has any other question. Otherwise, we'll continue with the closing remarks. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank all three of you. You've given some incredible insights to me personally, but I'm sure to the audience as well. I think just to kind of summarize everything we said, we talked about staying true to your true self. And what that means, don't be afraid to bring your true self out to the world. Maybe, and just be careful about how you narrate the story of certain things that have happened in your life. But there's nothing out there to hide, because if you do hide bits of yourself, then that's going to be reflected in everything you do, and that's including your business. So if you want to know how to stay authentic when you're scaling your personal brand, it's quite straightforward. Go back to the basics. Stay true to your core values. Ask the whys. Keep digging deeper. Know exactly what you stand for and why you're doing what you're doing today. And then just when you extract those core values, make sure that you have some sort of system that keeps you accountable to staying on those values and not deviating. A lot of people are good at finding out their values and trying to stay true to them, but then other distractions come about. Maybe they drag you in a different business direction, or you get a lucrative offer, something else. But always write your values down, try to stay true to them, and yeah, it's just the foundational way of being a truly trustworthy human being. So with that, I thank you all for listening, and I thank my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear it for our moderator, Rashad. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in another very well deserved round of applause. If you may, all of our panelists, if you may please go to the front of the stage, we'd love to take a picture together. Alrighty, so we do a little something here. We'd love to do it with you. All right, so because the crowd is a bit sparse, I'd like to hear all of you. You need to work extra hard. And there we go, perfect. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our next panel that's really all about stepping into the world of DevOps, the discipline that keeps modern engineering teams moving. At its core, DevOps is really all about tightening the feedback loop between development and operations so products can be built, tested, deployed, and of course, improved with speed and reliability. It's truly the backbone of agility in today's complex, fast moving environments. as you all know, this is something that's really, really imperative for all of the founders and all of the creators that are here today. So this session will be titled DevOps Evolution, Staying Agile in Complex Environment. And it brings together some experts who know what it takes to keep teams aligned with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our upcoming panelists. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Shumo Mitra. He is the director. He is the director of Health R&D at Corvetta AgriScience. Joining him, ladies and gentlemen, we have Prince Adakha. He is the manager of software engineering at Rich Products. Along with them will be Miss Cynthia Saber. Put your hands together for the founder and head of marketing at CC in Dubai and Sunset Properties. Mr. Umesh Kumar, the associate director of IQVIA RDS India. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Last but certainly not least, please welcome on stage Ms. Vanashri Nayak. She is the founder and CEO of ASME Infinity Private Limited. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And with that, I hand off the mic to you, everybody. Please enjoy this truly insightful panel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is the energy high? No. I can't hear the yes. Just 1, 2, 3. Yo, that's cool. Can I request audience to just come on the first or second line here so that we can just connect more and more? Please, please, please stand up and come earlier, please. As of we have a lunch, can I do one small exercise? With the permission of both the panelists, can we do a small exercise with me? Everybody? Yo, but it is not something which is very physical, which is mental. Everybody with me? Please. So I'm going to tell what need to be done. So 3 fingers of this, you need to keep it like this on both the eyes. Both the eyes. Wait. Let me complete it. And you need to close your eyes by this thumb. Okay? And what you need to do is just deep breathe and loudly say, and listen it in a side. Okay? Just 3 deep breath and listen your the humble bee inside your brain. We'll do that. And after that, just remove your hands. Please don't open your eyes. We'll say 2-3 lines instruction. Just follow that. And then we will start with our panel discussion. Will that works? Will that works? Let's start. Please put on the hands. Just 3 deep breathe and say, Close your eyes. 3 deep breaths and say 3 times. Don't open your eyes. As of you are in the conference, please imagine what is your personal goal is completed. You can see it now. Where you want to be, you are there. Just see it. Just imagine it. What is your professional goal? What is your career goal? You are there. Please imagine it. Closing your eyes, please imagine it. and just say loudly, yes, I have done it. Please be loud. Is it working for you? Have you imagined? Yo. Thank you. Thank you very much for the exercise. Let's start with the panel discussion. Sorry for eating 2 3 minutes for that.
It's okay. Thanks a lot for this wonderful starting and this is getting a wake up call for the audience that they are going to enjoy this panel discussion.
This is a Brahmari, we call, and this can actually improve your imagination. This can actually improve your IQ too. I generally do it regularly in the morning. So let's start the panel discussion. Namaste, everyone, and a warm welcome to this international conference session. I'm Manishri, founder and CEO of Asmi Infinity, and I have a joy of moderating this panel today. Our topic is very exciting and very relevant for every industry in this room: DevOps evaluation, staying agile in complex environment. So I would like to ask Umesh to introduce himself first.
Hello everyone, I'm Umesh Kumar. I'm Associate Director at IQVIA India, and I'm having 20 plus of years of experience in clinical research, and currently I'm looking into data analysis and data science. And I'm looking for the clinical operations uh, and the software development team as well. So I'm working as a leader for different products which is been created by IQVIA for clinical research.
Thank you very much, Umesh. Sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shoma Mitra. I lead the R&D for Corteva AgroSciences, which is a combination of merger of Dow and DuPont. And I have 25 years of service in academia and in industry. Before I was in the industry, I used to be a tenured full professor in the California State University system. And since then, I've worked for two major multinational companies. Currently, I'm based in Singapore, and I've run the R&D for the crop protection and biologicals. So it'll be good to share today how agile systems and AI has helped us being more agile in our R&D functions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So myself, Vanashri Naik, I am a founder and CEO of Asmi Infinity, which provides a learning solution. What we generally does, and a unique point with us is, we have collected a subject matter expert network with us from various industries. We meet industries with those subject matter experts to understand the breaker in their growth, to understand their points, and we does a brainstorming at our end, and we provide the learning solution which really works with them. So first of all, problem identification, then the innovation, then come up with the solution, and it actually works for them. And technology is there as always. Whenever it is software technology, it is AI, whatever it is needed, we does it, but we provide the learning solutions. So my next question is for both. Agility has different meaning in different fields. So my first question will be, how has staying agile changed in your industry in the last few years? What new pressures or new habits you have emerged? In short, how do you stay fast without giving your team a mini heart attack?
Basically, this development and operations. So this is basically when we just merge the software development as and the operation. So that means it's a DevOps. Okay. So in that, basically, we have to be proactive to just do our things right way. And for this, so you have to be actively participated with the team, and you have to do uh, regular feedbacks, and you have to give the proper suggestions and proper direction to just to complete that. So that is my view that that can be helpful for this.
That's great. Shumao sir?
I'd like to talk a little bit about how agility in our industry works. So in our industry, it takes a long time to put a product in the market. So it takes us around 10 years and around $300 million to put one product in the market. It's very similar to pharmaceuticals and agrochemicals. So in our cases, our industry doesn't move as Scrum teams would move in software and others, right? So for us to become agile, what we need to do is try to look at ways that we can run things in parallel. What has changed in the last couple of years, as you asked the question, was bringing AI into the whole mix. And I'll give an example in having NVIDIA come in and start to use AIs in terms of how structural chemistry, how synthetic chemistry can be evolved. So things which would take us a year to come up with one structure, nowadays you can probably do it in a day because you can simulate, run AIs in the background and come up with structures. So that has helped in reducing the time. The second thing what has happened is predictive. So in terms of when we do these studies, these studies for acute toxicity or oral dermal takes a long time to do because you generally have to do it in mice or other systems. Now what has happened is you can do them on chips or cells that you can do, which would be for the liver or gallbladder and any other things. And you can use predictive using the chemistry behind to predict what it'll be, which reduces 2 years of it. So you can see being agile and using these, you can reduce your time by almost 3 years to put a product in the market. So these things have probably come on in the last few years. I would say probably the last year or so that things have started to ramp up a lot more, and especially with data behind their big data and being able to analyze the data has really changed how we used to traditionally.
That impressive.
Yeah, I completely agree with Sumo, and that because we need data to just build up anything. So for that, now AI is playing a big role to just lowering down the timelines. So with the help of AI, we can do a lot of things, and we can reduce our. Suppose if we want to launch a product, so with the help of AI, we can do the analysis faster, and that will be also useful. Means in the quality risk also, it will be easier to just moderate that with the help of this.
Right. So AI have given a speed to people, even both fields. Thank you very much, guys. My second question will be DevOps started in software, but now it's becoming a mindset everywhere. So we are calling here mindset. What does DevOps thinking means for you? In software product, agriculture, research, marketing, or business, how does your team apply for it? This question, as of we have only two team members here to contribute. If anybody from audience want to also contribute, you can. Starting with Umesh sir.
Yeah. So for any operations, we need the help of some software. Without software, nothing is possible nowadays, because we as a as a human, we have to do a lot of work manually. So it will take lot of time, lot of efforts. If we are associating with software or some other kinds of just like, suppose if you I will give you an example, that suppose if I want to build a chair, okay, and if I want to build it, so we have to see that from where I will get the raw material, who is going to build up and what. So but instead of that, if we have a pipeline, and that we have a software like that, so that is defining the operations, that how it is going to build up, from where we are going to do a raw material, who is going to deliver that raw material to our the place where that material is going to be assembled, or that is going to be manufactured. So if that is already defined in the operations, so it will be very easier for everyone to just track the things. So here the role of software comes along with the operations.
Shumao sir.
This is a very interesting question because this whole concept of Scrum teams, agility, comes from software, right? And we all have adapted those in our industry.
Agreed. Agreed.
Because our industry definitely was not agile compared to software because it
True.
takes a long time. There's a lot of downtime and lots of innovation needs to happen, which takes time. But we have all evolved and started to use agility and the scrum teams in different projects, right? And this is a learning experience from a software industry, right? They turn around and make in a 1.2, 2.2, 2.5, 2.3 rolls out very quickly. For us, we can't do that fast, but in our timeline, if you look at 10 years compared to if we can do it in 7 years, it's agile because previously we couldn't. And a couple of things which we've learned is also the way software does is failing fast. A lot of times we use a lot of resources to come to a point and then the product doesn't make it, right? But in terms of software, they make it really quick and they say, this is not working, we'll move a different way, right? So that's also something that we've learned from the software industry.
Anybody from audience want to contribute on this? Okay, my next question.
I think I have one more additional thing to add up, and I just wanted to know from the Shumo that now you are in the agricultural field. So now with the help of softwares and development, so earlier we used to grow the crops in a different manners. Now, what are the changes has been come up with this kind of change?
A really good question, Umesh. So cropping systems as such has not changed. What has changed the knowledge that we have to grow a certain crop. So previously we did not have IoT devices in the field, right? So
Right.
now the IoT devices will tell you, okay, it's going to have time to irrigate, time to some stress coming on. So you can put some stress mitigation product out, right? So those kind of information and the able that people can react to has changed. The other form which has changed for us is a modeling and using different mathematical models to predict based on these
Right.
IoT devices, right? So previously, for example, I'll give you an example. We all grow rice in Asia, and BPH or brown plant hopper is a pest which comes on rice and destroys the crop. Previously, we could not predict it because it comes in 5, 6 years. It comes on weather patterns. Now, with climate change, we have capability with either satellite images or IoT devices to predict when a grower will see the surge of this particular pest. So that's how it's changed. And smart agriculture is now using IoT devices on tractors, using different technology to be able to predict what we couldn't do in the past.
Okay, that's very really interesting that whatever things are coming up and a lot of R&Ds are going on the agricultural part as well. So these are very interesting topics.
Seriously interesting. It's a little different question again, Shumo sir. So you are doing R&D in farming and you are doing agile and everything, but Indian farmer who don't have that much literated, how can that R&D help these people, actual farming?
So there are two concepts of that. First is when we are in the APAC market, we are servicing 300 million smallholder farmers, right? And the education level is not the same everywhere. We have got languages. What has helped now, for example, if we create a video, right, or an audio or a brochure in English, say in the US, now within seconds you can convert it into a different language with help
Wow.
of AI, right?
Yeah.
And also you can change the video in seconds and use translation for them, right? Now you've also got devices. Everyone's got either a smartphone or a phone where you can either push an SMS or some information to them, which was not there in the past, right? Now
Correctly.
farmers, even farmers have a cell phone of some sort. So you've been able to engage with them or give them advice via those channels, which was not there in the past.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, and so
I
we
was
can
not
also
aware about it.
implement in our clinical things that I'm getting the things knowledge from you. It's
Thank you very much. So can I get to next question? All of us deal with complexity, sometimes more than we expect. What is one big complexity you face, and what helps you to stay agile while handling it? Because let's honest, complexity never stands an appointment later. It just arrives.
yeah. So I'm from the clinical field, so we generally deal with the hospitals, laboratories, patients. So in that scenario, what happens when we are collecting the samples, blood samples for a test? So it takes a lot of time for just to do the analysis on that, and we have to just do lot of tests and a lot of things we have to just carry forward. So in that scenario, now lot of things has got improved and lot of devices has been come up with a lot of softwares and all. So with the suppose if some people's what they are doing, some if suppose there are some different tests are there, so we are collecting with a different vendors and we are just checking that which one is a more appropriate, so that we can just cop up with them and we can just, if somebody is giving a little means if there is a huge difference or there is a standard deviation from that results, so we are collaborating with them and we are just checking that how that can be reduced, what improvisation they can do it on their part, so that the accuracy is that should be minimal, means there should be minimal error on that part. So that is we are still working on that, and in that we have a lot of things to do and lot of research are going on that part. So
Shamao sir?
For us also very similar, because we are not that agile or not that adaptive to changes. Now it's the necessity, right, to adapt quickly, because everyone is now using a lot of predictive analytics, right? And predictive analytics is helping people shortcut a lot that we had to be done physically, right? And for example, Mish would also know a lot of days people are now going away from animal testing, right? It's in
right.
pharmaceuticals, it's in also our industry, right? People don't want to do rat studies anymore. So what has happened is now you've got these cells on these chips or microchips,
Correctly.
and that has helped because you can do that without growing a rat or going through the whole process, because now you can do it in vivo, in silico, in other ways that you couldn't do in the past.
Correctly. So
These have
those
really
are
helped.
the new revolutions coming up in the futures, and that we can adopt and we can so as the modernization is coming up in our day-to-day life, so those things are very much helpful for everyone to just, so if um, you are ready for a change, then it's you will be growing.
Agreed, agreed. In my industry, DevOps and complexity agility is a little different because we are creative and passionate people. So when our creative designer, animator, learners, IDs working togetherly, and I want that project to be go smoothly, I think we generally try to keep clarity, and clarity helps us to keep the agility, and confusion is the biggest speed breaker. This is what the agility
Yeah.
means for us. So my next question will be, tools doesn't make teams agile, culture does. This is what my thinking. How do you build a culture of trust, ownership, speed, and honest communication? Any practices that really works for your teams?
Uh, First of all, the we should not be agile so much that there is we have to compromise with the quality. So that is the main
True.
thing. We have to improve. Suppose if we are doing agile, so it has to be more. Uh, it should be more towards the productivity plus quality. So we should not compromise with the quality. So suppose if we are doing it, if we are just creating 5 medicines in a day, suppose I want to create that 10 medicines but in a day, so there should not be compromise of the, we should get the similar kind of medicines only. So there should not be any quality issues or like that. So that is my point of view.
So, as you mentioned, agility is actually change in mindset.
Yeah.
And we can observe it because people are used to traditional ways that they feel comfortable, right? But now with new things coming in, there's also, we've heard several sessions about hallucination of AIs, right? So
Yeah.
there is a little bit of um, still getting it fine defined to be exactly predicting what we think. There's a little bit of deviation still. And as more and more data points come in. So I think the best thing, what I feel and what happens in our industry is making sure that you, whatever you are doing, you communicate it transparently. Things might fail, right, in terms of prediction.
Correct.
Being able to, and I'll give you an example. In our industry, we use a stage gate process, which is very similar to pharmaceuticals, right? Once it's discovered, stage 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So sometimes what happens is some chemistries move through certain stages based on their predictive, but then you run tests and say that the prediction was off from what it needs to be, right? For example, the biggest block thing which will be is if it does have any teratogenic effect, right?
Right.
It blocks it. But from predictive, you'd say, yes, it doesn't do this in mice. It should not do that in human beings. Predictive looks good, but when you run a test, then you suddenly see there is some cancerous growth. So you have to kill that project. But then you have to go and transparently say, yes, we did use predictive. It didn't work for this time, but it helped us cut across how many tests we needed to do and the time frame. So that culture comes, as you said, with more about being transparent, being able to share, because everyone can see the benefits of technology are both good and sometimes it doesn't work, right? So in both terms, you have to communicate it very clearly.
Sometimes what we predict, suppose we are predicting one analysis, but we get the different results. But that is also sometimes that will be a different direction, but that is also beneficial, and we get the positive results on a different directions. So that kind of things also coming up in the pharmaceutical. So
Is it happen in this way that if a doctor want to understand the similar case, just because of the AI and all the things which is available, he can find the similar case to study immediately?
not exactly, because suppose if there is one particular molecule is there, it comes with at least minimum 5 years it takes to just come up with some kind of results. Okay, it's not just like that within a year you will say that this molecule is curing one disease. So it takes lot of time and lot of efforts with the scientists. It's not like that we now the bioinformatics is there, so with that we are predicting most of the genes, that how that is reacting to the genes and where it is. So it takes lot of time, but with the help of software, we with the help of other things, we have lot of models. So with that we can predict the thing what results can be. So that helps a lot for all the scientists and all the doctors that who are in the research field. So
So that's how the next question is connected. That
And
sorry,
Vanessa,
you
I
want to
wanted
say?
to, since you wanted to involve the audience and you asked question to Mesh, my daughter actually is here. She's a doctor. She's a practicing doctor in the UK. And we talk about those. So maybe she can chime in how they are looking at patients and what information is helping them in terms of.
Do you want to contribute?
Hi. Yeah, I think my dad already introduced me. But yeah, I'm one of the junior doctors working in the NHS in the UK. And currently, AI has benefited us in a lot of ways, but also not, in the sense that patients might use things from AI, like they might be using that as a in replacement for seeing an actual doctor. And that can honestly be quite difficult for us to kind of manage. There might be patients who are getting advice from ChatGPT of how to manage their symptoms or how to do some things, and they might be completely inaccurate or incorrect. So it could be quite kind of the opposite of the beneficial side of it, of AI in that sense. But in terms of the benefits for the healthcare professionals itself, we get a lot of help to do a lot of the admin side of it. So such as writing patient notes, we can put in quick details and get that written out, or letters after clinics to get given out to patients, or discharge summaries. Those are much easier done through AI. And they're looking at doing things like death certificates or any kind of health sick notes and stuff getting through AI. That would really benefit us as well. That would give us more time to do clinical work. and less time on admin side of it. 'Cause that can end up being a big part of the job as well. But yeah.
Nice to know that, Appa. So my next question is a similar thing for you, Umesh. We are entering a future shaped by AI, automation, climate changes, uh, the way he has mentioned, consumer behavior shifts, and digital transformation, right?
Yeah.
So what trends you think will shape agility and DevOps in next 3 to 5 years?
Uh, the automation is playing a very big role in any of the operations, any of the software development, and any other things. Okay, so if we are going for an automation, suppose like there is an laboratory, okay, and just I have collected a blood sample, and now I want to do a different 20 tests. Okay, so I don't have to feed that blood sample into 20 different machines, because it is automatically, there is a automated system, so it will just take a sample that much. Suppose there is 2 ml is required, so only 2 ml it will take. It will, and it will pass to the next machine. So similarly, whatever things we are feeding into the machine, so it will take it from there. So it reduces effort as well as uh, l- manual things. So with that we can do lot of things, and with the part of automations, the everything is getting the all the time frames are reducing, all the qualities are also better, and we are getting the better results from all the things. And now regarding the transparency, now many people, they are all well aware of the thing, what I mean, which kind of test they are going for. They will, now all the peoples are educated, not like the earlier days, that we are just going to a doctor and whatever doctor is saying we are following that. But nowadays there are a lot of people, suppose if we are saying that your sugar level is high, they are going back to home, they are reading it, and they are coming back with lot of questions that you have you told me that this blood sugar is high, so why it is high and what kind of thing. So they are coming up with a lot of questions. So now as a consultant, suppose if a doctor is a consultant, so they have to face more challenges, because now the people, we have chat gpt, we have other co-pilot is there, so from there we can get a lot of knowledge. So suppose if I'm not from a medical field or some other field, so they will just go write a prompt, they will get a lot of information. So those kind of things, it is coming up. So we cannot hide anything from the patients. So definitely we have to come up with a real figure, real things, and we cannot just go blindly. And we can, like earlier days, a few hospitals, they were just doing some mishap, like they were charging a lot, that there is a patient that can be cured in 3 days, but they are taking it to hospitals for 10 days, so that they can charge it. But nowadays the peoples are aware, so now the hospitals and other parts, they cannot do the things, because there is a now they have to be transparent that this we are keeping a patient 10 days for a particular reason. They have to be monitored, they have to be like this. So the transparency comes here.
Yeah, that's absolutely, as Umesh mentioned, nowadays everyone can get information at the fingertips, right? Nowadays we
Right.
use a lot of AI and information is there. And that's why I think one of going back, Manashri, to one of your questions about how can you make this as a culture is transparency, right? If you don't know, then you say, I can use this or you can use this tool to get the data because now data is available and it's so being transparent is probably the way we could change the culture, ways of working, everything is changing, right? So it's a cultural mind shift.
So last question, what is your one practical tip to stay agile even in chaos? Please be in one
uh,
sentence.
I'll say stay calm and don't be just a hurry worry. You just be calm. You will be getting the solution automatically. It will because you means as a leader you will be having a lot of experience, and with the experience, if you are calm, you will get the answer.
For me is data because data is what knowledge is and what science is driven, right?
Right.
Previously, we have access to so much of data and being able to crunch that in seconds, which we did not have in the past. So these are things which will really help us be calm because you have the backing of that information behind.
Yeah, truly said. As I said that we are the leaders, right? So we know the from our past experience we know these things. So already we have come up with a lot of things, and we know because when we started our career we did lot of mistakes. So with that mistakes we have learned. So with that. So if we are just becoming calm and cool, so it will be, it definitely data comes with means you can analyze the data and you can, so but if you are calm you can just uh, come out with the solution. So that is.
Many teams today feel overwhelmed in many industries. I mean, I have listened this kind of a problem from everyone who is working. So many teams today feel overwhelmed. Too many tools, too many tasks, too many channels. Why do teams feel overloaded today? And what's one practical way to reduce this overload?
There should be work-life balance. Okay. Suppose if there is a work-life balance, automatically the productivity of that person or the employee, everyone will that will increase.
So for us is everything which comes to you, you got to take it with a grain of salt and think about it, right? Because also AI has its pains because a lot of deep fakes come out, right? And a lot of things go through WhatsApp and others which you can't believe because it's not true. So sometimes it's always whatever comes to you, take a step back, think whether it makes sense, whether it's logical, it's a thought process, and that's when you can probably decide, yes, this is the way to move forward.
I completely agree with you.
In my company, overload comes with when people work separately on islands. So animator is working on their world and the writer is working in their world. So the moment teams start collaborative closely, pictures, content, development, reviews, the load reduces magically. So I feel collaboration is the word which can remove that overload.
So I think we could take one or two questions from the audience as well. So anyone from the audience?
Hi, myself Manish Dalawat. Shomo, I have a question for you. The way you're doing research and the way you have achieved great, I believe you have a dedicated development team with you to experiment and explore and move ahead with your journey with to fulfill all your objectives. So am I right or wrong?
No, absolutely. We have 5,000 scientists working in R&D, so we definitely have a process and systems.
Now my question specific is with respect to IT. Because moment we talk about AI, we talk about then software development is a very critical aspect, and that's equally important. And even in those lines, we need to have a dedicated team, and they need to be in a listening mode because every day there is a new learning, and whatever you say, they have to follow, they have to adapt, and they have to proceed. So it requires in-house team to drive. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. We have an in-house team because most of it is IP is a big thing for us, right? So we don't do a lot of thing outsources unless we know there's no IP risks. So there'll be an in-house team. Like, so we have engineers who design and look at AI, and then they will probably ask a Scrum team from someone else to do some part of it. But they're the people who will integrate the whole thing for the last piece because of IP reasons.
In continuation to this, I'm very happy what you've said. So I'm very happy that even similar one project I have done with respect to IoT, with respect to Pan India, there are malls and there are assets. So we get the health checkup of those assets through sensors at the command and control location, and then we did the integration, which even you expressed. So the next point is basically when we develop a software, and then it's only a specific output we are looking for, and that's why the input is also limited. But when we talk about AI, then the touch points are increasing because we need to know the intent and behavior. So this touch points can be any there cannot be any limit to this. So how you manage the touch point aspect with respect to inputs? Because if that data is available, then only you'll get the AI output. So how you manage that?
No, you're absolutely right. So there's a structural way of collecting those, but also sometimes we miss it because there's so much of AI being used because we don't know which one was used to predict it, because a lot of assumptions are based on assumptions, right? So we take a set of assumptions that this will happen, and then you'll use AI to predict that, right? So sometimes we do miss it, but generally our touch and way, you can say, checks and balances is we take an output from one side and make sure we predict it and see, is it giving us the same results on the other side? So that's a check and balance. But of course, we do miss. A lot is also new. I can tell you that this has probably come in the last 2 years that we are trying to use so much of AI. So this is going to change. I'm sure it's going to change and evolve and probably get much better as we move forward.
So again, one point here is like, I believe to make AI successful in this manner, anyone who is visionary in your organization and the top heads, they need to participate on regular basis to monitor what's happening. And if that's missing, then the project will fail. That's my understanding.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And things are changing in a day. Previously, it would take us months to change. Now it's a day and hours that things change. So you're absolutely right. The touch points have to be continuously evaluated. And we have a set of assumptions that you have to reevaluate all the time.
So who is involved in your core team who are monitoring this AI-based solution? Like,
so we have an in-house team of softwares engineers who are data scientists and AI experts. So they do predictive a lot, and then they actually work with other engineering firms, others who work on certain parts of the project, but they aggregate the whole thing.
So I'm not worried on the engineer's point of view. They'll do their job. I'm more concerned from the visionary or the domain expertise or what we expect from business or the output.
Right.
Who is participating from that side?
So currently what happens is R&D works very closely with commercial, as Vanashri's agenda was collaboratively, right? So you have to continuously share with the other functional leaders, like say marketing or government affairs or regulatory affairs, right? So on a regular basis, you change course of path because something doesn't work. So cross-functional agility is very important.
I hope that's very important, which is not required so much in software development application level.
Absolutely.
When it comes to AI and this type of visionary statements, the entire approach drastically changed.
Absolutely.
So it was fantastic knowing and getting these
Absolutely.
inputs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, audience, for doing the exercise and listening to us patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another very well-deserved round of applause for our panelists. Even I had questions for them. I was really wondering about the intersection of AI and medicine. It's really, really interesting. We do a little something here. We'd love to take a video for you. So since I would really, really appreciate if the audience really gives us an amazing cheer, okay? So it's going to be on 3. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to our last but certainly not least panel of the day, titled AI-Powered Digital Transformation, Unlocking Operational Excellence and Competitive Advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, in every industry today, one thing is clear. The organization pulling ahead are the ones turning data, automation, and intelligence into real operational power. So the next panel, it brings together some amazing leaders who are doing exactly that. Let's all explore how AI is reshaping workflow and elevating decision making, and creating as well competitive advantages and edges that were once impossible, really, without it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming, first and foremost, Mr. Manish Dalawat, the founder and CEO of Sarada Infosystems. Joining him, we have Mr. Sarthak Sethi, founder and CEO of Replace. Joining them, put your hands together for Mr. Mohan Deepak, the Managing Director of Vipas Technology. Joining them, we have Mr. Prakash Permal, the Chief Technology Officer of Rapid Health. And now let me hear you loud and clear for Mr. Serkan Akuzun, the Senior CX and Digital Transformation Advisor for INET. Put your hands together. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Praful Kare, the Global Head AI Strategy and Solution Engineer at Rainy Digital. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I pass the mic on to you. Let us make this discussion one of insight.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. This is the final session of the day, I know. But I'm glad actually you guys are here. And today, I know that like you guys all heard everybody saying AI. I believe you must have heard at least like 50 times in the last 2 days. So I just wanted to actually keep it little actually like out of the buzzwords. And today's discussion is going to be really exciting. Okay, I'm sure of that. And you guys don't need to worry about it. All right. So as I said, we will actually talking about much more grounded stuff. Okay, we are going to talk about operational excellence. And from an independent lens, we have a good list of panelists from different industry. So we're going to be sharing actually like great insights, how they seen AI transforming operational workflows. Isn't it great? First, let me ask you guys one thing. Who here spends more time in fixing the workflow problems rather than improving? I believe everybody can actually relate to this question, right? Everybody wants to solve what is just today's problem. They don't want to actually think about tomorrow's, right? So that's what we are here to discuss. We are trying to actually like use AI to foresee, right? Foresee what is tomorrow's problem and how we could able to change the end-to-end workflow, right? That is only possible using AI digital transformation. All right, so let's get started. Okay, I'm excited for this conversation. Okay, so instead of we defining any of these things for you, we are here to unpack this together. All right, so we have different panelists from different world. One, actually two from enterprise system, customer experience, myself healthcare, and real-time decision making. So let's begin. I wanted to actually give a chance for everybody to introduce themselves and what they do, and also they can actually like answer what does operational excellence means to them and how AI influence in the world that they are in. I'll start with Mohan, who's right next to me.
Thank you, Prakash. Hi guys, myself Mohan Ram Deepak. I'm a managing director and CEO of Vipas Technologies and Vipas Academy. Yeah, coming to today's topic, operational excellency in the digital transformation with AI. So we have had about a lot of topics discussing on the different centrics like customer and organizational and coming to the health and retail, different sectors. So how it is improvising the operational excellency start from the small to large scale enterprises. Every system start from micro to the large. Definitely they need some backend system to handle the complete operations. It can be start from the HR to finance and leads to customer centric, right? And coming to the supply chain and decision making. So that's where we are going to talk on the explore more on the operational excellency. Thank you.
Go ahead, Manish.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Manish Dalawat from Shraddha Infosys. I'm the founder and CEO. So I'm happy to share with all of you. I'm into automation of systems since 1995, and I've transformed a number of manual systems to computerization. And what I see as on date from AI perspective, it's completely different ball game now, because in automation you need to worry and think only from application perspective, but when it comes to AI, really you need to think from the entire architecture perspective. You need to think from ecosystem perspective, and that's what is going to be game changing. And as Shraddha, we specialize in supply chain visibility solution, and we are specializing in AI CRM, and that's what the introduction about myself I'd like to share with you. Yeah, over to you. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. It's truly actual like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Serkan Akazun. I'm joining from Switzerland. I'm a CX and digital transformation advisor. I give some advisory to companies and helping them to find the right path to their transformation future in with their transformation path. Besides that, I'm running a startup because I believe that the labor market will change extremely in the future, and for this we are working on solutions for companies to have the right person at the right time with the right experience to provide high quality.
Hello everyone, this is Sarthak. I am the founder and CEO of Replacey. We basically help furniture retailers, interior designers, architects to show their products, their designs into their clients' homes in just under 60 seconds using just an image. So basically we avoid making 3D models using AR products, and yeah, that's about it. And as far as your question goes, for operational excellence, I feel in our industry major of it goes to the training of staff, because since we are in the industry where there's a lot of back and forth between the clients and the designers, and then the end outcome of it, it can be carpenters, it can be laborers. So that is, I think, the major thing that operational excellence means in our industry.
Great.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Praful Khare. I'm Global Head of AI Strategy and Digital Transformation for a company called Radiant Digital. Outside of that, I'm an active member of Forbes Technology Council, an entrepreneur, an advisor, and a board member to a bunch of other companies. But at my heart, I'm an innovator and technologist. When it comes to the point, the operational excellence, to me, it's not about solving an isolated problem. It's about looking into a customer problem from point A to point B and solving it end to end. And I often give an example to my team. We all traveled in the traditional world with the yellow taxi, yellow and black taxi, and so on. When Uber came in, they did not try to mimic the workflow what yellow taxi has. They just came in, they identified the friction point, and then they transformed it. That's what operational excellence for me. Thank you so much.
I agree. And that's pretty much what we did. And I believe like most of us here are doing the same thing. No one is trying to actually like reduce automation. They're trying to actually change, redefine the end-to-end workflow. That's when the AI comes in, right? You could able to actually like say, as like everybody said here, even to me, I could able to relate, because we didn't actually like think, oh, let's actually like put AI in integrating two systems. Let's redefine those two systems, right? That's when you avoid the friction and bring the excellency, right? We don't want it to replace people work. AI, when AI can do more, why to replace AI in a traditional workflow? Rather redefine, right? And also I have a question. In your industry, where does the intelligent lives? Does it live in people? Does it live in data? Or does it live actually in the integration? Would you guys would like to pitch in?
Sure. I will. So, basically, moment we think from AI perspective, we all need to keep in mind it's a journey. It's not a transaction-based step you are taking. There's a start and there's an end. It will not work. So when it comes to AI, it's a journey. At the same time, we all need to keep in mind that data is the most important component to make AI win. If the touch points data is not available, uh, AI will not give predictive behavior inputs and intent input what we are looking for. And that's what the objective behind the technology and solution we all are looking for. At the same time, I would like to say the way we provide supply chain visibility solution, OEM company is always suffering from having a last mile visibility data, and that's where we play a very vital role. So OEM company with the distributor channel, with retailer coming in picture, and then retailer selling to end customer. So we have developed various application, but at the same time, all this touch point data of entire channel we have on single platform. So data plays a very vital role. Then this unified platform plays a very vital role where all the data is available on one single platform. And that's where the AI starts functioning the way it is. At the same time, the batch processing data flow is what will always hamper the AI approach. So it should be a continuous feeding data which should come to make AI work the way we are looking for. And definitely it should be predictive output we should get. And definitely, as we all are here, we say we should empower the people who are using AI, and we should collaborate. And that's what I believe, and that's what we are here to deliver. So this was from my side.
Thanks.
Just a small add-on to that, right? When we are talking about intelligence, there are different tiers of intelligence which actually exist in all the levels. So a lot of people, when they think AI as a technology and a tool which is going to do the true digital transformation, that's where the problem start happening. Because if you want the digital transformation, then you need to extract the intelligence on all three layers from people, process, and technology, and then march it towards your goal.
Great. Yes, Sherpa.
So I believe it's whether technology, nor data. Of course, that is all needed to have a proper AI, but that's the fundamental things. I think the intelligence comes from culture and mindset. If you don't have the the proper mindset to change the world, or at least to change your industry, then nothing will be intelligent. Then you are optimizing maybe here and there something, but it's not transforming, not creating, not shaping the future. And AI for me is all about shaping the future, and this comes with mindset.
I would just like to add with Sarkan. I think he's picked up a very nice point, because even today I see a lot of companies, a lot of organizations actually hesitate to use AI because they feel like AI will replace humans. But as I think even he mentioned it absolutely correctly, that it is not just a tool, it is there to help humans make better decisions, make more informed decisions, and just yeah, that's about it, I think.
I would like to add, and which is very interesting. So basically, let's say the organization or the enterprise has a application, and they believe that they'll just have a AI component sitting on top of that and will function. So if anyone is thinking on those lines, be aware you're going to fail. So that's not the approach it should be. So AI is not a component who's going to sit on top of data and just give you the result. It's right from bottom to top approach. You need to have it, have the entire architecture in place, the ecosystem, all the touch points. You need to have everyone together and then deliver the solution. And you should think about the solution. So that's one input I would like to share.
I agree with you, Manish, on this. See, basically, yeah, really supports to reshaping the systems. It's not a front end language right? So you can be in a UI when you can see that and you can utilize on the top of the system. It doesn't work, but it is a journey, as I mentioned. So you have to transform along with other systems. You should use AI as part of your journey. Then it helps you, to improvise and make an accuracy of your data, and it's help you to take accountability on the systems, and decision making will be smooth. That's where the AI helps, as you mentioned. So in my perspective, how AI really helps, there is a three layers. One is the process, data, and the technology. So this are all three are interlinked. Yep.
Okay, that's great insights. I had to actually have something to add, and also I have some questions. I do actually agree, and everybody agrees. I've seen actually like people talking about this in other panels as well. AI is not here to replace humans, right? At least we are still not there yet. Okay, but it definitely actually increases the efficiency of the people, right? Now a single person can able to do two people's job. It's true, right? And I see AI would be helping humans, and humans would be monitoring the AI, whether it is making the right decisions or not. And again, right, identifying the friction where we could able to improve, of course, right? That's going to be the future. And now, I do actually have one question for both of you since you are in customer experience. What is a single shift happening in AI in your industry which is helping the customer experience? I know everybody is using AI, but how does it really transforms?
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So in my specific industry, to be very honest, AI helps a lot with speed, with consistency, with, like, I'll give you a small example. I think it would be easier for everyone to understand. So like I already mentioned, earlier they used to train staff to, go back and forth with the designers and the clients. Now, thanks to AI, the cut down, the time that used to take to build a 3D model, let's say, of this room would be 2 weeks. With AI, it is cut down to 1 minute. So the client would know what they're looking into. The speed is better, the efficiency. And more than that, I feel like for bigger enterprises, the good part is they have the consistent customer experience throughout the world, any state, any city. Because if AI wouldn't have been there humanly, if anyone is making 3D model, everyone has their own skills, their own, it's going to be different. So I think that is the big factor that AI is bringing in, at least in our industry.
Sherkan, you would like to add on?
I see his points, and I agree that it can do things better. But I personally, I believe so. I'm not so happy with the speed of innovation that AI has brought to the companies in terms of customer experience, because we are optimizing here and there some things, which is fine and which brings value, of course, but it doesn't make use of the full potential of AI. I believe the entire experiences, the entire process, as you mentioned before, must be rethink. We have to start from ground to think about the processes that we have, if the processes are even needed anymore. If you rethink what you want to achieve and where you are, and if you would start from scratch, would you do it again like this? Most probably not, but we still do it like this and optimizing here and there the processes with AI. And I feel we are not there yet in terms of customer experience, and we have to do a lot of homework.
Great.
I would like to add one point here. It's quite interesting, like, and how the shift is happening from AI perspective. So it's all about turning real-time data into last mile smarter decisions. So basically, the last mile data and the touch point is what we need to gather. And basically, the data, if it's available real time, the AI will support the front runners in the organization to take faster decisions. So as on date, basically the company are not succeeding just because certain things are not in place, but the core reason they are not succeeding because the decisions are not taken faster. And what the game changing going to be with AI is the earlier Like long back, let's say 2 decades back, we used to sell our application. We used to demonstrate the dashboards and inform the management how they're going to get benefit from the dashboard, and from those insights they take decision. Basically, the dashboard scenario is going to get eliminated, and it's all going to be on day-to-day operations, what the front runners do. AI will support them to take the right decision in the right manner, and that decision what they take will reduce the friction, and that's how they'll become successful, and that's the organization will become successful. So I hope it's going to be quite game changing in this manner. Is what I would like to share. Yeah, thank you.
Right. And Praful, you are an AI strategist, right? And he's enterprise systems. So keeping operational excellence in the center, how organization can think where to implement AI?
See, I will rephrase the question a little bit, right? And that's the similar conversation I had with one of the CIOs in a Fortune 10 companies. I'm not going to name him because I don't have his permissions to do that. He came to me and he said, Praful, my team is using this particular technology to do this. What are your thoughts on that? I said, that's a solution looking for a problem. Okay. And then he said, how? I said, you did not even look into what exact problem you are trying to solve. You just looked into that, hey, you want to use this technology for the sake of using the technology. You started going with full throttle, started implementing it. And now you're seeing the problem where you are down with $30 million in the hole, and you don't even know what problem you're solving, how business is going to get benefited out of it. And that conversation I had with him in 2021. I met him again in 2024. And I thought he might have forgot me. I mean, because this guy became a big shot in the industry, right? He comes on the Time magazine and all over the place. So I told him, hey, I am Praful. We met a couple of years back. And he said, hey, I know. You are the solution looking for problem guy. I use your line in all of my all hands and all of my webcast and everywhere. And that one line actually changed my world. So now, when we are talking about AI, we are on the same junction. At this point of time, if you're looking from the investment perspective, right, there is an expectation that by 2033, the total AI investment across the globe is going to be around $4.8 trillion. In 2025 alone, in the first half, over $100 billion has been invested by the VCs into the startup. I'm not even talking about the budget what AWS, Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and all these companies are having. And yet, after this massive investment in the human history, we see a report coming from MIT sometime back saying that 95% of the generative AI projects are failing, right? I talk to the C-level executives and most of them are stuck in the pilot paralysis, where they have seen some initial results, they are able to ask question, AI is able to give them answer, they implemented RAG here and there, but they don't even know how it is going to impact the business, right?
I agree. I've been reached out to by a lot of people who are asking question, hey, where can I implement AI? They just don't want to actually like miss out. It's a fear of missing out, right? Where to where to implement AI? They don't have the strategy, right? And AI just amplifies whatever it is. You have a bad workflow, bad data, it's gonna get bad, right? It's gonna get
It's a
badder.
simple, fundamental garbage in, garbage out.
Yes.
If you already have bad data and bad workflow, you are going to amplify the problem, not going to solve a problem if you start with just technology.
Exactly. So now let's pivot back. How not, what not to do with AI to achieve operational excellence.
Yes.
Yes, guys. Till now we discussed about the do's, right? We should also think don'ts. That is plays a crucial role. If you only think about the do's, then it's gone. It's not the right output what you get. Yes, I'll take some examples. Let's say um, you are implementing a big ERP digital transformation. Okay, so obviously ERP comes under, it's a backbone for every organization, right? Now, okay, let's you're implemented the ERP. Oh, it's an older version. ERP doesn't have AI now. It's reshaping, and a lot of research is going on the ERP side. Let's say I want to build AI within ERP. I'll take an example of SAP. Okay, you have a complete transactional coding system. If you want to move from one transactions or process oriented, they are complete transaction based. What you can do in AI, what we use AI in that transaction based systems on the processes, is it really helps? No, right? So we should think where we should use AI. In the transaction based, definitely it won't work. And coming to compliances and rule based financial uh, analytics, predictive analytics, yes, we can use AI, but in the rule based financial analysis and compliances with the government, that we don't help much on the AI side, right? And at the same pinch, yes, we can optimize the things with the data driven. Let's say you have a use data which is proper structure and the processor in place in your organization. Yes, definitely AI multiplies your processes and it really helps you, right, into a 10x organization. If you are doing 100 billion, it make you a trillion company. But if your data is not structured and the processes are not stringent, or it's too complex, then definitely not to suggest use AI until your processor or streamlined and your data is clear.
Organization bleeds money on that.
Definitely.
In continuation to this, I would like to share a real case study to make the AI-based project successful. One of our customer, uh, we are implementing AI-based CRM for them. So the very first thing what we did is, let's say it's a 100-user organization who are going to get onboarded on this CRM. The first thing is we have made a white paper and entire flow about who is doing what and what data has been captured. And we have defined the process, we have defined the workflow, we have defined what data to be captured, and the entire process has been start from there. And then building that application, getting that application in place. And our best part is the CRM, what we are delivering is a no-code, low-code solution, which is very important for the adoption and AI being successful on the basis of the inputs the solution should be able to deliver. And on top of that, we are trying to support the user, either the sales team, support team, project team, marketing team, to predictive get the output from the CRM, who need to do what. And on top of that, we have integrated this AI-based CRM with the IoT systems, pan-India. Let's say there are mall customer location, connected with the sensors, and we have built a command control integrated with the AI-based CRM. And that's how the entire game is changing. So if any system is having any issue, it will sensor based give an alert to the command control. The command control gives trigger to CRM. The tickets get generated. Ultimately, it relates to the service engineer who is on field, and with what capabilities he has and what type of issue the system is facing. So that matching will be done, and the ticket is raised where the engineer is reaching in the at the customer place before the machine gets damaged. And that's what we are building and we're deploying. And as we discussed, the workflow or the process plays a very important role, and it's all for the team of the organization. We need to do for is what we need to focus for, and we need to empower them. So that's what I would like to add. Thank you.
Excellent point.
Right. I believe like again, as we all agree, like clarity plays an important role in where to implement AI, right? You can't actually plug in AI anywhere, right? And moving on, I do want to actually like talk a little bit more about processes. We've been discussing processes and how where to implement AI. Now let's think actually 3 4 years ahead, right? So the processes that we may see today might change completely, right? Because of the AI, of course, and where the intelligence resides. We spoke about that one. Redefining the end-to-end workflow that we are discussed. So now that's what I wanted to touch base on. What do you guys think AI would do in redefining the end-to-end workflow, right? For example, from a patient care, from a healthcare. So AI would be more in terms of communication, helping actually physician to give more input, summarize about the patient, why they are here, which takes a long time. So of course, right, these are all helping actually like patients to get care faster. Nobody wants to spend hours in clinic, right? So similarly, like I do wanted to know how the process would look like, where AI can be implemented, redefining the end-to-end workflow, which definitely gives the competitive edge.
See, we all are talking about that point that you cannot bolt in AI into a brittle system. If we are talking about AI, the technology is so extensive that it can truly transform multiple elements of the end-to-end workflow. I'll just give one example, right? Since all of us in some capacity, we do the software development, right, for our respective companies.
Yes.
So if we go 2 years, 3 years back down the line, it was like product owner used to go give the user a story. Before that, he used to conduct the market research. Then the user story used to come to the developer. Developer used to write the code. Then it used to go to the tester. Then tester used to validate it. Then through the DevOps pipeline, it hits the production. The whole process used to take 1 month because so many touch points and manual interventions are required. Now we are talking about today, most of the organizations are using Copilot. So the
Yes.
story is changing significantly, right?
Yes.
That they are just telling the user story to the Copilot, getting the output, trying to pitch in. If we go 4 years down the line, and by the way, this is something we have already implemented and developed it. We are getting, huge traction in there. That is beyond Copilot, and that is that your agent already has the context of your business. They are automatically going, picking up the user stories. They are picking up the user stories, making the code changes, and then they are bringing the human not to write the code and test it, just to validate it. And then automatically it is going in production. So the go-to market time for a certain feature, which used to be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in the past, right? With the help of AI, we are going to cut it down to 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. So that's how, we all were talking about, right? It's not to kind of let the people go or eliminate the workforce. It's about getting more output from the same amount of workforce. So that's where I truly see AI is going to transform.
Exciting and scared as well.
Perfect. I think he just, I also said the same thing. Like, he gave his perspective on the same thing, and I wouldn't like to repeat that again. But at the same time, let's just figure out one thing. Let's think of internet era when it came, everything was in boom. I think, of course, there is an AI boom. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like 3 or 4 years down the line, like he mentioned as well, AI will get better. Right now, we are exploring a lot of things. All of us, I think, we try 10 things. Two of them work. 8 of them might fail as well, or sometimes all 10 of them might fail as well. So we are just exploring it. I think AI will change the end-to-end process very soon, and it is at the end going to help humans, not replace them.
So the redesign will redesign.
So I would like to add one point here. Basically, how I see to this, let's think from enterprise perspective, and definitely when I think from AI point of view, it's going to empower all the managers. Now, let's take an example. It's a sales measure. So basically, lot many predictive things are going to come from AI specific to the customer and not the category of customer. It's going to be specific to the customer, and basically with the behavior of that customer, the system will answer what to be done, and that's where the manager will act faster and in a prepared mind, and that's how he's going to act. Point number one. Point number two, similar way it's going to help from service perspective also. At times what happens, the service manager is reaching to the location, understanding what the issue is, then asking for those additional components from their warehouse, then trying to arrange those, then trying to fix the machine. In this scenario, what's going to happen is, because it is predictive information is getting, what the issue in the system is been noted by the sensor, take an example, and he is aware what he need to fix, he's going with the tool, he's fixing up, he's already closing that action item. And same is going to happen with the marketing manager also, because there's a core data available and they take decision on the basis of the data available. So it's not a salesperson going and just doing sales and without knowing the history of the customer. Service engineer just trying to close the ticket and fulfill the task. So at the same time, there's going to be complete visibility for the management, what I see, where the repetitive tasks what they do about follow up with the team members or reminders and all those things, irrespective of that's going to be taken care by the system. Rather, they will participate with the managers and help them to take faster decisions, and they'll give authority to managers to take decisions instead of they participating in that. And
Correct.
that's what going to be a game changing I look for. Yeah.
Correct. Uh,
If I may add something to that. So I agree to all of that. Um, but I don't see why that shouldn't be already done tomorrow, not in 4 years already. I think AI is already able to do that today.
Yes.
And if we start today doing the things, we are there tomorrow, right? And your question is a bit tricky because what
I
can
ask
we
tricky
do? What
questions.
kind of processes do we change with AI in 4 years? That might be completely different based on the industry you are. So I would
Yes.
reframe a little bit your question and invite everyone to think about how does my industry, how does my market, my company look like in 4 years? Starting from there, then you can think about what kind of processes you need and how they will look like and what can AI do for me. But starting from there, you first, I think we need to have a vision about our market, our company, where are we in 4 years? And if we know where are we in 4 years, then we can talk about what AI is replacing and what is AI doing for us.
Excellent answer. Keeping time in mind for Q&A, I believe that like we are actually touch based on a lot of things, and we can all agree that like AI creates an impact when the foundation is strong and there is a clarity and every team member is aligned and definitely the vision, right? So I would open up the floor for questions. Any questions? No? Oh,
So thank you for your wonderful insights. I think the world is changing drastically today. Earlier, everyone was looking for an Intel inside. I think today that is changed. Is it AI enabled? So that's the story. Today, AI has become a co-worker for all of us. So my question here is, which human skill should we have, so that we are coping up with the changes in the world that's happening today in the next 5 years? Either we acquire it or we better it, which is that one human skill that we should have?
Adaptability, without any doubt. AI is not going to replace humans. Humans using AI are going to replace other humans.
I
So if
agree.
you are not adaptive, yeah,
I was
you are
about
going.
to say the same thing. It's adaptability and vision, where you can leverage AI.
Everyone know about sine wave, right? So if you see the 20 years back, the technology is different. If you see the 10 years back, yes, we entered into the cloud and all those stuff. Now we entered into the AI. In AI, the flow is like we are in the top now, or maybe in the mid, but definitely, if you see about next 10 years or 5 years, right? So we entered into initially with the basic AI, the concepts, then generative AI, then predictive AI, cognitive AI. Then new terms are coming up based on the industry and based on the different case studies. Yes, I'm hearing a lot from the buzz in the outside. After this, the quantum AI is going to flash, right? So again, it's a sine wave. So it's a movement of revolution of the technology. That's how the things are going on. Yeah. Coming to the, as I said, like a question of the processes. Any of the company, as I said, if they start using AI on the processes front, the process should be streamlined and start using the AI on the top of it. Thank you.
So I would like to add one thing here. Basically, to make AI project successful in an organization and the way we all are expressing and we all agree to, basically this AI solution need to be personalized to that particular company and organization, because it need to suit their process, their workflow, their team, their management, their decision taker, their market, and so on. So at the same time, the core management need to take the ownership of driving this, because definitely it will be requiring huge funds also. At the same time, the content is equally important, and they need to hold those process well so that there's no deterioration, And moment the owners and the founder member, they come into picture along with the top line management, it automatically will see to that the second line, third line team member also participates and follow the process. And they also participate to make AI work for their own organization. So definitely human behavior, human adoption when we talk about, and top management participation is very important to make this happen. And that's what I would like to add to your question. Yeah. Thank you.
I think I completely agree with all of them. And I would just give it a simple word of instead of adoption, let's say openness, because a lot of companies are not open to use AI even today. I see a lot of companies, they hesitate or they see the very glorified version of 3 or 4 brands and they see the other versions that they don't respect it enough, or let's say they're not open to explore new opportunities. A lot of them think we are already satisfied with what we had. But if you go 20 years back the line, shopkeepers who did not update themselves, did not get computers into their shopkeepers, they're still shopkeepers, versus the one who got ERP system, who got computers, they're now convenience stores, not a Kirana store anymore. So I think adaptability and openness to explore new opportunities, that is all humans need to do.
Those who don't want to adapt to AI, probably they must be just using ChatGPT.
There is an excellent point what I gave in my keynote, right? That people need to think, are they using ChatGPT or is ChatGPT using them?
Right.
Because everybody, when they're asking the question to ChatGPT, they are getting different answer. So it is picking up the context on what they are asking, and the answer is not always the right one. It is always to hit the consensus of that individual so that the individual will get satisfied.
Right. And this is not the first time I have been asked this question. Okay. What are the human skills? I used to say common sense. Technically, we call it like God rails, but it's common sense. You need to teach AI what are the some of the common sense so that like it doesn't deviate. But that's needs to come from human, right? It's about understanding what your AI need to do. Forget about ChatGPT. What your AI need to do. So that's very important.
I think you already heard a couple of very good skills that will be needed in future. And also, I believe it depends for whom. An entrepreneur will need different skills than someone who's in the kitchen and a chef, for example. So different skills for different areas. If you ask me, I would think about leadership. I think our leadership skills will be different. Organizations will be smaller, I believe, in future. So our leadership skills will change. Strategy skills will be different. What kind of strategy do you choose to get where you want to be? So strategy is a very important skill. Execution, how do you get there? So after defining the strategy, how do you get there? That is a skill that people will need. And what you mentioned at the beginning, having a vision, is for me key for everything. That's the starting point for everything. Having a vision on how the future looks like is the key thing. And another top skill, sorry, to add that, we have to be, we have to change our mindset a bit there to accept new challenges. The ability to accept challenges will be key for me, because now in 2025, everyone is a startup now, because we compete with newcomers, and in the age of AI, everything has changed. And we have to accept this. We cannot sit somewhere on the top of the mountains and say we are the best because we are the market leaders. I don't need to accept the challenge. That will not work. You have to come down, be humbled again, wherever you are, it doesn't matter, and accept a challenge to completely new competitors in the market and start from there to create new things. Shape the future, because either you shape the future or you live in a world that is shaped by someone else. So accept the challenge and go the race.
It is as simple as that. Either disrupt or get disrupted.
Rather, we can put it in this manner: either adopt or perish.
Any other questions? Good. All right. So I guess we can conclude on one thing. Okay, we know that like clarity is important, but also I believe we can all agree AI is not just going to be a tool anymore. It's going to be a core part of the operation, right? Okay, and that's what is going to give us the competitive edge and operational excellence. And I would like to thank all my panel members for being here and sharing their insightful like thoughts. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Your moderation was equally great, and we really enjoyed.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, another very
Thank you.
well-deserved round of applause for our panelists. Can we come forward, please? Take some pictures together. We're saying goodbye. And now we do a little something. I think you're familiar with it. If we could just get your phone, somebody could share it together with everyone. Okay, perfect. So And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of Fueled Conference Dubai 2025. Over the past few days, we've explored bold ideas, challenged the status quo, and made connections that will extend far beyond this room. Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt thank you goes to all of you, our amazing attendees. Your curiosity, engagement, and energy have truly made this event unforgettable. Can I hear you give it up for yourselves? We also want to thank our media sponsors, of course, our hospitality partners, marketing and technology partners, and our airline partner. Your support, of course, has been key in bringing this vision to life and empowering the conversations we've had. You are the fuel behind progress. We also want to let you know, for those who are eager to keep the momentum going, the Fueled experience will continue around the globe in 2026. We're headed to Las Vegas in April 7th and 9th, as well as Singapore next December. And yes, we will be returning to Dubai as well, of course, in 2026. Our agendas are now live from now already. Go check them out on our official website to learn more and secure your spot for these exciting, exciting editions. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's to connections we've made, the insights we've gained, and of course, to the exciting opportunities that lie ahead. Cheers to every single one of you for making this event such a resounding success. Keep sharing your favorite moments in line using the hashtag FueledConf. We'd love to see your experience. Until the next edition, stay inspired, stay connected, and see you next year.